blocks and kind of their
than 20 big studios. I feel my mouth feels weird. Like just a feeling I have, and it's the reason I'm saying this. I went to the dentist, and yeah, they did that. They literally did like they did something. What is this? Wow, soon there will be the funny elevator. Oh yeah, I don't know why I have my teeth. The teeth is not even gonna grow anymore. Oh, I love admin. Roblox, dude, though. Nuh-uh. The funny elevator.
The Nether. Chicken jockey.
Shut the fuck up, Steve. What? Wow, I went to small dude. Oh my god, I have to recheck this again.
Chicken jockey. Flint and steel.
Give me everything. Give me only money.
The Nether.
What the fuck? Cookie. What the? Call RPG.
The Nether. Chicken jockey. I am Steve.
pizza. Pizza.
Chicken jockey. I am Steve. I'm Steve.
Push the balls in the hell. I got corner. I got corner. Feel. As free division.
Flint and steel. the nether. Chicken jockey.
Got a music. Ah, I opened Curse Forge an accident. Was playing fucking God because yeah, the game.
Flint and steel.
When it's time to eat pizza. Oh, yeah, the audio.
I
Just
am
sit down,
Steve.
then just eat pizza. What? Just, it's the same music.
Chicken jockey.
Yo, Minecraft City. They have the fucking
Chicken
Minecraft
jockey.
City. Is that 24 minutes? Yeah, it's the 11 you Xbox though.
Flint and steel.
Yo, I know. Yo, dead oil, the drink. Give me the star bottle. You gotta take everything. That's it. Oh my. Oh, it's not real. No, no! I love grenades and scanner. My mouth feels fucking still. What? Fine, I'll do it myself. Click. Click, click, click. Front surface equals enum dot surface type dot hinge. And we run it and we have a hinge. So we control D. That's the wrong thing. Whoops. Boss fighting himself. I love watching you fight for this. like, let's say, like, we can build this, then we can. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. It's supposed to be 90 degrees. Why is it not? And they all fell. Let's use some B tools. And rotate. Then delete this and delete this.
Going to suffer the wrath of glue.
Oh, bye. Mam stolen muziek van Roblox. I just What's that talking Tom? That can't. Go. No. No!
I am scared. Flint and steel. The nether. Flint and steel.
Something going out!
Chicken jockey. Flint and steel. Flint and steel. Nether. Flint and steel. The nether.
How many seeds?
Flint and steel. Flint and steel.
I survived. Don't care laugh this week. 13 minimum. I'm doing. I love making dumb stuff smooth. Oh, wrong. 1:15. Yes, this stuff works. Now, why does it look like hot dogs in here? Oh, it looks like a fucking hot dog. Hot dog. Rotate room. I'm making rotate room the thing. No, I don't want to update it right now. Click, click, click. Go down. My teeth feels funny. But my mouth, not my teeth, it's my mouth that feels funny. Yep, rotate. Can I throw my flashback? I have to peak music. Wait, where's it going? Huh? No, take the flashbang. Oh, it got unbalanced, so it fell. That's awesome. Monkey. Flashbang monkey.
Lava, chicken. Steve's lava chicken, yeah, it's tasty as hell. Ooh, mama, now you're ringing the bell. Crispy and juicy now.
Go. Why you go to sleep? flowers.
Ah! Ah!
Get sniped.
Ah!
Least buggy island.
Ah!
We'll rotate. 1 second.
going to suffer the wrath of glue. The Nether. I am Steve. The Nether. Flint and steel. I am Steve. Chicken jockey. Flint and steel. I am Steve. Lava, chicken. Steve's lava chicken, yes, tasty as hell. Ooh, mama, now you're ringing the bell. Crispy and juicy, now you have the Nether. Ooh, super spicy, it's a lava attack. Lava, chicken. The Nether. I going to suffer the wrath of glue.
I love dying. I love after shooting once and dying. Remember, so you know this. Ultimate trap mine. No. $5 and $5. You're $5. What's the stripy mine of doom? I guess I said doom. Both those. So I love Trappy Mine of Doom. Oh snap, you got infected. XDDD. Oh snap, you got infected. XD, XD, XD. XD your mother? This is so good. Hey, 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 hey. Let's take the pawn, also known as no, which is actually that. And let's take this pawn, and then it's an anchor. So let's anchor and anchor, and what happens if I move it? Wow, it sucks. Oh, I have to move the weld. Oh, oh! The least right, the entire room is done. So if you play it now. Dance! What the fuck? Your washing machine. Oh. Wow. No, not health taker. What the fuck? Ah. 8. 8. Yee. Oh, that's one thing. A decal FEQ. I'm not looking for this. Yo, let's add a sky. And 0 stars. Let's go to create, and let's go to funny elevator, the funny elevator array path.
Holy cow, an update released today, and there is a very interesting note. Relaxed in-game chat restrictions for certain accounts. It sounds like free-to-plays can talk again, and people have reported being freed now. But there is a ton of conflicting information. Lots of people saying they can and can't talk, they can only use voice commands, they have this or that Steam account setting on, etc. So to try help people get a coherent answer on what you do or don't need to get permission to talk again, I made a quick survey to collect data on this. You can find it in the description. I will report back after a week or something with another video on what came of this. Okay, goodbye. Hope everyone gets to call medic now.
In this video, we're going to take a look at a couple of scams that I've been seeing recently and pick them apart to see why I think they're scammy. Some of this will be obvious to some people, and I'm not going to do any test purchases in this video, but we'll also talk about those things too. The The first one is this ad for what is supposedly a realistic robot puppy. Here's the ad. I'm going to mute the audio on it right there because I don't want to fall foul of YouTube's content matching. Yes, that was a Christmas song, and yes, it is now the month of May. But anyway, here's the rest of the ad. It's very typical of the sort of scam ad that you'll find on vertical video platforms, and I have been seeing it a lot. Apparently others have too, because a lot of people contacted me about it. It comprises a fast-changing montage of short clips that fly past too quickly to properly watch. The claim here is that there is a product you can buy that looks and behaves exactly like a cute little puppy. Looks like maybe a Bichon Frise or Shih Tzu, but I think it's perhaps worth us just going through that again, scene by scene, with pauses to reflect. So it opens with a scene of a person carrying puppies backwards up an escalator as though they were a bunch of flowers, and another person on the opposing escalator grabbing one of them. Then a couple of shots of cute puppies being cute. The quality is terrible, so it's not easy to tell if these clips are just real, probably stolen puppy footage, or maybe AI generated. The next clip definitely is AI generated, showing someone supposedly assembling robot dogs by hand, except he seems to be working on, what is that, a lemon? Yeah, something like that, because this version of the footage from a different iteration of the scam is slightly better quality. Also, you can really tell this is AI generated because he's sort of doing stuff with his hands, but it's not any particular stuff. So yeah, every one of our cute robot puppies contains a hand-polished lemon. Next shot of two cute puppies looks like AI to me, just a bit hyper-realistic. Then this clip, which might be real footage, but it's of a dog that's at least 3 times the size of the puppies in some of the other shots. Then this weird AI clip about USB charging, apparently you plug it into your hand. And this one again, which has that sort of hyper-real AI look to it. Then more clips of possibly real puppies, and then we're done. There are numerous versions of this scam video, some of them using a different assortment of clips, some of them more clearly just AI generated than others, but anyway, if we took this all completely at face value, there is supposedly a little robot puppy toy that's responsive and interactive and quite agile and rather fast moving, and that's what's being sold here. And that's the first red flag, really. Robotic technology has come a long way in the past decade or two, and there are some amazing robot toys available, but the way the thing is depicted as moving and reacting in the video is beyond current consumer technology for a small and specifically a self-contained robotic toy. So let's take a look at the linked website, which is a complete mess. And just before we look at the wide array of things that are wrong here, just to say that there probably isn't any single one of these factors I'm about to mention that guarantees the thing's a scam. You can probably find any one of these things on some legitimate site or other, but there is an inverse correlation between the total number of these things you see and the amount of trust you should be investing in it. These things are all red flags, and the more of them you see, the more likely it's a scam. Anyway, here we go. Maybe the first thing to notice is urgency. It says last day promotion, and hurry, only 45 left in stock, and there's this timer bar and clock thing that's ticking down, and in particular, this one shows thousandths of a second, which I think increases the sense that some urgent thing is happening really fast and very soon. This is just a hustle, designed to induce FOMO and try to make you click through without thinking. We'll look at what happens when that timer runs down in just a moment. Also, just a note, I visited this webpage on 3 or 4 consecutive days when I was making this video, and it's always the last day of the promotion, so, you know, the promotion is a lie. Indeed, nothing on the page can be trusted. For example, it might be tempting to believe that the stock remaining number on the page is actually being pulled out of an inventory system somewhere, but it's not. How can I tell? The shop has multiple copies of the product listing. Here's one of them that's marked out of stock, for whatever reason. But also, you should hurry because there are only 11,000 left in stock, and look, despite this whole listing being out of stock, 626 people are looking at it. No, wait, it's only 143. Oh no, actually, 886. I mean, 771. It could be any number, but hurry up and buy this thing that's out of stock for 11,300.
You'll text 1, you'll text 2. Yes, you'll text 1 and you'll text 2. Oh my god, my god, stuff. Oh my god, stupid. My stupid, I'm stupid. Okay. I don't want to install it. No. Ich hab Silbe. Shut the fuck up, Roblox. Dude, go faster! Starting it now.
51 units. Next, what even is the discount here? The item title says 65% off, but the banner next to the price says 50% off, and the price here is 50% off that other price that's crossed out, but there are also these multi-buy deals for 55 or 60% off. It's a confusing mess of attractive sounding discounts, and that's a red flag. The next one is really simple, but it's pretty consistent with any kind of scam: overuse of emojis. Emojis themselves aren't a scam, and of course people who aren't scammers do use emojis, but seeing them all over the place like this is again a red flag. Then there's this slightly confusing statement: 98% customer buy 2 to 4 items to use daily and gifts for their beloved one. Now, being charitable, this could just be bad translation into English, but it is a tiny red flag, and also, use daily, it's a robot puppy, not ointment. Scrolling down the page a bit, we see this lovely and reassuring banner titled Guaranteed Safe Checkout. Just the title protests a little bit too much, but also, look at all the badges. Apparently it's secured by both McAfee and Norton. Why both? That in itself is suspicious. There's also a PayPal verified badge and a few other supposed verification things, all of which are meant to reassure you. But on a lot of sites that aren't this one, that legitimately have these sorts of badges, the badges themselves are often separate things that have a link to the actual verification. These are just all pasted into a static image, and that is suspicious. Next, look at all the payment options they say they have. PayPal, Apple Pay, Stripe, Amazon Payments, Visa, MasterCard, Amex and Discover. Again, none of these are links to those organisations, whereas on legitimate sites they sometimes are. On one example page on this site, they had 2 different versions of this guaranteed safe graphic, but anyway, that's a lot of payment options. Hold that thought. Next, this text, and again, emojis, but also assurance that all goods are authentic with genuine pattern.
Same for me. I don't want to be recipe for 500 potato servers. Yo! Happy to look outside. Look outside. Oh no! No! I found it! You guys need help. Refugee. Where's your refugee?
Since nobody asked. Assuring people that something is authentic and genuine without them asking the question is a red flag. But also there's this weird bit of maybe moralizing. Counterfeits must be investigated.
Gaming for hours. Poof, gone. Why does time fly when you're having fun? Your brain's playing a sneaky time trick, and it's a wild spin. First, fun flips your focus. When you're laughing or binge watching, your brain's reward system, powered by dopamine, locks in.
Dopamine. I can't talk to the feature. Boom! Go! Boom, still die.
Chase more joy, your clock's just dancing.
Yo, VIP by nobody's. What gold? Oh. I'm gonna punch my mother with it. Mom. No. Gotta fix it. Welcome.
What's your why? Drop it in
What's
the
your
comments.
why?
Smash subscribe.
And smash the block.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. Oh wait, I should put this on. It's not a baby.
Oh, the top earning page? You mean a big old list of poor people?
Oh, he died by the bugaboo. Ah, yes. No. No. No thanks. Close. Castle Thug. Dunk. Wat dat heel. Another ultra kill maker. Check the frame. The frame of the image. Oh. Go to scan website for free. It's just simple. Simple. And like I would just copy the circles. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on, let me commit fix. NPC. NPCs. Oh, my
people, because I just refreshed the page and it's showing this as the top earners on Roblox. You got OMG, get attacked by a crane and lose your blood. Yeah, I'm always blowing a bag on this game. Every payday, I'm always showing up here. Who killed Carly from iCarly Obby VIP? And you know that VIP isn't cheap. These are the top earners that Roblox is displaying. This is not a joke. Kill Dora. I know we're all funding this game, right? That's why they're so high up on the top earners list. No, this is a strange glitch. All these games are from like a really long time ago. Like this was last updated 2010. None of these are active games anymore. I don't know why this glitch happened, but I kind of like it. I don't know what could go wrong.
No! Oh! Done. Wait. What? Just push him. Like how push this dumbass died. I pushed the player to him. Let's see, what's the first one? Ah, that's garbage. Oh, fucking road. It's like a couple of seconds. Yo, floor. Four. Cool. Come. Get lost. This G. Nothing. Why not? Where did you go? I like how you put my face up and shut your ass up. Shut your ass up.
Wrong in their coding.
Have you ever heard of a game show? Maybe a trivia game show. Wait. As you can see in the chat, Sand was first. Tell me. The epic game show. What is the owner of this game show? Okay, guys, this is no, Sand, not you. We need to give other people chances. Okay. So boss, you can answer. Twin blocks. Okay, yes, correct. What is the link of this game show? Oh, okay. Well, say it in chat. Just say it. Like, I can tag. Oh, okay. Beautiful. It's like, yeah. It's like this. Okay, Sand is the one that is gonna answer. Okay, Sand, what you got here? So tell me, answer. Wrong. Answer. Correct. In what year was Super Mario Kart created? Me? No, you cannot. Wait, you already answered. Good, okay. Answer. 1992. Wrong. Correct. It's correct. Okay, now you have to guess the game, okay? The game that you're playing. Okay, wait. Answer. Epic game show. Wrong.
Actually, the best update Roblox has done in a while, but I like how you can mess with it. I'm not saying this is a bad update. I don't want anyone to take it that way. This is incredible. No, wait. I need the dino hands. I don't want any hands. What the? That sounds like a noise this creature would make. Bro, look, dump truck alert. What? Get over here! Stop. Get over here! We need to take the experiment further. This torso has the potential to have just like the most snatched waist you could think of. We just need the legs to complement it. This leg will do fine, I think. Oh my god. Leg. My other little baby leg. Look how far out it goes. Dude, this is so sad. Look at all the Why Don't We members. Wait, actually, guys, okay, let's be sensitive about this. Look at all the Why Don't We members. Jack Avery, what happened? He's looking away from me. What did I do to Jack Avery? What happened? What made you upset, Jack Avery? Oh, wait, I think I know why. When I tweeted about Jack Avery not supporting R6 and canceling him over it, Jonah Morales, he actually quote retweeted. This is a Why Don't We member. They acknowledged it. So if you remember that, oh my god, what happened to him? All right, I want to try the fat body out. The fattest body you can get. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so fat. I really like how I can go into any game like this now. This is just like a permanent thing that every game developer has to deal with these disgusting creatures. All right, something about this doesn't look right. Look how buff my shoulders are. Okay, I love this. We need to add shoes so I can cover these feet. Bro, I like how tight these clothes are. It just like goes over the metal part of my robot leg and then it just boots around that. This is vacuum sealed onto my body.
What just happened?
That kid is not old enough for voice chat.
There's always that one I want to point everything.
Oh my god, this guy's cursing out the little kid.
I am back in my Create 6.0 update world where I took a look at everything that was added in the latest major update to Create, and I've also started looking at some add-ons here. We've got enchantment stuff, and today I've got a new add-on that's all about the packages. So if you've seen my update video or any Create video in 6.0, you know what this is. The package system, we got the package frogs. They send out things onto the chain conveyors. We go over here and change the number here on my factory gauge. This thing's gonna pick that up and send over the package. Very nice. Today's add-on changes the system by adding drones. Yeah, I know. We've got a drone port and a drone controller, and the drone port sends packages directly to players. So what we have here is a chest filled with iron, and then it sends out a package onto here that goes over to the gold iron storage, which is
Today is December 15th, 2022, but most of you are probably watching this in the future. But if you're here early enough, on this day, 10 years ago, I created this YouTube channel. And what better way to celebrate than by going back through my old videos and just roasting the heck out of my old redstone. And this is where it all started. My first video, how to make a redstone safe with levers. It was just a really simple lever combination lock. You flip those two and the door opens, but if you flip any other ones, it closes again. But this redstone is quite frankly embarrassing. There's so much wrong with it, I don't even know where to begin. For starters, these torches can be like this, they don't need to be on top. And why did I use so many redstone repeaters? I only need one. And why did I put this torch all the way out here with the redstone jutting out the back? I can get rid of half of this. Like, it can literally just be this line here, and then that goes into a torch over here, like that. But even then, this can still be simplified more. The whole contraption can literally just be this. That works exactly the same as it did before. After a few months of uploading, I posted this thing. And this was the first redstone build that sort of got me noticed in the redstone community. These things used to be super popular. It's called a zipper elevator, and the name's kind of self-explanatory. Yeah, it looks like a zipper when you've gone all the way up. And soon after I uploaded this, it suddenly had 2,000 views, which was a lot back then. And I had no idea why, until I noticed a comment from Mumbo. You see, back then, you couldn't hide your likes on YouTube. So if somebody likes your video, then all their subscribers would see it. Mumbo liked the video, so lots of people ended up watching it. But this was back when Mumbo had like 20,000 subscribers. And Mumbo's helped me a lot over the years, drawing attention to my videos, which I'm very grateful for. But I'm also grateful for the sponsor of this video. Jang before I'd even made this. It's a 2-wide hidden staircase. And for its time, yeah, it was very small. But the world record wasn't the only thing I broke back then. Here's a bit of Purpler's lore for you. The day after I uploaded this, I broke my ankle really badly. And while my mum was driving me to the hospital, I checked my phone and saw that the video had 6,000 views, which again was a lot, because again, Mumbo had liked it. And that cheered me up a lot. A while later, I broke my first world record, for real this time. This is a 2-wide seamless hidden staircase. So, the same thing as that, but with all the pistons hidden. Then in 2014, I started getting into technical Minecraft a bit. This was one of the things I made. It was the first automatic obsidian farm for Minecraft 1.8, and the version matters because of something that Mojang did to withers. In 1.7, the wither was 4 blocks tall, even though when you build it, it's only 3 blocks tall. So in 1.8, Mojang decided to fix this in the most logical way possible. Take the 4 block tall wither that should be 3 blocks tall, and make it 3.5 blocks tall. And that broke every wither cage in existence. And to my knowledge, I was the first one to make a working, reliable 1.8 wither cage. This obsidian farm is very broken now, so I've had to load it up in 1.8. Then in 2015, I made this 4x4 door. By this point, I was starting to get really good at making compact redstone, because this thing is dense. In fact, Mumbo built this on Hermitcraft, and he had a lot of trouble getting it to work, because everything is so tightly packed. Then a while later, I made this thing, which was a fully synchronized 5x5 cave lamp door. Bit of a mouthful. This kind of set a bit of a trend, because after I made this video, a lot of people were making 5x5 cave doors, and for a long time, this was my most viewed tutorial. Now, this is where my redstone started getting a bit wacky. This was the world's first hidden end portal. I built this with my friend Armadillo28, and yeah, it's a bit of a unit. Unfortunately, I can't turn it on because it's broken. At some point, Mojang made end portal frames transparent, so you can't actually put redstone torches on the side like this anymore. So once again, we have to go back to 1.8. I can't remember exactly the version that this broke, but it works in 1.8, so that's good enough. Yeah, it's not the fastest thing in the world, is it? But then again, it was the world's first, so at least there's that. This was also when people started figuring out Zerotix, so I made this thing with my friend KP Killer. At the time, this was the fastest 3x3 door, and it was also one of the first times that Zerotix started getting compact. This one was 420 blocks. So once we've done the fastest 3x3, the next logical step is obviously the fastest 6x6. I built this with my friend Spacewalker, and we also had help from another friend, Sacred Redstone, and for a long time, this was the fastest 6x6. This thing took us over 2 months to build. Unfortunately, I can't show it here because it's broken. I have to go all the way back to 1.15. A lot of people thought this was fake because of the slow-mos, when in reality, I was just using a mod to slow down the game. When I first posted this door, it got around 30,000 views, and then it slowly fell off around 40,000. Then a year later, in 2019, when Minecraft was suddenly cool again, it got picked up by the algorithm, and now the video has 2.8 million views, which to this day is still my most viewed video. Although, like an idiot, I didn't capitalize on that momentum because I was busy with university, so my channel was dead for a long time. But Crafty kept egging me on to revive my channel, and this door is how I started reviving my channel. And for the first time, I was also putting more effort into how I made my videos. In the past, I just made a redstone thing and uploaded it without putting much effort into the actual video. And since then, I've just been uploading fairly consistently, and along the way, I got some really cool opportunities, like making the elevator that DocM77 built in his base on Hermitcraft, or just making redstone builds that are completely impractical beyond any purpose. Thank you guys so much for these past 10 years. You've made 2022 a crazy year for me. We might even hit 100,000 subs before the end of the year, and I'll see you in 2020.
Bye-bye.
Pressed, and I've used that to make a very silly combination lock. The combination is a smiley face. And then this door opens, and if I remove any of these, then the door closes, and if I press any of the wrong buttons, then it also closes. It's functionally identical to a lever combination lock, but this is far less interesting than being able to draw your password. I guess this makes it easier to remember passwords now, since you can draw them, and I thought those were all of the uses for this thing, until I realized the copper bulb is exactly the block I've wanted for years. Some of you probably know that Minecraft is a game that runs at 20 ticks per second, and redstone components follow these ticks. So a redstone repeater is 2 game ticks of delay. If you right-click it once, then it's 4 game ticks, right-click it twice, then it's 6 game ticks, and on max delay, it's 8 game ticks. And other redstone components follow this logic as well. Redstone torches are 2 game ticks, observers are 2 game ticks, dispensers and droppers have a 4 game tick delay. Are you noticing a pattern yet? All of these delays are even numbers. None of them are odd numbers. And this is quite annoying, because pistons can be powered every 3 game ticks, which means if we want the fastest possible redstone, then we need to be using odd game ticks, which we can't get with these components alone. We have to resort to really janky ways of getting odd game tick delays. For example, a piston powering another piston gives us a 3 game tick delay, and I put another piston next to it powered by a repeater, so you can see the 1 game tick difference. And this way of doing it is quite big. We can't always fit it into our redstone, so there's 2 other ways that we get odd game tick delays. We can move a wooden log next to some leaves, or we can open a trapdoor underneath some floating scaffolding. And both of these have their drawbacks. Using leaves means that we have different delays when we turn it on versus when we turn it off. It takes longer to power. And with scaffolding, it has to be at least 2 blocks tall, because scaffolding needs blocks underneath it. You can't have it floating, it just disappears. And this is where the copper bulb comes in. It has a 1 game tick delay. I have wanted this for years. A dedicated redstone component that has a 1 game tick delay. So with just 1 copper bulb and 1 observer, we can do exactly the same thing as these circuits, but just smaller and better. This is so nice because there's now a convenient way to get the smallest delay between things possible. This is really satisfying, by the way. So the copper bulb has ticked off one of the biggest things on my redstone wish list, and it still doesn't stop there. I already mentioned with the redstone screens that this is a transparent block, so if you power it, it doesn't affect the blocks next to it. Well, that is useful for more than just redstone screens. It's also really useful for just powering observers. Sometimes you might have a row of observers like this, where it's the same thing stacked next to each other a bunch of times. You can see here that I have independent control of each row. If I used no blocks for this, then we run into the same issue we have with the redstone lamps. They are solid blocks, so if I directly power into this note block, it's going to power the 2 note blocks next to it as well, and so we don't have independent control of each row. And also, just like the redstone lamps, the way you fix this is by moving the observers up and putting blocks in between, which makes it bigger. But now we do have independent control of each piston. Another way you could fix it is by putting blocks underneath the note blocks, then removing them, and then replacing them with powered rails and activator rails. And again, this is bigger. And it also has the drawback that rails need supporting blocks underneath them, so you won't be able to use them in all situations. You might have something underneath here that you can't put rails on. So there's 3 other things we can use. We can use hoppers, which are very expensive and can't be moved like the copper bulb. And yes, they do generate
Alright guys, as you can see, I'm hurting for cash right now. My Roblox games are not generating any more money. Why is 0 people playing the best game on Roblox? Survive Albert. Raise single mother rent. With that above my game, it looks like I'm endorsing that. Maybe that's why I have 0 players. Maybe I'm being canceled. I have to come up with a way to make money. I'm gonna do hard work to get it. I'm gonna make a new game. But what I mean by hard work is I'm just gonna steal from everybody else, right? Roblox has this thing where you can just search for models. I've shown this before, but they started really restricting it because people would put really, really bad stuff on there. And Temp just showed me this, where you can include unverified creators, meaning you can get back some of the you know, I don't want to say bad stuff. This opens up the options. Not everything's so corporate. Look, Albert, what do we get? Albert's hot mom. I don't know what we're gonna make the game yet, but I think we need to...
Jim's computer. Okay, I know everybody has played this game. Everyone's seen this game. I'm kind of late to the party, but whatever. We're gonna play it. I like the old... Ooh. Jim's computer 2. Oh, I gotta be... We'll do both. I don't know if I've seen Jim's computer 2. Day 1. Hey. Oh, what a lovely day it is. Box. Hey, look at that. Oh, I got it. Okay. Get through. Oh, it's a computer. Like Jim's computer. Okay, servers are down. Sorry for the inconvenience. You'll be redirected to Rotat when we are back up. Oh, what? Which one should I get? I got some marbles. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can get all. What is it on the news? New chemical refinery, grand opening in Roblox. I don't know if that's something worth celebrating about, but you know what? Yeah. Mayor gives address. This bodes well for our town. Business has forever been Roblox's lifeblood. The mayor said on Saturday, our town grows and grows with no end in sight. I'm glad that I'm here to see it. Lorem ipsum. Okay, that's just. What language is this in? Comment down below what language this is, because I would actually really like to know. Hey, okay. I heard my doorbell ring. Is that a doorbell? I don't really know. Oh, hey, they deliver fast. It looks like I'm the only dude on the neighborhood, so that's nice. Ah. Ooh, this stuff. I got the stuff. Ah. My bike? Oh, I pushed myself. Hold on. Oh, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Huh? Ah. That's disgusting. Who's on my computer? Oh, someone hit me up. Let me see. Uh-oh. Prepare. Address miss. No. The recent chemical spill that occurred at the. Okay. Oh. Okay. One last cupboard. Is it a cupboard or closet? I don't know. Okay. Oh. Oh. The dead.
Military.
The military. To prepare. Where? Ah! Oh, mom. Oh, you trying to help me now? Check the. There we go. Oh, hey, bro. Okay. Checking. Oh. God. Ah! Yes! Wait, what? Oh my God! Oh, I thought I did something. Hey! Oh my God, this one can take a beating. Oh, I got money. Ew, shut. If I repair, will it make the window again? Okay, probably not. Hey! What? Ah! Oh, go away. I have a bomb! Okay. Oh, this game is easy. What the heck? Oh my God, what? Oh, he's fast. I wish I had that that bouncy thing I had earlier. Ooh, I got a little period to like what? To get new stuff? Ooh, that's awesome. Oh, wait, was that a sword? Oh, cha-ching, I'm buying that. Oh, yes. Oh my God! Hey! Ah! Ooh, that's sick! I gotta wind up. Ow! Okay, perfect. Wow.
I
missed. Come here! Die! Oh! Oh my God! Ah! Oh, I'm actually the best. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ah! Okay. Hey, you! Ouch! Okay, that really hurt, man. I'm going inside. Ah. Hey! Hey, this is like Call of Duty Zombies.
God.
Oh, shoot! I don't know how to repair it, that's fine. Hey! Sorry! Hey! Quit breaking my door! Thank you. This sword is OP. I don't know what that noise. I don't know why he grunted at me. Did I go to the other window? Hey, I saw you! Okay, let's go over. I want to get that bomb. How do I get the bomb? Oh, that's how you do the bomb! Okay, good. I wasted a bomb, but at least I know how to use it now. Yeah, I got 845. I wonder what I can do with that. Shotgun, yeah! Okay, let's spray this. Crap. Uh-oh. I need my gun. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry. Die! I missed. Ooh. Oh. Ow. Close that. Okay, I almost died there. Hey. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Let's rake in the cash. Oh, I got plenty of money. I got plenty of ammo. Let's save up for the radio. What the hell? Oh yeah. Come and get me! Oh no! Wait 1 second. Okay, there we go. Oh!
James' computer.
Wave 1! Wave 1!
Take it to open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did it. 6 seconds to open a door that's supposed to open in 0.3 seconds. CJBM has asked me to make a machine that touches grass. Yeah, as someone who plays way too much Minecraft, I probably need this. Okay, this is supposed to be a hand. I'm a redstoner, not a builder, so please excuse my god-awful building skills. Building houses is not exactly my forte, let alone building organics. So to activate our grass touching machine, we just press this button, and oh my god, we just did the impossible. We just touched grass in Minecraft. Now I'm going to do something even more impossible. I'm going to touch grass again. I'm actually just built different, you know. I've done something that gamers could never do. I've touched grass twice in one day.
To the EAX register, so the numbers are already where we want them. 6 multiple register that's used to set the mine count. Minesweeper. For many of us, it was a defining game of our childhood alongside pinball and solitaire. But funnily enough, as a kid, I never actually figured out how to play it. I feel like someone did tell me at some point what the goal was and what the numbers meant, but my baby brain probably decided it was too much effort. Instead, I just set the size as big as possible and the mines as low as possible and pretend I was a minesweeping god. Did you ever seen a 1-second speedrun? But recently, I was playing around with the Flash emulator Ruffle and came across this gag in an old Flash game called Windows HIV. And of course, I'm the kind of person who's like, why don't you actually do that? I mean, hey, April Fool's was coming up, so I thought I might make a worthy prank. First, let's make sure I'm not being obtuse and you can't just set the mines to a high enough number to fill the screen. 9 times 9 is 81, so let's put that in. No, it's limited to 64. And if I choose the expert size, it limits to 435. So I guess there's some sort of algorithm in place ensuring that the game remains, well, I don't want to say winnable exactly. Well, it looks like this is going to require some hacking after all, so let's get to it. So occasionally people just getting into ROM hacking ask how I know where to start. I mean, in a program with thousands or even millions of lines of assembly code, how do you find the thing? Well, the truth is it's mostly educated guesses and luck. However, on PC, you do get a huge benefit in the form of export symbols. What are export symbols? They're the main way that the process calls code in another library. Libraries like the ones in Windows or the standard C library. Since
And let's be clear here, that doesn't mean the Inspire is just 8 times faster. The Inspire is using a 32-bit ARM processor, whereas the 84 has a kinda 8-bit, kinda 24-bit Easy 80. The ARM has way more registers and more powerful instructions, which basically means that cycle for cycle, the ARM chip can still do more work than the Easy 80. About the only thing even remotely similar between these two calculators is that they both have the same 320 by 240 pixel display hardware. With that in mind, Perspective 3D is basically out of the question. It involves doing a bunch of projections and texture warpings to draw each face of a block, and for a world with as many polygons as Minecraft, a TI-84 would absolutely crawl. But thankfully, there is another way to do 3D that's been used in games as far back as the mid-80s, isometric projection. You can think of it like having...
Hi, this is David from Minute Earth. A long time ago, a population of apes lived in the middle of the jungle, eating the plentiful plants on the grounds and occasionally searching out rare fruits in the trees. But as the once shallow Congo River in the middle of their range started to get wider and deeper, the ape population was split in two. Though the north and south of the river contained the exact same kind of apes, they were now fatefully confined to separate environments. From fossil evidence, we know those environments were ever so slightly different from each other. It just so happened that the one south of the river had lots more plants on the ground, and the one north of the river had big mean gorillas. And most researchers think that these two small differences caused the groups of apes to eventually split into two species, one that was violent and one that was super snuggly. Why did they end up so different? Well, if you were an ape north of the river, there'd be lots fewer ground plants to eat, and big mean gorillas already eating them, so you'd be more likely to search out rarer fruit up in the trees instead. If you were more aggressive than other northern apes, you'd be more likely to get more fruit when you did find it. And because you got more fruit, you'd not only be more likely to survive, but you could use that fruit as a way to attract a potential mate. On the other hand, if you were an amiable ape living in the north, you'd likely get less fruit and fewer opportunities to mate. But south of the river, there would likely be plenty of ground plants to go around, and no gorillas, so being aggressive wouldn't get you more food. In fact, in a place where there was no reason to fight over food, being a jerk could make you an outcast, an easier target for predators, and much less likely to find a mate. But if you were an amiable ape in the lush south, you'd likely make more friends, and thus be less likely to be eaten by a predator, and more likely to get to reproduce. After thousands of generations, these slight changes in the advantageousness of certain traits led to entirely new species. North of the river, gorilla country, was stocked with aggressive apes likely to attack any outsiders they came across. These are chimpanzees.
And the lush south was packed with bohemian simians that took friendliness to such an extreme that they were more likely to make love than war.
These are bonobos. Now, we aren't exactly sure how much the gorillas mattered versus the vegetation, and there may have been other factors that contributed to the split, but when the Congo River got big, it turned the apes into two species, one that solves conflicts with fighting, and another that solves them by cuddling.
Hi, this is Julian from Minute Earth. Dragons don't exist. But if they did, which would be pretty cool, they'd need to conform to Earth's biological and physical rules. So we figured we'd make a fun video about which of these famous fantasy dragons would have the best shot at being more than just fantasy. I don't know, have any idea where one
Want a ton of distance?
you over get into that? Goblet of Weight. And the winner is the Hungarian Horntail from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. It has 4 limbs, a keel to hold its muscles, and the biggest wings in relation to its weight. Now, whether or not you could ride it, we could get into that, but we don't want this video to drag on.
Once upon a time, a dragon tyrannized the kingdom. Covered with thick black scales, its eyes glowed with hate, and from its terrible jaws flowed evil-smelling slime. Some tried to fight the dragon. Priests and magicians called down curses to no avail. Warriors armed with the best weapons attacked, only to be incinerated. The dragon's claws, jaws, and fire were so effective, its scaly armor so hard as to make it invincible. The dragon demanded from humankind a tribute. 10,000 men and women, randomly chosen to be delivered every evening to the foot of the mountain to be eaten. The king and the kingdom, their weapons useless, had no choice but to pay the grisly tribute, to suffer the misery, to feed the insatiable hunger. And humans, ever adaptable, came to accept the dragon tyrant as a fact of life, knowing, even embracing, that everyone's final moments would be in its maw. How could the world be otherwise? The kingdom began to teach its children that the dragon had its place in the natural order, and the very meaning of being human to end up in the dragon's stomach, their shorter lives motivating them to lead good lives. And the dragon was helping the kingdom by keeping the population from growing too fast. Learning this, attacks on the dragon ceased. But the kingdom still grew, slowly, and with it so did the dragon, becoming as big as the mountain on which it lived, its appetite increasing. The logistics of collecting and transporting so many every day to the mountain came to occupy the king's mind more than the deaths and the dragon itself. The king had to hire registrars to keep track of who would be sent. There were people collectors dispatched to fetch the designated victims, there were clerks who administered the pensions to be paid to decimated families, and there were comforters who would travel with the doomed on their way to the dragon, trying to ease the anguish. And there were dragonologists who studied how these logistic processes could be made more efficient. Steam engines were invented and a railway constructed leading to the dragon's abode. Trains arrived at the mountain terminal crammed with people and returned empty. Some dragonologists also studied the dragon's behavior and collected samples, its shed scales, the slime, the excrement speckled with fragments of human bone. The more the beast was understood, the more its invincibility confirmed. But humanity is a curious species. Every once in a while, someone gets a good idea. Others copy the idea, adding to it their own improvements. Over time, many wondrous tools and systems are developed. Some of these tools make it easier to generate new ideas. Thus, the great wheel of invention, which in the older ages turned imperceptibly slow, began to accelerate. And humans did what would have seemed magic before, communicating instantly across great distance, building machines that could fly, and many other astonishing things. A few dragonologists argued it might be time for a new attack. One had invented a material so sharp it could pierce a dragon's scale. It would not be easy, but if a huge projectile could be made out of this material and launched with sufficient force and sufficient precision, it might penetrate the dragon's armor. However, it would be difficult and expensive and time-consuming to do. The dragonologists explained their proposal to anyone who would listen, but the people were skeptical. They had been taught the dragon tyrant was invincible, and the sacrifices it demanded a fact of life. Yet when they learnt about the new material and the idea for a projectile, many became intrigued. When the king read about the plans, he decided to hold an open hearing. It took place on the last and darkest day of the year in the largest hall of the royal castle. People packed into every last seat and crowded the aisles. The king's advisor spoke first, telling the people it was best they accept the inevitability of the dragon. And the dragon administration department provided many jobs that would be lost were the dragon slaughtered. And in any case, the kingdom's coffers were empty after building the new railway. Next, the leading dragonologist explained how the proposed device would work, how the requisite amount of new invented material could be manufactured. Given the requested amount of funding, it may be possible to complete the work in 15 to 20 years. With greater funding, maybe 12. However, there could be no guarantee. Last to speak was the king's advisor for morality.
Let us grant, he said, the project is technologically possible, though it hasn't been proven to me. Presumably, you think you've got the right not to be chewed up. How willful, how presumptuous, how vain. The shortness of human life is a blessing. Getting rid of the dragon, which might seem such a convenient thing to do, would undermine our dignity. This preoccupation with killing the dragon will deflect us from realizing more fully the aspirations to which our lives naturally point, from living well rather than merely staying alive. The nature of the dragon is to eat, and our own nature, my friends, is nobly fulfilled only by getting eaten. The dragon is necessary, the dragon is good. The great hall was silent. Then a small child yelled out from the audience, "The dragon is bad." The child's parents turned red and hushed, but the child said again, "The dragon is bad. It kills people. It ate my granny. I want my granny back." The hall was silent again. Then a woman stood. "The dragon killed my parents." A man followed and stood. "The dragon killed my wife and my daughter." More and more people stood. The simple fact that the dragon killed everyone, the loss of it, the weight of it, crashing over the hall. The way out from under, remote, yet maybe possible. The king, looking at the first child to speak, announced, "Let us kill the dragon." The next morning, 1 billion people woke to realize they or those they loved might be sent to the dragon before the projectile launched. Whereas before, active support for the anti-dragon cause had been limited, it now became the #1 priority and concern on everyone's mind. Mass rallies raised money for the projectile project and urged the king to increase support, which he did, passing extra appropriations bills and selling his summer castle, announcing, "I believe that this kingdom should commit itself to achieving the goal before the decade is out of freeing the world from the ancient scourge of the dragon." Thus started a great technological race against time. To make the dragon-killing weapon required solutions to 1,000 technical problems, each of which required dozens of time-consuming steps and missteps. Test missiles were fired but fell dead to the ground or flew off in the wrong direction. Terrible accidents happened, but there was now a seriousness of purpose and the work continued. But despite almost unlimited funding and round-the-clock work by technicians, the king's deadline could not be met. The task was hard. The decade concluded and the dragon still lived, still ate. But the effort was getting closer. A year later, the first prototype missile successfully launched. The construction of the final projectile eventually set to complete and launch on New Year's Eve, 12 years after the project's inauguration. The last day of the year was cold and overcast, but still and clear. Good launch conditions. As the sun set, technicians scuttled around, making the final adjustments and checks. The king and his advisors observed from a platform close to the launch pad. Further away, behind a fence, the public assembled to witness the great event. A large clock counted down. 10 minutes to go. The dark, slumped profile of the dragon beyond, eating. From the crowd, someone jumped the fence and ran to the platform where the king sat. He arrived, accompanied by security in a frenzied state, his nose bleeding. He shouted, "The last train! Stop the last train!" The young man was a junior clerk in the Ministry of Transportation. He had discovered that his father was on the last train to the mountain. The king had ordered the trains to continue to the very end, fearing any disruption might cause the dragon to stir and the missile to miss. The young man begged the king to issue a recall order for the last train, due to arrive at the mountain terminal 5 minutes before time zero. "I cannot do it," said the king. "I cannot take the risk it will alert the dragon." The clouds above their head let loose the rain. "I am so sorry," the king continued. "Had we started but 1 day earlier, your father would not have to die." Looking at the crowd, thinking of all the losses that they and he had endured, this project should have been started years earlier than we did. So many need not have been killed by the dragon, had we but awoken from our acceptance of its horror sooner. The young man's wailing ceased. The king looked up at the countdown clock. 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. A ball of fire enveloped the launch pad and the missile shot out. The masses, the king, the low and the high, the young and the old, that white flame shooting into the dark embodied the human spirit, its fear and its hope. It struck the heart of evil. The silhouette on the horizon tumbled and fell. Thousands of voices of joy rose from the masses, joined seconds later by a deafening, drawn-out thud from the collapsing monster. After all this time, humanity was at last free from the dragon. The joy cry resolved into a jubilating chant. Long live the king, long live us all. The royal entourage, huddling in the downpour, accumulated around their monarch. So much had changed in the last hour. The right to an open future had been regained. A primordial fear abolished, and many long-held assumptions overturned. What do we do now? They asked. We have come a long way, said the king. Yet now we are like children again. The future lies open before us. We shall go and try to do better than we have done in the past, for we have time now. Time to get things right, time to grow up, time to learn from our mistakes. Let all the bells in the kingdom ring until midnight in remembrance of our dead. Then after, we will celebrate and begin the process of building a better world, for we have time now.
I made one too many. Just kidding, I have enough. No.
Steal. This is someone made an
Yo,
evil version
he's
of the
live.
donation
He's
game.
fucking
Steal.
live. He's fucking live.
Like that, ask for a friend request and then leave right after I reject it. Crazy, bro. Or did you not leave it? Is there another person? Oh, hi, Neff. Tomorrow my birthday. Yo, early happy birthday. Because tomorrow I'm not gonna be streaming or playing. Well, I will be playing, but like, not like. I'm gonna be like, how do I say this? I'm gonna be playing like, I don't know, like, for like 30 minutes and then revise after that. Because today I'll just get a day off. Okay, yeah, Discord. Nice! Let's go. Yo, finally, bro. After so long, bro, you finally got to get Discord now. Discord is so peak. Don't get the mesa, bro. That tooth get removed. Oh, nice. Discord is the meta, bro. You don't get it. Nah, bro. Discord is everything but better, bro. Genuinely. Like, everything. Like, it's streaming shit. But they are kind of money hungry though, so I mean, I don't know. Ow. Why is this leaderboard just filled with like cheats and shit? Ooh. Ooh. Ain't nobody beating this in 5 seconds, bro. What is this?
Yo!
It's just a leaderboard, bro. Alright. I know Obby Legion used to do a lot of obbies.
Bozo.
I know one of them is
Bozo.
this Blush Canyon. I don't know what it's called.
I'm going to
AU on top animates. Wow. I swear, bro, way too many like 7-year-old like girls just play this and beat this and go like, oh my god, I'm such a pro obvious. And they play Tower of Hell every day. Like, bro, like stop, just stop. It's so overrated. Good job, you said my name correct. Yeah, Owen on Owen top animated. Yeah.
Get him!
I haven't seen you in a long time, bro. What's good? What's good?
Alright, well now I can get bones. Momio.
Bro, ain't no way I found that, bro. This game is not for real, bro.
Let's use 2 wickets, okay? Bone, also doing bone.
I was trying to ledge grab bounce, bro. I was trying to ledge bounce, bro. What am I doing, bro?
Perfect! We can now eat it. And now I have 2 more HP. Me being a bozo. I'm a bozo. Oh.
Oh my god, I'm gonna crash out. Alright, I'm gonna stop rushing.
WordPress.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna actually stop rushing.
Tight paint. Slow. A slow site means missed opportunities. Please
Put on your headphones. I promise there won't be any loud sounds, but this video is going to hurt. There's a study about hypersounds and how they cause headaches.
Wait,
These sounds
can
are
you
too
just
high
do
pitched to
this?
hear, like the
Hold
one
on,
out of
wait.
this video playing.
Can you just do
But
this?
cause headaches, they
Wait
still
a
do. The hypersound in your headphones.
Wait a second, no. I think I figured out something. Hold
The
on.
headache hasn't started already. It soon will, as exposure causes headaches after only 10 seconds. Oh my. Can you feel it? That pressure in your ears spreading to your now throbbing brain? Because you shouldn't. This study is made up, and there's no hypersound in the audio, but some of you will still have begun to feel a headache. Why? The nocebo effect. A nocebo is a harmless thing, like a video with non-existent hypersounds that causes harm, like a headache, because you believe it's harmful. That sounds like voodoo, but there's real science behind the nocebo effect, which is more than an irritating parlor trick. It causes real problems, like in medicine. When testing a new drug, doctors get a group of sick people, give half of them the new drug, and give the other half a fake pill that does nothing but which they're told is real. This is how science finds the stuff that works amongst the junk that doesn't. But new drugs have side effects, and sometimes patients drop out of the experiment because of them. No surprise there. But some people on the fake also drop out from the side effects. Side effects they've gotten from a drug that they aren't taking, but because they think they're on the real thing, they've also thought themselves into the side effects. Now maybe this is just a case of misattribution. People get headaches, and if they've joined a drug trial that lists headaches and the side effects, it's natural to blame the new drug, and that certainly happens to some extent. But the nocebo effect is more than just misattribution. It causes real additional harm that scientists can measure in cruel experiments. And this is one of the reasons there's not an overabundance of research on nocebos. Approach your friendly neighborhood ethics board.
How'd you delete the message? I didn't even see it. I just saw a message come out as message retracted.
Shut the fuck up, you such a bitch ass.
Or did YouTube moderation delete it? YouTube moderation. ESPN.
Ow! Ow! Okay, yeah, I'm holding back at the base. I hate those bozos.
I swear, like, if I hear anyone that says Pink Leaf is the GOAT or something, or Pink Leaf is the best obbiest in the entire world, and Tower of Hell is the hardest obby, I'm gonna crash out. Like, I'm genuinely gonna crash out on someone. This looks like a lie. No, never mind. Fuck is yeah. What the?
No,
why is the floor like that? Why is the floor built like that? Wait, where am I actually supposed to? Oh, I see.
Tower of Hell is the
what?
most easy hobby.
What is that? Hold on, wait. So basically, Naf, if you actually don't know, Pink Leaf is at like one obvious like Tower of Hell speedrunner that every single female like below the age of 8 just starts glazing. Like any female below the age of 8 just starts glazing her for no reason. I went the wrong way. So the hardest obby is Tower of Hell. Bro, she just speedrun Tower of Hell, and at her peak, she beat, I think, what is that obby called? Like, World's Impossible obby or something? Or, like, Most Impossible obby or something? I forgot. Yo, what's good, Doctor and Minecrafter 1 cool, hello. Where's back?
No, not ethanol!
About people being under the age of 8. Oh, shut up, yeah. I'm 13. So, I'm not 8. But, I guess, I swear if anyone says same thing in the chat, I'm gonna crash out. Yes, I'm getting rage baited.
Go, just be on GLVA. Alright.
Also, I'm gonna play Tower of Hell. Oh, conveniently placed. Conveniently placed. Just speedrun TOGF. Nah, bro, speedrun Citadel Void, bro. It's so peak. It's easy, bro. It's low easy difficulty, trust. Fuck. Okay, never mind. Hi, Neon Avalon, hello. Bro, revise for your finals. Nah, bro, today's my cheat day, bro. Today is my cheat day. Bro, get a job. Bro, I'm 13! What do you mean? I'm getting rage baited. I need to calm down. What am I doing? I need to calm down.
Bozo! Kill him! Fuck you!
What? I thought that was a trick.
Yes, I'm 15.
Bro, get a job, bro. Stop swearing. I don't think I even swore. What did I even say? That's swear. Bro, I'm 13. Oh, shut up. Alright, shut up, yeah. Get out. Oh, stop being weird now. But yeah, you get the point. I don't think you get the point. Yes, I'm playing Tower of Hell. I don't know why. Because I don't know. Because I game where you play when you hate yourself. Because it's filled with 5-year-olds. Don't say it. Don't say it, bro. Don't say it. Newbie versus Naf and Nico, who would win in Tower of Hell? I think Naf because he's better at insta-kills. I suck at insta-kill gameplay. Why Soul Terror? It's a great name for whatever the hell this is. This is just, I don't even know what the hell this is. This is like spam, but a tiny bit better, I think, possibly. Not really. Oh, wrong way. Death Jump by the Rathaus Aufgabe. Is that that sounds like German. Oh shit. I'm cooked. I'm actually so cooked. What is this gameplay, bro? What is this gameplay? This is so bad. What is this?
We have officially
I hate insta-kills.
a stack
I actually hate insta-kills.
silicon and cube. And I need how much? I need a stack and a half.
Oh my fuck. Oh shit. Oh, I hate this. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. What the f? Go back to your grade 2 homework, man. What the fuck? Bro, don't need that, bro. I swear. You're just rage baiting me, bro. TS is not funny. TS is not funny. Why does Tower of Hell always do this shit? They just pull out like the most craziest piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. That insta-kill spam was absolutely insane. And then they just give you something like this at the end. Like, what is this? This is free. Probably because it's pure. Oh, shut up! Yeah, I'm joking. I'm watching, bro. Let me watch. That's great. I love making it to the top. I'm gonna go to the pro towers now because I'm so pro. Okay. Where is it? Here it is.
Ban MC Kid.
Ban MCKD. What's that? Ban MC Kid. No, he's saying W. He's saying W, bro. What do you mean? He's the GOAT, bro. I swear, if anyone puts any game passes into this, I'm gonna crash out and join my private server. Look in chat. I'ma pack you. This guy. What do you mean? You mean you're gonna pack me, bro? You're not gonna pack me, bro. What do you mean? Packard, humble him! Get out. Like all the way up? What did he say? Get back to your grade 2 homework, little kid. Ban Minecraft. I'm out. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I have a slight theory of that. Like, I'm slightly suspicious of these people. Because I have a feeling that these people might be, cryptos and stuff. You know what I mean? What is this? Why? Why would you do that? What does this even do? What even is this? Right, I'm just gonna take this route because according to this game, or not according to this game. Oh wait, never mind, it just skips these.
I'm gonna kill Walker.
I have a slight theory. But why do you replace TH with F all the time? That does not make you look cool or whatever. I have a slight suspicion. Oh shit. What is that? Okay, yeah, I'm not playing the Pro Towers, even though it's tier 3. Bro, speak English, I can't understand you. I'm speaking English. Allow it, bro. Actually, allow it, bro. I learned it 2 years back, bro, when I migrated to the UK, bro. Actually, bro. I only learned it a few years back, bro. Allow it. Actually, allow it, bro. I thought I started this one. I'm so stupid. Anyways, I have a slight suspicion, just a slight suspicion, that Minecrafter 1 Cool Doctor, and maybe even Neon Avalon is Cryptos and Coasters. Don't get me wrong, okay? Wait, what did I just say? Wait, I forgot what I just said. Oh my fuck. Oh.
I love.
I have a slight suspicion that Minecrafter 1 Cool and Doctor is Cryptos and Coasters. This is just a slight suspicion.
Ugh.
Because you guys act the same.
Bonk.
Not like
Nothing.
super same, but like I can see like the reference in it, if you know what I mean. I can see like the similar behavior. Crippleys. Firstly, y'all joined at literally the same time. In
Bet you can't see.
when did you... Okay. Alright, hold on, let me see this. You might have bought this account. 2020. Okay, 2020. Hold on, let me see this. Okay. Don't ban me, boy. Yeah, I won't. I'm just looking, hold on. 2020. Okay, 2020, April 27.
Good
No,
look at
look
all my
here.
Goku die.
May 26. So is that May 27 on this one? Hold on, let me see. April 27. Okay. Who is this guy? Is this guy, Neon Avalon? 2019. Okay, so...
What are you looking at?
I don't think this is... Oh, hi. I forgot I was in a call with you. Even though I called. Hello.
Give me my silica.
Dementia.
I have a little
Yeah.
suspicion. of a bullshit
2023. Yeah, I don't think y'all is
I have
Cryptos.
silica. You know what's alright?
Alright. Alright, I get it. I get
Insert
it. Chat, I get
filter.
it.
Insert.
Y'all is not Cryptos or Coaster. I'm on YT, I know. Alien bro, this obby bro. Guys, I'm famous. Don't ban me, please, bro. This guy. Anyways. Slap Tower. I still have a slight suspicion, like, even after I looked at the account dates. I still have a slight suspicion. Just maybe. There is a lot of, like, they could have bought the account or something. Like, Coasters and Crypt could have bought the accounts. Or maybe it's the old account because Cryptos is made in 2023, I think. So maybe it's the old accounts because I did hear them say that they used to have an old account. So, okay, I don't know.
I have to go AFK.
Go look at R, go commit that, bro. This guy. Anyways. I'm gonna play Green Hell. Because tier 4 is fun. And tier whatever, 15 million. Anyways, Turtle, are you still here?
Yes.
So basically, this stream is basically the last stream until I actually revise. Like, genuinely lock in for a bro, I can't speak. Genuinely lock in for my finals. Like, literally, like, genuinely lock in. Like, not just like completely, not completely stop playing, but like, like, cut most of my time off. Check the screenshot.
You
missed a call from Poser. EA trucks. What? What is this? What is this, bro? What is this? What is TSPM? What is this? What is TS? 2020? Oh. You could have edited it. Well, no, because it has the old time. Or maybe you're using the like the message generator.
Give me the. Miss! 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 Miss!
It's counting as a mid-air jump even though I...
1999 found. No.
Oh, blue guy.
Oh, you
piece of shit.
What?
Basically, I have a feeling it's server-sided. Because...
So you could see it as well?
I can't see what it's saying, but right after you were talking to him, the question mark box on the thing just disappeared.
Oh.
Like, that means I can't talk to him. That's why all the NPCs didn't work for me and the jump just disappeared for me.
Oh my god! Yeah, I got toast too.
Why does this game suck? Oh, copyrighted music, shut up.
I love the folk.
Why didn't you just wall hopping? Oh, secret! What's here?
What?
No, there has to be some secret here, no way.
No, it's your mother.
Oh yeah, true, hold on, wait.
No, that wasn't, man. That's so anticlimactic.
Stop.
That was no secret.
Are you sure?
Wait, did you find something?
Hold the
Oh, you didn't. You just want me to question myself.
Yeah, question the existence of. Hold on, I need to take a really big poo. Ah! Oh my, it's hurting so much. I actually need to go. Oh my god.
Hold up, I can cheese this stage. Oh.
Get back here. Oh, perfect. Where's this bozo? Oh. Ender pearl. Let's go. We got the ender pearl. And the stupid. I'm supposed to there. Die. Judge them in. Dun 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 dun. Text. Sample text. I love hell. Oh, it's a game. Alright, let's fix my Windows lab. Let's go mining. Let's go. Bye. We have enough. Let's eat this. We have. I guess we don't need the tools anymore. We don't need fighting. We're at P8. I do some grinding. Sample text. Yo, I just said sample text. It's so fire. Watch sample text. Alright, let's see. We got our silica dust. Anyway, let's take this and let's get our coal. Let's get a bang for a buck. Yeet. And how much I have? Alright, we just have enough. So you know what we can do? That's right. We can commit coal. And it's a game of a cycler, then power, then E. Anyways, we have our next one, and we need recycling. I need a redstone. Come on, get a discard. Alright, we're gonna make a simple one. We need a centrifuge, one of our powers, one power supply. The element of supplies is an element that it has supplies. And it's just give me. Oh, let's go. We have it. So we have our centrifuge. Oh right, we need another one. Wow, I love free music. MP3. I need to do this and then make this, which requires. So I need a lot of crafting tables, and I mean a lot. Click. Alright, we have one too many, and actually need this much. Lots of these piglets, which then needs upgrades each. And it's good enough. Also, my first time to eat in a couple hours. Now, normally I was not supposed to eat into like a long time. Hey, at least I can eat now. Anyways, we're gonna make our first machine that we need for the craft this thing. And then we need a hopper. And yeah, just a hopper. Anyway. Not to block this thing, and boom, 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 boom. Hopper, and then we can do the craft, okay? Okay, we can do the craft. We're doing the craft right now. Look at that. Just alright, we have our power. Let me just crafting tables out with a helping. Oh yeah, also the speed. I got speed. I'm not 20% faster than normal crouching. They got the crafting table. Anyways, the next thing is stealing. You will download a car because I don't care about this thing. And it's making a whole 0 power. I was just doing this. Yeah, it's fine with 1. Look at this. Look at this. This thing is fine. Anyways, I stole 2 gens from the wind, and this time I didn't die from the dumbass Enderman. Oh my god, redstone. I don't care, I need a lot.
Typical.
We're just gonna recycle everything, even the osmium. This is osmium. We're just gonna make 2 blocks of redstone. Let's get a whole. Hello. I'm just getting a lot of coal for my super duper mega cool gem.
Stop.
1. Also, I changed it a little bit because it was just annoying me that it was down. Anyway, 64 blocks of coal. While we're making this, I first off need power. The game wants me to make power, so that's what I'm doing, getting power. Oh yeah, I also have newbie stream and well newbie stream and dozer.
Sup.
Alright, so yeah, I played some little Minecraft mod. Okay, we have 2 singularities. I need 3. Why?
I'm back.
Shut the bitch ass up, idiot. I'm talking to the Enderman.
Alright.
Not to you,
Hi.
but the Enderman.
Hello.
Oh, you might be right that this was made with a double jump originally. Look at the system message.
Yeah, I'm really not. It's
You know,
actually,
yeah, I'm right. I see. I see that I'm right.
No, there's live, to be honest. I don't know why he goes live every
I see.
Anyways, blocks of redstone, you know what they're used for? Making pipe. I'm making this.
Wait, this
Power
is
gen.
like really possible.
Power generator,
Like,
but
did I just
yeah,
say
just when you do
possible?
the starter
Like
version,
even if it's only double
because
jump,
it's
like
such
genuinely,
ass.
this genuinely looks
not
super possible, even if it's only double jump.
Alright, that's
When I mean super possible, I mean like genuinely, like really possible.
Is this needing more power? No,
Mhm.
it's
Just-
fine.
Bro, I erased that shit. Hold on, wait. Why does it do that? Ugh.
I double power!
Oh, that's
And
an
each
easier way.
second it makes 40 XP, which is not a lot.
Oh my.
If I was a noob. God, I'm out of coal.
I hate
I need
reverse
to steal one
droppers.
of the
Don't ask me why. I
singularities.
just suck at them.
Switch this from this to this.
Cross jumps. I can just. Why I didn't gain back my double jump from a thrust flick?
There's trust flicks now.
No, what the fuck? This is
Oh, yeah,
so...
have you seen Hardest Obby from 2008?
Not sure.
So basically, there's a obby. Some random crazy dude in 2008 thought it would be a good idea to make like around like equivalent to like about tier 7 currently of an obby in 2008. And remember that 2008 is almost like, no, not almost, 2008 is 17 years old, just so you know. A 17-year-old obby. That's his tier 7. You remember, you know, back then, like, even mega fun obbies are, like, really hard, you know? The 2008, bro, the obby, do you know what it has?
What?
It has stick out. It has, like, stick outs, onto, like, it has, like, stick out wraparounds onto a truss.
Those don't sound that bad for me.
I know, but like at the time, do you not get it? Like,
I do, kinda.
Every second I get.
Bro, what is this? What is this?
Oh, you.
Why is intense the pink difficulty, bro?
Eat the booba.
TS is not.
They just probably dragged it out at the start so they can get premium payouts.
Yes, exactly.
Ah yes, he's not playing.
I don't even need double jump for this. Fuck.
He's playing.
Okay.
Yeah, you actually don't need double jump for a lot of stages.
You seen the hell?
Not even double. And yet you still have a triple jump option.
Yeah, probably because this game saw that their players suck complete ass, so they added triple jump. Oh yeah, you don't even get your thing back after trust flick.
And the script is really fucked up.
Yeah, the triple jump script.
Also, Roblox broke Logis for a few hours yesterday.
How?
Oh, I finished the game.
Oh. How did they break Logis?
I'm gonna send you what I saw in the Ito Discord server.
Okay. Just forward the message to me or something. I don't know if you can find it.
Uploaded image.png.
Hell, thank you, D for what?
Hey. He's stupid. Anyway, so next thing we need is this thing.
Fix bugs that were reported in the past.
So.
I think no. I think the bug is the lodge. I think the lodging is the bug. Because lodging is a bug. Like you're not supposed to do that. Like, well.
Kinda true.
So like maybe people reported it, and then the the Roblox staffs were like, "Yo, actually though, this kind of breaks a lot of obbies, and normally those glitch obbies give them money." So they decided to swap it back in.
Minus fucking.
I'm gonna go grind Tower of Complexity and Volatility soon.
Okay. I'm still doing this shit game right now. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Allowing 13 amounts of English. Fun fact, tomorrow 13 is actually the same age.
This game is actually really. This game is not tough. Why people play this, bro? This game is not tough. Is this game really easy?
Very easy.
Okay. Choose the correct map. Fuck this.
Device destroyed. Reason.
This, bro.
We need it.
Ain't no way.
It's to pass, okay? It's to
Obby's not for
Alright, cool. We have a.
The final jump was a little long, but that was it.
You cool. And 2 redstones.
Okay.
And a hopper.
Was it equivalent to like a 12 studs or shorter?
Yeah, shorter.
Okay. That's not even. Oh, this is a black hole. I got a badge for being black hole.
Yeah, same. I got that too.
I was just curious. This reminds me of the everything upgrade tree black hole.
I think that thing got an update.
Did it?
No, it sucks ass. Think of it sucks ass. Anyways, you have a lot of power. Power mechanism. Yep. Yep, I can already feel it.
Bro, this game is not even hard, even without triple jump. There are some jumps that do need triple jump though, such as the one in beginner. I think stage 2 is
the final jump.
Also, the stage 2 jump. Stage 2 in beginner needs triple, or maybe it doesn't, but it's gonna be really hard if it.
Redstone, hopper.
Because the jump on stage 2 is a long jump. Like basically for people to
and just a lot more power. And the next thing.
Basically for people to like, you know, get used to the double jumping.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, wait. So I guess we have. We can just.
Bro,
I mean, you don't really need to get used to having extra jumps.
Don't tell me how.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Carrie. A few weeks ago, I decided I really
Not
wanted
like
to
you can already do a lot of
What
stages
happened- well,
without the
what happened, but here's the
double
truth.
jumping.
Computer, you can maybe compose your own jazz music on
Yeah, most of the like the hard.
How is Computer
features of
able to
this
generate those jazz masterpieces? Peering deep into
don't even
Computer's brain
need-
exposes 3 types of neural networks sitting on its hard drive: the character-based LSTM, Hypergam, and
Are
Pixel
these
CNN.
studs fake?
Computer
Bro,
definitely used one of them to generate that lovely jazz music. But I don't know
Wait,
which. I've been meaning to
these
figure
are
out some files
decals.
to
Wait,
figure out
wait,
which
what?
of you you got, and I'll obliterate the 2 of you that perform the works. Character-based LSTM.
Wait,
you're up
Turtle?
first. Here's Cobblestone's pros and cons if you want to know part 1. So Cobblestone,
The studs
what you got?
in the
And now,
game is
after
fake.
3 weeks of waiting.
Why did the prisoner choose bread instead of the key? If you know the answer, you're a philosopher.
It's not
The prisoner
real
chose bread over the key
studs.
because his immediate need for survival outweighed his
not
desire for
real
freedom and basic
studs.
needs.
Because bread tastes better than key.
That's why I'm lagging so much. It's a
Hey, wait,
decal, bro.
bye.
They're putting
Make an image of
photos of studs
Here's a
everywhere
photo
in
of
this
this.
every single
I don't like
platform.
Why did she look behind?
Because she has thighs. This is not New York.
Making
This is
games.
India.
Hey ChatGPT, look under there.
Underwear.
Haha, I've made you say underwear.
Haha, well played. Say home.
Home.
Nearly 4 million Americans have been out of work.
Home.
Game, bro.
Hey ChatGPT, look under there.
This game actually
Haha,
sucks.
I've made you say underwear.
Haha, well played. Say home.
Home.
Nearly 4 million Americans have been out of work for at least 6 months.
Why are you using my pet? Please delete this. How did you have the cloud's background? That's the sky. We were outside.
Tell me a joke.
Okay, here you go. Have you ever tried to eat a clock?
No.
Okay.
How will the man transfer his animals across the river?
With the boat.
Dinosaur, that's creepy.
I work for Mr. Beast, he's a fraud.
You know what? I'm starting to think that Mr. Beast
How does that
really.
count as a jump?
2020 president. Albert, what would you do to save world hunger?
No.
Hi, sorry for bad English.
What?
The hair hold memories.
No, that shit holds birds. If my eyes turn red.
Job had one bro.
One job had bro.
No, put the Nike logo on some numbers and expect me to answer. Can't wait to gamble today. Literally shaking. That's called dedication.
That's called an addiction.
This
Funny,
game
I can gamble every day
genuinely
for more than 20 years.
sucks.
It's all I think about, and I still haven't gotten a ticket, so now it's happening. Chess pieces in real life. Bro was born in 2016.
2016,
This ain't Wednesday. This is Thursday.
It's Black Friday.
How many chromosomes do you have?
More than you. Bro sat next to Jesus in school.
Bro wrote the alphabet.
Bro hooked up with Cleopatra. Dude, we're lucky that we are not born in Spain.
Why?
Because we don't know Spanish, bro.
Yeah, do you know what that one
Oh, yeah, 'cause I
sister
am.
once said to me?
Squid Game.
When you realize every odd number
she
has the letter
said-
E in it.
She said, bro, play Tower of Hell, bro. It's so
Is your father
easy.
an
I mean,
astronaut? My father
it's
is
the
not.
hardest
So easy
obby
because-
on
because
the
we're kids.
entire
It's out.
platform.
I remember those times where
And then I
had
said,
no food
no,
on the
it's
table.
really easy.
Why is it spelled
And then I
camouflage
said,
and not...
and she
Not
told
what?
me to try it.
Bro,
and
it's not
after
loaded.
rejecting
selling
to
this last door.
try
Just
it
used to be
because I
assembler.
said, there's no point.
India is the second largest English speaking
said,
country in the world.
Oh, is it
Guy,
because you're
guy,
too
guy, guy.
scared?
Hello?
And
Why
then
were
she
you-
proceeded to play Dress
Big
to Impress
Ivan.
after rage quitting at the game.
Why was I born?
Until I
She's
subscribe and hit that bell.
14!
Thanos, I am invisible, Tony Stark, and I am Iron Man. Me. I am 25
Embarrassing.
Now she's 15.
What is my age if I was born in 1999?
I was born in 1999. My age is 34 years.
She's still
What the
really
hell? I was
stressed
born in
to
1995 and my age is
impress
22
and
years.
cries like a fucking baby.
That is your
Because
personal
one time I insulted her, she started crying
Say
on
hi
the
to me,
phone, bro.
911.
That's really embarrassing.
14-year-old getting humbled by a
Can you give me a recipe?
12-year-old at the time. Crazy. And crying over it as well. Like, what is this?
Name a fictional character that can lift this up. Thor.
And it wasn't even, I didn't even start the insult.
Chase that money.
She started insulting me for no reason.
Bro, can you please unsleep me at 6
And
a.m.?
after she started crying,
Unsleep me
Davan
at 6.
decided
What the hell is
to
unsleep? It's waking me up at 6.
protect her and defend her and say like,
What you do in this situation?
newbie, well, my real name, but
I'd probably be a little mad.
like, newbie, you can't even say anything. You this and that, you this and that. Like, shut the fuck up.
Nobody wants to talk to you. Nobody wants you to live. Don't worry, my name is Nobody.
Bro, that man's such a big back, bro.
Have you made a Ghibli-style image with AI?
broke so
Congratulations,
many
you've authorized
chairs,
AI companies to
bro.
collect your facial data. Here we're all sticking
That's
together,
not
bro.
it.
You received a like. Don't keep your potential match waiting. Become a premium member to find out who they are and match today.
Even in the fog of war, a tank is still visible.
I'm not scared to fight. I'm scared to actually.
Nah, bro, guess what happened, bro? One time, bro. Do you want to know something? So basically, yeah. It was basically, it was like registering people time. Like a time to register people.
Oh, we have an extra stack.
And then guess what happened?
Because I have fighting techniques that
Davan
can probably
sat
break someone's
down
arm.
on one of the
Any shame on you
chairs.
tonight?
Fuck. Davan sat down on one of the chairs.
Who would win?
And guess
One
what
trillion lions or the
happened
sun?
to it?
The lions would win. They attacked at night.
He heard a snap sound, and then he just picked up one of the legs that has
call
been
Domino's Pizza
snapped
at
from
3
the
a.m.
chair.
Why? Because it's closed.
Look at this. I'm making a mask of Antonio. Antonymous.
He snapped the legs.
Bartholomew.
Like, it literally fell off.
Megalodon, the shark that
It
lived
was,
about 60
it was
million
like
years ago.
in
How do you live 60 million
pieces.
years ago if the Earth is only 24 years old?
Oh, so newbie.
There is no word in English that ends with J.
Shinji is getting haunted. Is being haunted by a moth for months now.
I'd rather get 1 cent a second than $2.5 million.
1 cent a second is 1.3 million.
It's being haunted by a moth.
I just thought of the biggest number I know and cemented.
It keeps flying in his face for multiple weeks now.
Who is this order for?
The person who ordered.
Same one.
How Wi-Fi works in my room.
I don't know.
Doctor, you have 249 minutes to live. Wait, 249 minutes.
Wow, that's
Cool.
249 minutes.
Whip, please don't bully me. Okay.
59.
Tricky.
How many times does the letter N appear in the word mayonnaise?
The letter N appears 4 times in the word mayonnaise.
Q.
Can you list each of them?
Sure, the letter N appears in the following positions in the word mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. 2. Mayonnaise. 3. Mayonnaise. 4.
I'm not playing this one.
You were
I
given
was
$1 million
just
cash
about to
and
leave.
7 days to find it. Where are you hiding? A place that takes 8
Why
days
am I
to
on
get there.
stage 11?
If you look like this, you can break my heart.
Will you stop? No,
What's a funny
kidding.
fact about yourself? I turned 11 on 11/11/11. Added 11/11/11 for the non-Americans.
Go around
He literally said,
small, I don't
you
know.
are given $1 million to hide a paperclip from a detective. He has 7 days to find it. Where are you hiding it?
Show it to
Can
him.
I
Pretend
say
you didn't
help
find it.
in chat?
Water splash down.
This is really hard to sight read, by the way, this will be.
Hey, I
2019
make
highest paid female musicians.
Yeah, but not one that's really shit to sight read.
Also, do you wanna, I added a final stretch in the...
Please, I took this photo without realizing it was mirroring the movie.
Let's jump.
Why you got paracetamol on the wall?
Why are oranges called oranges?
It's not really hard though. You wanna take a look soon?
Maybe.
I won the Nobel Prize.
Okay,
Got a BuzzFeed
I'm gonna
article.
leave
Got
this
100
game and
billion
join
hits.
Roblox
About 10 bowls of mac and cheese that look just like
You wanna join me?
How on earth have I not done
I'm gonna do
it?
Tower of Complexity and Walking
Learning about
now.
beings made up of people's dreams. My
Okay,
curiosity
but
was
can you
piqued. I
watch
realised
my
we have
screen
actually
share
been
before
here
you do
before when we looked at dreams
Okay.
about me, including
Wish
this
me
little
luck.
video idea about the internet's craziest lion stories, which incredibly to this day I still get comments like, with 3-act lion stories. So let's see what else this Reddit has then. I had a dream you could speed up pregnancies by paying gems, just like you your plans. Now is not the time to be stingy. Spend some green gems to speed things up. I saw this on my phone as I was waking up. App Store, phone, Spotify. Evil Spotify. In a dream, I had software that allowed me to time travel. The interface looked like this. Version 1.3, I note the settings there where you can input the date, the location, adjust your swimble, recreation of a video thumbnail I saw in my dream. Leaning tower, caught standing upright. She fooled us all. Cheater. I dreamed that I was playing Mario Kart and there was a track that took 3 days to complete. And when I somehow managed to get first place, a pop-up came on screen that read, "Congratulations, you're gonna
I can't see it.
It flashed in my mind as I drifted off to sleep. I can fix her. My brother in Christ, she stabbed you in the
Can you see this?
stomach. Woke up with this image in my head. Why is it downloading the wrong Japan? I have no idea what the correct Japan Japan would have been. Dreamed up Demi Lovato running a child trafficking ring and responding to it very poorly on Twitter. Wow, and no one's going to tell me about this Facebook rolling eyes emoji. The FBI doesn't have to tell you jack shit. I think I have the right to know when they decide to randomly trespass on my property. Oh, you even don't explain yourself. Mistakes happen.
I don't see this one. Yes.
And we've hold up north. Yes,
I can, obviously.
Just making sure, bro. Alright, so look here.
Boy, I'm the flesh boiling fairy.
It's not the Hungarian. Anyway. Right here.
Okay, you knew exactly what I was thinking about.
It's Kim Kardashian posting been asking for my genome for quite a while now, so here you go.
Also the music.
Sound all over Twitter. Emergency frog situation! I saw this on my phone in my dreams. Don't you love it when this guy fucking done?
Ah, camera choppiness. Wait, can you watch the stream instead? Because it's actually super choppy.
Okay. I just don't. I have to open up YouTube. I'm not listening to the music though.
Trading cards. If you combined
I'm gonna wait for this to come
out. Beyond there, they would combine into
yeah, me see, I'm watching.
Three of them. This green text appears to me in a dream. Be me. Go to McDonald's. Order 10 quadrillion McNuggets glasses. There's no possible way they can make 10 quadrillion McNuggets.
Yeah, I know it's delayed.
10 McNuggets. Came clean last night. The Sony and new handheld E3. RIP to the PlayStation 2 and 3. Talking about how the longest screen in gaming history and literally taken 1 out of time. I listen and agree.
That's music.
Sometimes it's always rising faces. Over 60 and I'm after a month.
Gain trauma from actually doing Devour of Gods in Inferno.
Not again!
What? Bro, that jump. Okay, well, you get the point.
Oh, that is hard.
Yeah. I still got to the.
What the fuck is
not the end,
now?
but like, you know.
The fuck? Why would you make anyone play that?
Final stretch.
That is like Neil.
I did it. I kind of did it. Not really.
Okay, yeah, too. I'm not used to that type of camera control jump.
Yeah.
Oh, let me look at Dardash's grind. I wanna see if he's far or not.
Doesn't he stream on Twitch? Doesn't he stream on Twitch?
He streams on Twitch, but he started cross-streaming. But he doesn't really watch the YouTube chat, but at least I can still see it.
Stop! What the fuck?
What the fuck is Eater now? I don't know.
Eater!
Oh, he's having... this is not that good of a run
wait,
yet.
Naf the Nico. Nico boy. Naf the Nico. Did you see? Hold on, wait, I'm gonna start. Watch.
Wow! Yeah, I'm watching this. Give me single buck. That's easy gameplay. Do that.
Inspiration from that one clip where the guy thinks it's the end, but it's not, and
Yes,
feels the first.
I did. I saw it on TikTok a few days ago.
Yeah, he sent me that too.
Alright, Nav, sorry, my bad. Actually, hold on. I keep failing the first jump, my bad. But just keep on watching, please.
I'm charging my.
If you don't watch it, and once I come back to your live stream and I see that you're not watching it, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna give you a 24-hour timeout.
Again?
There's no way. That is
Also, YouTube has been acting a bit weird recently.
Bro, Naf just called that camera control obby effortless, bro.
But newbie, YouTube has been acting up a bit recently. Wait. I'm gonna send you a picture that... Why are the buttons overlapping?
Yo, Blablazuka!
Does that
That's
does that mean like subscribe?
The gray one is the
I
subscribe.
hate stupid Elliot.
Yeah, but that's a subscribe D. Okay, what about the black one? What does that say?
It's like the join the membership thingy.
Oh.
Join membership. Subscribe.
I don't know. It doesn't do that for me. Probably because I use English and I don't know what's going on with the Hungarian.
Who the fuck is Gabby?
Also, the mobile version of YouTube
What's
has been
so fun?
acting up a bit weird. When you know when you pull it up, it should be like smaller.
Gabby.
I don't know.
Like just now that when I pull it up to search videos from another video, I just look at look at where it can take me. It just covers my entire screen.
I love stamina.
Oh, Paradox is having like a top 60% run right now.
Top 60? Is he doing Celeste?
Yeah, he's grinding 9D platinum.
Oh yeah, remember I said Celeste Molest.
Go commit Roblox!
Fuck you. Fuck thyself.
Why are you lobby?
Thy end is now.
We make a supersonic races.
Not Sisyphus, Prime, or whatever it's called. Minos or something.
There's no way you got that wrong.
Same thing, I don't care, bro. I have not
even Minos and Sisyphus are not the same
I can't even beat the flesh.
You lobby looks ugly. So?
I don't even play Wolfrock here.
And guess what? You need to
God!
beat the flesh prison.
Oh my god, let's go! The game also lets me die is marching up.
It's the pre-boss, it's like the training.
Loading.
Yeah, I did hear that. That's nothing.
I hate you.
I didn't even beat the flesh prison. I used a harmless.
You couldn't beat it on harmless.
I hate it. I hate you. You
Very blood dodge.
I hate you.
Very blood dodge. Very blood dodge.
It's the unwanted time. Some innocent arbitrator fails another. Wanted 5 billion studs. Someone beat Tower of Killing Layer, just you know what? Just beat TOV Tower of Generation Failure. Because you're still I feel like you'll still be a failure in Generation. But I'm just screwing. I never beat it at half of it. I never beat it. We have a lot of carbon nano. I'm still super proud. They just keep them near. Alright, welcome everybody back today.
I don't know how to use the rocket properly.
Rocket launcher.
I I grabbed the.
What? Both. Oh!
I am not good at this. I have like 5 hours on Ultra Kill. I am not good at this game.
Oh! Oh! Bozo! Bozo! You stupid! Yeah, go. You stupid Enderman! I just want to tell you! Get. Oh.
Oh, you're so good.
Oh. Ender is it? Fight me, demon! Get Bono, do not fight me. Oh, just Go commit door.
Karen that died.
I hate this mod.
How do I even use this crap?
I love 64. I'm
Okay,
going to
we should
furnace to cook some stuff. Put this thing and then take more coal and eat it even more. Oh, let's black. Okay,
Hi, Luna.
Here. No, my sand! I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I Fan!
Yeah, I actually got one.
Oh my god.
No, she's 30.
Alright, okay, buddy. I need to get a better rank, like 7-1.
Three.
The time, that's the problem. I think the time.
Well, let's play some you dummy.
I guess still here
Now
lagging way more than
What's a spell? Loads of money! Probably.
Did I not press the button?
So here's a bit of a history lesson about the genius that was Bonzi Buddy.
Probably from downloading Bonzi Buddy.
I got all this information from various Wikipedia articles, legal documents, hours of deep diving into weird advertising companies, and my brain. In the year 1993, we meet our brave heroes, the Bonzi brothers, aka Jay and Joe. This was before the whole virtual agent desktop buddy was a thing. The earliest thing I could find that these two worked on was a program called Voice Email, a software that lets you attach audio files to your emails. There were a couple other random programs they made, like an Internet Booster and Internet Alert, which 100% were just big old nothing burgers. If anything ever claims to boost your internet, run 50 meters in the opposite direction. In the year 1999, the Bonzi brothers decided to release something that could do more than just one thing like the other programs they made. They utilized the Microsoft Agent technology, which allowed you to create your own virtual desktop assistant. Characters like Petey and Merlin were popular ones, along with the previously mentioned Clippy. Clippy was baked into Microsoft Office though, sealed away, never to see the glories of this world. And in this new program the two masterminds created, they made one of the most recognizable desktop assistants yet. This program was called Bonzi Buddy, and featured Petey the Parrot at first. You think the guys who made Internet Booster are gonna have original ideas at first? Nah, you gotta give them a year to cook up something like a purple monkey. Bonzi Buddy was a jack of all trades. He could manage downloads, utilize a calendar, help with emails, on top of more silly functions like singing and telling jokes. His little gorilla personality had it all, and while not an essential for your PC, on paper it was a pretty neat program. It was essentially a precursor to things like Siri and Alexa, but please take heed of how I say it was neat on paper. We'll get into his functions later, but for now, let's talk about what really matters. Subscription services and stealing children's info. Bonzi had a few issues of varying importance. For one, he was annoying as fuck. I mean, the man himself wasn't always tolerable. He talks and jokes like every 5 seconds. But what he did to your PC was way worse than that. Bonzi Buddy is what you would call adware, which is a type of virus that constantly bugs you with pop-ups, random new software, all that garbage. Bonzi would show you fake error messages and virus alerts, have tons of pop-up ads, and even change your homepage to Bonzi.com. This is textbook virus shenanigans, and proving its shadiness even further was another glaring issue with Bonzi Buddy, the spyware. Now, every single program in existence collects and sells your data. At least now they'll tell you that, hey, you know how you looked up how to blow up the sun? Yeah, we're gonna sell that info to Ubisoft. But this was the early 2000s. The internet was still fairly new, and people weren't aware about online companies tracking and selling your data, especially when they didn't tell. People were calling Bonzi software out on this for literal years before they finally got their comeuppance. Believe it or not, though, that's not the worst thing Bonzi Buddy did. It introduced a subscription service. While Bonzi Buddy was free, unless you shelled out the big bucks, you couldn't truly unlock his potential. You were able to pay for additional features though, things like an email reader, storybooks, games, more jokes. These were all so damn expensive though. Why on earth would you spend $40 on more jokes? Well, we aren't on Earth, are we? We're in Bonzi's domain now. Anyways, if you wanted to get all of these features for cheap, you could sign up for a gold membership, a subscription service which lets you access all of Bonzi's paid features. For $10 a month or $90 a year, it's just not worth it at all. That's roughly $150 today. Some old website I found even claimed that you couldn't buy certain modules separately, only the gold membership. However, the gold membership did one thing right, physical rewards. Now, for all I know, there was a million different Bonzi products out there that existed, but online documentation only exists for one, an official Bonzi Buddy plush. This thing haunts my dreams. I cannot...
You know how when you right click to a normal shotgun, you shoot like a bomb thing? Yeah. And then after that, you have to hit him with the pistol. Get that. And you also have to like aim it at the pieces really hard.
If I can use
shoot the projectile without making it like really close to you. It's just really hard.
It is Rufus. Real easy to tell. Okay, but no. I will do that. No! I have to hit the
There's a link that leads you to Random Maps.
Super duper omega evil.
Game Banana, but you can
How do you get
use there's a compatibility with Game Banana and Olympus so that you can go to the Olympus page from Game Banana. Do I send you the random map link?
I don't want to update
get a phone?
Use this guy from
This is a good one.
I'll write your laptop.
Yeah, jump time. I'm not sure what the scary jump is. It's this bullshit.
High FPS and no ping. That's full ping. Zero. Yeah, why not? Let's suicide.
Yeah, I'm scared of the jump. I hate that shit.
Sleep deep there. That was perfectly done. Thunder.
How do I?
Oh, I think the jump. That was my duty jump for a long time, by the way. I failed it 6 times before getting it. That's it.
This is broken. I hate this game.
See you next time.
Or maybe Google Chrome is broken. Why is it not doing it? It's not going on top of Usu. Usu is not full screen.
Append. I am. No.
Just because of a shitty
Guys, all
change they
I
made on the beta version only. Like, no, the clicking, no.
Wij zullen get those. No!
I think I didn't do good.
I hate that news.
157 pieces.
59 glass makes 59 sands. Wait, 59 sands? No. I have 960. I need 2 stacks more. What? I hate this thing. Wow, I have 49. I hit the like and subscribe button. What did I do? And then the haters did this. Just go hit the like, the bell, and my button. Like, no, I was not about to hit the bell and like button.
It sounds like you're getting insane.
Alright, cool. Oh, shush. Hey, I have to wait less now. No. Yeah, I have to wait less.
Rest in my cold, dark grave until that Bonzi Buddy plush is on the shelf behind me. If you aren't selling it on eBay for like $1,000 and being unwilling to budge, by the way, please send me a message on Twitter, Blue Sky, email me, send me a goddamn message by pigeon. I will make an offer for that plush. Won't be $1,000, but I'll make an offer. You know what, Jay and Joe, if you're listening right now, if you give me any type of Bonzi memorabilia that you happen to have, we'll all forget about the whole spyware thing. I talked to all 8 billion people on this planet. We're all in agreement. With all of these factors of Bonzi Buddy, it was only a matter of time before legal trouble struck. A class action lawsuit was settled in 2003 over their shady use of advertising and fake pop-ups. And then there was the big one. In 2004, the FTC hit the Bonzi Bros with a $75,000 fine for violating COPPA, or the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. This was raps for Bonzi, as he probably wasn't racking in enough to keep up with the fines and the bad publicity. Besides a random release of Max Alert in 2003, another desktop assistant based on virus detection, ironic, Bonzi software was finished. In 2004, Bonzi Buddy was officially discontinued. As an infant, I was devastated by the news. Bonzi software ceased operations, and Bonzi Buddy's website was left open to rot and eventually be shut down years later. This is where the Buddy and the brothers split paths, as neither of their stories are over just yet. Jay and Joe had other companies after Bonzi software was shut down, mainly the company 2K Direct, who still operates to this day as iPromote. At least Joe still works for them, according to what I found, but I don't know. What iPromote does is that they help companies advertise online. Really came full circle with that, huh, Joe? I mean, as long as they're doing it legally, it really doesn't matter. I'm a pretty forgiving guy, and while what they did was scummy, I'd like to think 21 years is enough time to change and grow as people. I mean, they gave us a funny purple monkey. They can't be that bad, right? Speaking of which, what happened to Bonzi Buddy after this? The Swedish happened, that's what. After his discontinuation, the website stayed up for a few years after. I saw people throwing around the year 2008, but I couldn't confirm this. Either way, he eventually disappeared. Just another niche computer program that would only exist in the memories of those who used it. Enter Joel, aka Vard Skeletor. He was a live streamer for the website Vinesauce that gained popularity through a couple of things. Bootlegs, old computer games, and most importantly, the Windows destruction. It's exactly how it sounds. He'd get a Windows virtual machine, pump it full of viruses and other garbage, be silly and goofy, and then render the whole thing unusable. These were my shit back in the day. In fact, Joel is one of the only reasons I know what Twitch is and made my account in the first place. But back to Bonzi. In 2014, during Joel's Windows XP destruction, his first one, he decided to download the Purple Rapscallion for all to see. Also, fun fact, the first time he tried to download Bonzi, it redirected him to an adult website.
How did I get
naked ladies? No. Thanks, Bonzi, for that one. Can't have the thing made for kids not redirect to that, can we? Anyways, after the video of the XP destruction blew up, so did Bonzi Buddy, garnering an entirely new dedicated fan base. He was play epic awesome meme. Expand dong, anyone? This has been a hilarious Hoba classic. Thank you, and
bye. I hate you. And how much? Yes, we have sand. And sand makes more sand. And sand is sand. Look. Look at, okay? Sand is sand. I have 2 stacks. Let's just put a stack in there. And let's just wait.
and good night. Bonzi also inadvertently became the poster child of computer viruses. Despite not doing any actual damage to your computer, you'd see people just straight up saying he could destroy your PC. Hell, at this point in 2014, he couldn't even steal your data. The servers for Bonzi shut down years prior, so while you probably shouldn't be typing in your address, he's relatively harmless nowadays. So as of 2014, he was no longer the infamous spyware aimed at children. He was the infamous defunct spyware joked about by children. And I was no exception. In middle school, I was obsessed with this guy and computer viruses as a whole. True story. For my 7th grade English class, I wrote a story about superheroes fighting Bonzi Buddy and got an A somehow. That poor teacher, man. That shit was like 20 pages. So the legacy of Bonzi Buddy had changed and evolved, remaining a niche part of pop culture online. He frequented as a running joke on Joel's live streams, he appeared in even more Windows destructions, and even had his own actual virus made about him called Bonzify. It does indeed Bonzify your computer. I actually reached out to Joel for a comment on how he felt about the resurgence of Bonzi Buddy, and he responded. Here's what he had to say about it. I don't know why he said this. Should I be concerned? As for the Bonzi Buddy websites, they were bought out and changed a few times over the years. The original BonziBuddy.tk website
now reads Rest in Piss Forever Miss with Wake Me Up blaring in the background and Bonzi's a flying. And Bonzi.com now redirects to an OpenSeas page with NFTs of Bonzi Buddy made by the original creators Jay and Joe Bonzi. Come on, guys. I literally just went up the bat for you and you're gonna go and do this. Fine, whatever, I don't care anymore. Now, to be fair, there's no real evidence that this is actually Joe and Jay. The only reason I feel like there's a chance is because of this NFT right here. That is a high quality render of Bonzi, probably the highest quality one that exists. It's entirely possible that they just recreated it or cleaned up a pre-existing render, but I won't cope too hard. I won't exactly be surprised if the shady businessman invested in a shady business. But let's not linger on the negative stuff. What about the positive stuff that come out of Bonzi Buddy? Well, he makes for a wicked tattoo. Well, for one, there's been quite a few revival attempts for this program. The biggest one I found is from 2024, called Bonzi Buddy Rewritten. Made by Maddox 5081, it was a spyware adware-free recreation of the titular gorilla that mimics the program as best as possible. Maddox and another developer, Connor88, actually went through and remade all of the classic Bonzi software, including their very own Blog Buddy, which I'm good, actually. Bonzi was also the main inspiration behind the popular indie horror game, The Neato Pet. It's a game that takes place on a virtual desktop and features my favorite walking wad of gum. I made a whole video on that game if you want to learn more, but go play it for yourself. It's quite the ride. And that's kind of where Bonzi Buddy sits today. He's the unofficial mascot for computer viruses, an old meme, a character with an oddly big fan base behind it, the proud mascot of Bonzi Gold membership, the guy who has beat Sonic.exe's ass multiple times. Bonzi Buddy is such a fascinating thing. There aren't many other computer viruses with this level of infamy that have such a large fan base. You don't see people going, oh hell yeah, I love WannaCry. Remember how he stole all that money from those hospitals? That's a new meme if I've ever seen one. He's just weirdly endearing, and I'm genuinely curious if his legacy will continue to live on. And that was the history of Bonzi Buddy, but we're not quite done yet. I know, the second you heard that there was a calendar feature, you've just been dying to see this bad boy in action. So let's dive into the actual Bonzi Buddy program and see, is it worth the hype? The hype being a goofy virus that's been made fun of for a decade, but I mean, you can still see. For my review, I'll be hopping between two different versions of Bonzi, the original with all the gold features and the rewritten version. Both had different pros and cons, and just so I could show everything this program could do, I had to use both. Also, on Windows 10 for some reason, this blue background is behind Bonzi. Not on Windows XP though. I'm sure there's a technical reason for this, but I think it's funnier to just say that this is his eternal prison after he was caught back in 2004. The website to download this guy is just great. I've always wanted to download a best friend. Bonzi swings in from his vines to welcome you to the program. All you gotta do now is type in your full legal name, address, and email. Not even a full minute into the program and it's already stealing your information. Gotta respect the hustle. I'm no pushover though. Just so he doesn't think about stealing my data, I put in a name that would force him to respect me. Better put in another one just in case. Fill out your interests and with that, you're able to use Bonzi Buddy. Bonzi himself sits on your desktop 24/7 unless you hide or close him. He'll swing around, do little idle animations, or randomly tell jokes or facts at the most inconvenient times. Son of a bitch ruined my solitaire game. You can actually turn down all of this in his personality tab, which is a really nice feature to have. Otherwise, you can move him around, shake him, really put him wherever. On to the actual features though, which he has a lot of and not many at the same time. Bonzi's supposed to have this little menu to access most of these features from, but for some reason it doesn't appear for me on the normal version. It's on the rewritten version, but the icons on the left are different. You can just right click on him though, it's the same thing. One of the main features here is the search insert. With this feature, you can search the internet or just straight up type in a website to visit. This feature is beyond dead at this point, but rewritten actually lets you do this, which is pretty cool. For the haters who say me and Bonzi aren't friends, explain this. There's also the many management and office-like features. First is the download manager, which, manages downloads, I guess. I wasn't exactly sure how to test this one, I'm not gonna lie. You can also send emails with his help, and on Rewritten, even share him on social media. Will I be logging into my Twitter account with Bonzi? As much as I want to sick this guy on Elon, I'm not giving this program my login info. And lastly, there's the calendar. Thank God I'll finally remember to play Minecraft in 20 years. That's about all that Bonzi has for practical features, but what about his fun stuff that he has? I don't know how I'm feeling about this. I mean, is it really as good as it was advertised?
I like your black reason color. I like your black reason color. I like your black reason color.
Alright, I'm freaking sold. Just take everything I own, please. There's some more basic features like utilizing Bonzi's text-to-speech program to say whatever you want. Keep it clean though, don't make him say anything obscene. You can also ask for a joke or a fact, which are, I mean, they're jokes and facts, what else can I say about it? What do you mean you didn't want to believe it? You can also get him to play animations, play audio, and even sing songs to you. Honestly, the songs might be my favorite feature. Something about old text-to-speech software being used for music is really charming to me. Also, how they had to spell certain words to get him to pronounce them right, that's just neat. I can listen to In My Merry Oldsmobile for hours. Now, time for the slightly more interesting features, stories and games. The stories are just that, stories you read along with Bonzi. I was only able to get one to function because this program did not appreciate me trying to read any other ones. Side note, the original Bonzi program broke on me several times. Buttons were disappearing, at one point it was in a different language, and then this happened? No, Bonzi, I don't want you to make your home my home. I don't currently feel safe. Anyways, back to the one story I was able to get working. Bonzi and the Polyzoof. Something about Bonzi and Frog Bonzi getting a camera, taking pictures of all their friends, hilarity ensued. The drawings were very jarring. At some points the hand-drawn style looks really nice, and at times it looks like Bonzi is actively dying in an explosion. And last but not least, the games. They're just themed variants of pre-existing games. First is Bonzi's Beach Checkers, where the crabs just throw the other crabs into the f***ing stratosphere. You've got Bonzi's Jungle Jigsaw, the worst jigsaw game I've ever played. The first few are fine, but what the hell is this? What 6-year-old is going to be able to complete that? And finally, Bonzi Solitaire, featuring 3 whole themes. It's just bare bones, no feature solitaires with pictures of Bonzi on the cards. I'm not proud to say this, but I played like at least an hour of the solitaire. And that's all Bonzi Buddy has. Like I said, it seems like a lot, but it really isn't. Bonzi's few practical uses just weren't enough to call this a good virtual assistant. At best, Bonzi Buddy was a souped-up desktop toy, which is fine, but they acted like he was gonna change the internet forever. Only took him a decade to fulfill that promise. At worst, he was an annoying, slightly useless program for children that stole your information, installed random garbage, and went down in history as one of the most infamous computer programs out there. But just look at him, how could you hate that face? BonziBuddy is so baffling, yet intriguing at the same time. Sure, computer programs targeting kids or harboring similar goals had existed around this time, but none of them gained the notoriety and infamy that BonziBuddy did.
A YouTuber's merchandise can either ruin their reputation or make fans want to buy more.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards? Start earning with Microsoft Rewards today.
Wow.
Heroes tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight, yeah. We are heroes tonight, we will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Oh, very good kiss music. Hacks. Oh, just throw my computer. Alright, let's use the sand there. And let's get to the man.
I'm playing in Noir because I cannot play out of complexity and
we built a big monster.
I lost my full combo because of the last section. I was about to blame it on you.
Nah, fuck you.
Nah, bro. Right after you spoke, I broke full combo. It was the end of the map of the 3-minute map, bro. How is that not your fault? But yeah, I know you didn't know.
The time when I asked
no,
you to.
I know you didn't know, so I didn't blame you.
Dom.
Yeah.
Dom.
But there were times when you did know that I was doing good. I think did it intentionally. I was so angry when that happened.
You can help with it.
Probably.
Alright, we have 64 glasses and we have 50 glasses which will be level 10. I'm gonna walk up. Come on, dude. Alright, new map. No! No! Ow. Skip! Skip! Those twice. And heaven. Oh, to tell us about the Scott fight Cranberry House. Oh, the survivor won. What? This is no lovely. Whoa! What the fuck?
What is this really bad accuracy? Wait, what is this really bad accuracy? What is this super bad accuracy? What is this? How did I get 14 misses? That was not 14. Was that 14 misses? I don't believe this.
I want to see this place from not Minecraft. Skip.
I can't do this.
Kahoot! Yo, fucking Kahoot. Blah 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 blah. No. Oh, nugget. Nugget.
Why is this jack so Swapgator?
We need to do it. I'm Team Jack. I will do some empty stuff.
stashing an 18-pack of beer down his pants. He ended up outrunning the helicopter, and because of it, the police said over the loudspeaker on the helicopter, "You're cool!" Back in 2021, when my videos sounded more like this, we examined tall tales from those kids at school that lied all the time, but we never asked Reddit if they had any similar such fibbing old friends. 8th grade, this kid named Jeremy told a bunch of us him and his dad drove to Area 51 in the middle of the night, took apart a stealth fighter with just a screwdriver and put it in his dad's truck, went home and put the whole thing back together in his attic. Kid in like 5th grade said his muscles were too big, so he had to get a shot to make them smaller. I got jumped by a Brazilian gang because my brother owed them drug money. This to explain a scab on his knee, that she had a pet dolphin and her best friend Miley Cyrus would come over to play with it, that he was a Major League Baseball player. Also, the Prince of Russia. I knew a dude in college so good at soccer that the entire other team literally went to the hospital due to exhaustion, that he spent the last 5 days counting to infinity, that he once almost drowned in his personal pool but saved himself by drinking all the water, worked temporarily for the Secret Service, had telekinesis, everyone else got the toilet, and then just
Billy beans. Billy. No. You. I got flung. Where's my MC going? 13. Okay, that's cool. That's done. So let's go, y'all. They own sand people. Don wow. Bon womp. Womp womp. Womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Wow wow wow.
And she said it was because she was sad and couldn't control her powers yet. Classmate's German grandfather created Pokemon during World War II. My friend Mitchell told me in elementary school his mom invented the round cookie. Before that, all cookies were square. A kid I went to school with said he invented the colour grey. But he fucked Trish Strayer so hard, she died last night.
I'm just really good at shagging now, that's all I'm saying.
Bollocks. There was a girl in high school who would always come up with ridiculous lies to get attention. My favourite was that she owned a rare pair of hybrid Nike Reebok shoes called Nickbock. That he was taking apart a PS3, a 360 and Wii and combining them to make a Pee-wee 360. He was dead serious. A kid in my elementary school was bragging about having the PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Wow. How'd you have all those? Oh, my dad, he actually owns Sony. So, what, can I see a picture of him? But his phone's broke. So, yeah, can't see pictures of him. Oh, that's a shame. Maybe I could come around your house and meet him. Yeah, no, because obviously, lives in another country. Right, but I could find him on your Facebook, couldn't I? Because you'd have your surname. No, to change his last name. Yeah, because they make it more pronounceable for the locals. Yeah. My dad had his arm bitten off by a shark, but luckily it grew back. His name was Kevin, and he told me he has a 30-inch dick. So, this guy at my high school told everyone that he was a werewolf. His background story was that one night a werewolf broke into his house and bit him, causing him to transform. Me, being the arsehole that I am, went and tried to pry answers from him one day at lunch. He then went to the bathroom and tore his shirt and messed his hair up and came back out and said, just transformed in the bathroom because I was so pissed. She said that she was dating Prince William. Alex Ferguson called her up heavily stressed and asked for legal advice on what to do with money. A guy in my class claimed he'd lost his virginity twice, that their grandpa killed Hitler. I immediately responded with, also your grandpa was Hitler. I have the new Apple phone, do you? Now I've got a BlackBerry. Well, I have a Blueberry. He once sleepwalked all the way across town. He lived with Bob Ross. His dad was the head of the military and tased himself to sleep every night. There was a kid when I was in 5th grade who showed up like a fucking whirlwind and told the most fantastic lies and then was gone the next semester. He told me lightsabers were real when his dad used to have one, but it was only strong enough to cut through bread. I knew a kid in elementary in the early 90s who said they knew George Lucas and his dad worked on Star Wars and Indiana Jones and we all thought he had full of shit. So for show and tell, he brought his dad.
Where are you at?
Born his dead dad.
I mean, the always difficulty chart or rapid difficulty chart.
You know that Korean tower game that is the tower for
What?
You know that Korean tower?
Some Dutch drama effort is taking place on the godforsaken platform named Twitter once again, with some tweets from me going semi-viral, getting tens of thousands of likes, prompting many people in these replies to then start lying about me, making serious false claims against me, and started dragging my name in the dirt for the millionth time with no basis behind it whatsoever. So if you guys are sick and tired as I am of the constant harassment into it, out of misinformation and hate being spread against me, if I just decided to ignore it, people would take it as a form of guilt and will just continue to allow these lies to spread unprompted. Now, recent hate waves towards me have been started by a user having made a tweet about a video I made over 9 months ago, using a screenshot of the video where it said it was made only 30 minutes ago to make it seem as if I've just uploaded it. This tweet then blew up, prompting extremely malicious people on Twitter to start cheering that I'm finally being successfully slandered and I'm finally being hated on as well, which is both extremely immature and pathetic. The fact that there is still mob mentality like this on Twitter, where users will just cheer at any example of hate or misinformation being spread against me, is borderline sociopathic. There were even people making comments in reference to how they wished me and other Roblox YouTubers to simply just... And you have to take into consideration as well that in this certain instance I did literally nothing wrong. This was a tweet made in reference to a video I made over 9 months ago, close to 10 months, and the messaging and reasoning for why I made this video has been completely twisted. It was in good faith, but of course people on Twitter have to make it seem to be some kind of villain. I mean, users have taken the opportunity to claim that I'm a narcissistic, homophobic Trump supporter, or even that I'm an ableist who self-diagnosed themselves with autism, or that I was some sort of conservative supporter, with no evidence behind these claims whatsoever, but people of course believing them. First, I'd like to clarify that 1, look at my Wikituvia page, and you'd know that I'm certainly not homophobic in the slightest because I'm quite literally pan. 2, I am not self-diagnosed autistic, as I was diagnosed at the age of 8 with Asperger's syndrome. 3, I do not support Trump and I am not aligned with his political values whatsoever, and my friends in real life and online especially know this as apparently. The people who made these claims don't even do the surface level bare bones research, because in this video I'm referencing I make this point crystal clear, rather clear. Now, to prevent Twitter from twisting the messaging of this video maliciously, this video is not monetized and I'm not here to push forward any political agenda either. I'm just here to offer criticisms for the way some users in the Roblox community have openly used their platform to poke fun at a situation in which has resulted in numerous innocent individuals being injured. This situation is public knowledge too, so I have every right to offer my opinion.
This furry looking guy. What is this furry?
The game wants the bare bones piece of shit. Yeah, the power goes down, but thankfully our 2 gens are very good at doing the United. So let's make our carbon nanos and just like that. Alright, animation 101. We're going to get everything starting automated except these things because yeah, when I get to create, I'll just start automating them.
Duolingo has built up a reputation of being one of the few brands that actually seems to understand its audience, and unfortunately, all of that seems to have gone out the window with a single announcement. On LinkedIn, the company displayed an internal email that detailed the movement toward an AI-first direction. Of course, this immediately set off warning bells across the internet. AI can be extremely useful for some things, but there seems to be a disconnect between CEOs and understanding what regular humans actually need. There's major value in human-to-human understandings, as context and nuance is not something AI generally gels well with. We saw this with Klarna going all in with AI for customer service a little while back, then a year later doing a complete 180 and claiming that nothing is as valuable as humans. It is definitely a controversial issue because, as stated prior, Duolingo genuinely seems to have built up an incredible audience just through marketing itself properly via digital trends and social media. The one thing it perhaps didn't take into account is that much of its audience is likely to dislike the idea of humans being replaced with AI, and we're seeing reports of people mass unfollowing Duolingo and uninstalling the app. Perhaps this is a simple reminder that those who run massively profitable tech companies aren't always going to have a grounded outlook. The CEO and co-founder, Louis von Unn, has responded to the pushback, claiming there's a misunderstanding about putting AI first, and that they've actually already been doing it for a while. Some argue the fact that they killed the Duolingo owl a few months ago may have been symbolic in this situation, as it appears many are mourning the loss of their favorite language learning app. It just goes to show how quickly a relationship between a huge brand and its audience can be broken. Perhaps the CEO will go back on his word like that of Klarna, or perhaps he'll just double down again.
Double down. Anyways, yeah, we have this singularity. And you know what?
I don't know.
That's like being off furnaces. Go, let me go commit furnace. Where's my silica right now?
Jump by jump.
Oh, 64 silica, nice. That's something. Whoopsie. Alright, we take 8 and then let's take all this. Let's do this, and now we need to upgrade them.
Genuinely though, what is this joke? Ah, I did it. Okay, cool. I'm so sweaty, my palms are actually really sweaty. What is this? Oh my god, let me call actually. This is a soft block. Okay. Why is this so intense? So stressed. Yes, I did the REM tower. Let's go. Well, I'm at the REM to insane tower now. GG.
Nice.
This is gonna be even much of a tension. I can already feel it. Wait, what am I supposed to do?
Opinion regarding it. I know this isn't me milking a subject, because how is making one video considered milking at all? 4 people on Twitter were even trying to claim that my fanbase were defending Trump in a reference to when a very popular comment in my reply stated, "Then innocent man." Now, when people were referring to this innocent man, it was not in reference to Trump, because Trump is still alive, as we all know. And this main video really wasn't in reference to Trump either. Sure, I could have worded and changed my thumbnail better. That's criticizable and I understand that. But the main point of the video was to illustrate the gravity of the situation, because an innocent man had been hit by a stray bullet that day. He was a father and a firefighter. In the video, I criticized a Roblox animation YouTuber named Taco Man who was insensitive towards the situation. I stated how I don't know what's funny about a mass shooting event where one person is literally and 3 others, including Trump, are injured. And the Taco Man replies very maturely like a preschool child, stating, "Oh my god, bro, wow, shut the hell up." And I'm aware as of recently he has apologized, taken accountability, and moved on from the incident, and I commend him for that, and I also respect that. But I don't understand why Twitter, however, brought this all back up months and months later, and then used this situation to openly lie about me for the millionth time. Sure, the thumbnail is funny and goofy, I don't deny that, and I really don't care if people make jokes about it, because I actively play into those jokes as well. But using this as some stepping off point to create lies about me, I will not let that slide, because misinformation that doesn't get addressed will take a form of its own, and people will take it as truth if you...
I meant to ask a table of customers, you guys need anything? But instead I stood there and went, you geese! These sorts of stories have become known as customer service brainwash, and as someone who spent a summer selling hot dogs, I can...
no jumping.
I'm gonna get a good waterfall.
Confirm that condition's all too real. Strawberry on TikTok's currently doing a great job of collating these. Do follow them if you like, but with all things in life, they are drastically improved by being read out by a middle-aged British man. I work at Taco Bell, and instead of calling out a name once, I just yelled, "Beefy!" I once tried to say, "I'll have those boneless wings shortly for you," and confidently looked him in the eye and said, "I'll be right back with your bones." A customer asked if we had shrimp cocktails, and I said, "No, we only have wine and beer." This guy asked what type of fish we have, but I heard dish as in the plate. So I said, "A rectangle?" Smiling face with smiling eyes emoji. Once asked for someone's umbilical cord instead of their unlimited card. Analog skeptical face emoji. I once answered the phone with, "How can I speak?" rather than "How can I help you?" And the man said, "With your mouth?" I accidentally laughed at a lady over the phone because she told me she was allergic to Swiss cheese. I work at a place with Douglas in the name. Once Fergalicious was playing and I picked up the phone, said, "Dougalicious," and just hung up. I asked a customer if he was done and if he had any plates he wanted me to take. He said no, and I took them anyway, and took the fork out of his hand! One time, a guy ordered a plain biscuit, and I couldn't find the button for it, so I panicked and asked, "Are you sure?" Last week, I was trying to manually enter in an item on till, and instead of writing pies with a bunch of S's, I just wrote piss. And you can see what I'm typing on the customer's side, so the whole time when I was fixing it, everyone could see. Loudly crying face emoji. Last night I greeted a table and then proceeded to say, "Did you want, can I get starched drinks?" Tried to tell two guests enjoy and you guys have a good one at the same time, and ended up saying, "You guys good job." I'm a cashier and I tried to scan a mop and accidentally hit my pregnant customer in the head with it. She looked at me like, A customer asked me, "Do you have any pets?" But I thought she said, "Do you have a pad?" And I responded, "Any pets? No. But I have a tampon." I worked at Dairy Queen and one time answered the phone saying,
"Free Rubak." Me sleep 1 a.m.
Is this TOIM? This is not TOIM.
Power of impossible movement.
Free Rubak. Give me the free Rubak.
Ah! Why did I? That jump scared me so much, even though I did the jump.
Which stage are you on?
7. The RAM to insane one. I'm currently on like one of the outside sections.
We'll make an infinite solution. How? Tell you to and make.
I'm really far though. I'm on the 3rd floor. Out of 4 floors, I'm on the 3rd one.
Yes, I'm not kidding.
Should be TOPM. What's that? Right? When I was thinking of Terra TOPZ when you said it. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I can't. I like this jump. What the fuck? I'm not playing this game ever fucking again, bro. This game sucks ass. I'm gonna play Jato, aka Ito.
History has a long and rich tradition of apocalyptic predictions, all of which were wrong,
1.3K,
yet some people still think that this time round in 2012 is the real deal. Why 2012? Because of ancient Mayan calendars, obviously. Mayan calendars not only recorded the days and years, but also longer cycles of about 5 millennia, so they could easily make calendars that went thousands of years into the future. But of course, thousands of years in the future from thousands of years ago brings us to current times when the Mayan calendars stopped in 2012. Modern New Agey people decided that the wise Mayans stopped making calendars Agers because they knew when the world would end. And because New Agers are happy, they're scientifically illiterate people, their vision of 2012 was a great spiritual awakening or world reboot or other hippie consciousness expanding nonsense that the Mayans, who spent time pulling strings of thorns through people's tongues, probably didn't have in mind. To a normal person, the thought that calendar finished, therefore the world is an odd conclusion to draw. After all, the amount of time in the universe is infinite and the amount of stone is limited. So at some point, the Mayans had to stop carving calendar.
I don't think I have
But never
time for
mind.
it, though.
What should have stayed a fringe belief turned into mass hysteria with the 2012 disaster movie that swept the Academy Awards and the numerous Emmy-nominated apocalypse documentaries on the History Channel. What happened to you guys? Anyway, after this, NASA became so inundated with questions that they had to take time away from their busy robot-building, frontier-pushing, knowledge-expanding, civilization-inspiring schedule to write a webpage explaining that no, a human-sacrificing Stone Age society with neither wheels to pull carts nor glass to make telescopes didn't know more about science at the dawn of history than real scientists do today. But the parade of crazy marched on anyway, making wilder and wilder predictions for Earth, including geomagnetic reversal, a process that unfolds on a geologic timescale, not a single day, a collision with mysterious planet X that no astronomers have found, a local star going supernova despite there being no such candidates, an alien invasion, which is ludicrous on the face of it, or is it, and a galactic synchronization beam, whatever the hell that is. A sane person at this point would wonder how the Mayans were able to predict astrophysical anomalies thousands of years in advance and millions of miles away, yet didn't foresee the Spanish coming across the Atlantic. And that's because the Mayans never predicted apocalypse. The only people to claim that Mayans knew about the end of the world were distinctly not Mayans.
Oh, well, just get good on mobile. Same with PC. No, it's not. It's really different. Like, this is the first time of me defending.
While waiting on a plane during taxi till takeoff, looking out the window, you may have noticed these giant numbering the runway, say 8, which implies 7 others exist, at least, but this is a flight out of LOL Airport in Nevada's desert of nothing. There's only 2 runways, which, given the passenger load, seems like maybe 1 too many already. What's the deal with runway numbers, you might wonder aloud. Oh, hello again. Flying to Nook as well, are you? It is a long flight, so there's tons of time for me to tell you all about runways. Let's begin. So, before you can number a runway at an airport, you need to build the airport. And before you can build the airport, you need to plan the port. And what needs figuring first is which way to run the way. Pilots want runways with winds in parallel for physics reasons that we are going to skip, both because lift physics is something people really like to argue about, and this isn't a physics video. Yeah, I'm recording a runway video right now, but we don't mind. But the summary is planes take off and land into the wind because it lets them use less runway and makes for safer and stabler landings in particular. Now, planes can land with winds unaligned, but it's unsettling to watch these crosswind attempts as pilots do their best to face into the wind while landing on a runway that does not. Oof. So airports too want winds running with the runway. But the first is indifferent to human design. Wind wine does it want.
The start is a bit horrid.
No.
So the simple solution in aviation early days was to build a triangle of runways, put up a little windsock, and direct the pilot to the runway that paralleled the sock and thus the wind. But as aviation grew, so did airplanes, and thus their runways, making the triangle trick impractical for big urban internationals. But the simple sock still solved it. See, if you record when and which way the windsock flows and with what wind force, you've grown yourself a windrose, a clever little data viz tool with the sock in the center of compass points for orientation and bars colored in size for strength and frequency of wind. Though it reads opposite actually of everyone's expectations, with the lines showing the way the wind blows from and not to. Physics stuff just loves to opposite actually. Let's just agree to avoid physics for this video, shall we? Wind roses reverse readings aside, they reveal that in most places, most of the time, most of the wind mostly blows back and forth in one direction. So that's surprisingly convenient. Thanks, Indifferent Universe. Oh, you did it for other reasons? Well, still, this convenient wind happens because wind is a current of air, transporting heat from where there's more to where there's less. The Earth is blasted by the nuclear heat of the sun, with the equator getting hit hot hardest, making hot air rise there as it cools out along the edge of space before coming back down, creating a big-scale convection current that repeats in a pattern all up and down. And because the Earth is a sphere that spins, those cylindric convection currents of air on the surface twist clockwise north of the equator and counter below. This is the Coriolis effect, creating coiled currents of air everywhere, which is cool, but also physics trying to sneak back into the video, and this isn't a physics video. All that matters is this creates a pretty stable pattern of trade winds, and if you're planning a port, you need only know which way does the wind mostly blow. Though at some locations, the wind rose reveals 2 frequent directions of wind, so if you want to constantly and safely keep open the airport, you're going to need to run a second way. This is why many many airports have an X or V layout like LOL. They're not necessarily doing double the traffic of a one-runway port, but rather have double the chance of crosswinds when the tower will need to reroute pilots toward the other.
Yo, green zit de auto. Dat one thing I think. Fuck you. I hate you.
Tired of confusing.
Hi. There are 4 killers in Forsaken. All these characters have unique abilities, such as like Entanglement or this stupid move which does 50 damage. However, 4 killers is not enough. So I got 6 people and forced them to make me a new killer with new movesets, new stats, new balancing, everything. And the best made killer would get $100. Okay, so these are our contestants, and we'll be going by them one by one to let them introduce each other. Starting off with our first contestant, Amnesiac.
Hi, I am Amnesiac, and I'm a cool kid in Forsaken, and I'm pretty cool, guys. Don't you agree?
Alright, yeah. Alright, the next person is Beyond Zone. Beyond Zone. Hello? 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 Alright, we'll come back to him. We'll come back to him when he gets back. Okay, we'll come back to him. Kingsley, you're up.
Hi, my name's Lemon Gruma, and I don't play this game at all. I'm low-key toasted.
Alright, next up is Myler. Hi, I'm Myler.
What is the worst way you've ruined an intimate moment? A girl I was crushing on in high school was extremely flirty with me. One day, she asked, "Slick guy," that's our poster, slick guy, a slick guy, "do you have a girlfriend?" I didn't want to come across as a noob, so hoping to look cool and impress her, I flatly lied. Yes, in the subsequent months, I realised she'd asked me that to check if I was single. No way, I refuse to believe anyone can be this oblivious. That's just a new level of incompetence, mate. Welcome to Reddit. By calling her the wrong name twice. Not the same wrong name, 2 different wrong names. I was going on a first date with a guy who was a corporate lawyer, and he mentioned he might be coming straight from work, and to excuse his douchey lawyer clothes. And yet when he arrived, he was wearing a really awful skinny maroon wool suit, a paisley printed shirt, and pointed crocodile shoes. Without even thinking, I said, "Wow, you weren't kidding, you do look douchey." And he said, "I made it home to change. Guys, cheese is amazing." Pointing with fork at triangular thing I just ate. "That's butter." We order a small snack for our coffee, and as it's arriving, he pulls out his Nokia phone. Trying to make a light-hearted joke, I say, "Man, that's got to be the oldest phone I've seen in a while." I really dug it in. Well, turns out it's not a Nokia, it was his insulin pump. A friend of mine works in a lab testing blood for AIDS and working on treatments. He's super shy and awkward, and he went on a blind date, and the first thing he could think to say was, "Do you like HIV?" We spent most of the day going shopping for clothes. For another date she had later that week, he just kept making a weird amount of jokes about tapeworms while we were eating sushi. Asked me the worst crime I'd commit if I get away with it. I said I'd steal a few million from a bank. They said they'd Dharma someone. Hello, FBI tip line. He was nearly silent during the entire date and then started on a 15-minute rant about the ancient brothels of Pompeii, going into far too much detail about the goings-on in them than is appropriate discussion for a first date, and the whole time he had melted vanilla ice cream on his chin. Went on a dinner date with a guy who didn't say one single word except for ordering. He also busted out fingernail clippers and cut his nails at the table. I still wonder if I was on a hidden camera show. Oh, I saw that. Silent Clipper Dailies on MTV4. Similarly, from mediocrity is enough, met up for a coffee after having quite a nice chat over Tinder for a few days. He sits down and says, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you," then continues to pull out his laptop and sit there in complete silence for the next hour. You sure it's the same guy? Because it seems like you just sat down with some guy at a coffee shop. Oh, I'm seriously considering that this is the actual story. Once on a date with a girl I met at a party a couple days before, I forgot who I was meeting. I arrived early and thought she was just some girl hitting on me, so I totally blew her off. We had dinner and all was going well, and we were wandering down the dark sidewalk engaged in conversation when she walked straight into a signpost that neither of us noticed. I let out one nervous laugh before I could stop it, and she accused me of engineering the event for my amusement. He made me watch his homemade rap videos and tried to like his own FB page on my phone. I had to go to the bathroom after he was finished, and apparently he thought my need to smell his shit was my main motivation for the trip. Oh, you just had to go smell it, didn't you? Hey? I was dating a girl called Teresa, Terra for short. One day I said to her, "You know, Terra means monster in Greek." Yeah, my grandma died recently. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How'd she die? She left her nursing home in her scooter and got hit by a car while crossing the street. That's hilarious. I went on a single date with a woman, and I learned she had dated separately, coincidentally, both my brother and cousin. She told me at dinner, this was last night, that she has an imaginary elephant that she
people believe, but the series actually had a pretty significant decline before that. In this video, I'm going to go through the history and see the series of events that led to the downfall of one of mobile gaming's biggest icons. In 2003, 3 Finnish university students, I'm not pronouncing these, entered a mobile game development competition at an event called the Assembly Demo Party. They basically partook in an early 2000s version of a game jam, and they made this game called King of the Cabbage World. They ended up winning the whole event, and this led to them starting a gaming company called Relude. The game itself ended up getting sold to a company called Sumiya, and being renamed to Mole War. 2 years passed, and Relude finally got its first round of investment, and the company was renamed to Rovio Mobile. They worked really hard to release a lot of games, but nothing quite worked out. That is, until 2009, when in December of that year they released their magnum opus, the very very first Angry Birds game. It may have taken 6 years and 52 games, but they finally did it. Angry Birds was the most popular game of its time, and like its contemporaries, it follows a simple gameplay loop with a lot of replayability. Basically, you have some birds, and you use them to break buildings to kill pigs. The uniqueness in the levels comes from the different abilities each bird possesses. Just as a quick refresher, Red is boring and has no special ability, Chuck is faster than Red but slightly weaker, the Blues are much weaker, but can split into 3 and completely destroy more spread out damage on weaker structures. Bomb explodes, Matilda lays an egg, and the egg explodes, Terrence is fat, and Hal is a boomerang that does boomerang things. Together they form the backbone that the level design can build off of, as each bird works best against certain materials. But the gameplay loop wasn't exactly their original idea. The gameplay concept for Angry Birds was taken from a Flash game made that same year by the name of Crush the Castle. They share the same basic mechanics, where you have to hurl projectiles at an enemy base to kill enemies, but the slingshot works differently than the trebuchet, and in Angry Birds you have several different birds, each with unique abilities. Not to mention the more distinct variety in enemies and base materials. All things considered, I wouldn't call Angry Birds a ripoff, but it was at least heavily inspired. With Rovio finally securing a hit, they decided to take the obvious route and milk the Angry Birds series for all it's worth. By 2011, they'd already planned out the movie. And from 2010 to 2013, 8 different Angry Birds games were released, including some of the most iconic games in the series, like Seasons, Rio, Space, Star Wars, and Bad Piggies. A game that focused on the titular antagonist and has you creating these egg-stealing contraptions. And they also decided to become a video game publisher rather than making the games themselves. But the biggest thing they did when it came to profits was merchandise. When you make a game that revolves around little cartoon birds attacking little cartoon pigs, it's only a matter of time until people want to buy said characters. In 2013, Rovio made $213 million, and roughly half of that income came from merchandise sales and licensing. Literally everyone owned at least one plushie. Even I still have a few lying around. The next year was where things started to stagnate a bit. This year gave rise to a lot of new up-and-coming mobile games, and the Angry Birds series is now 5 years old. But Rovio still had some tricks up their sleeve to avoid falling out of relevance. They decided to take more risks with the series and started to branch out. In late 2013, they released Angry Birds Go, a racing game that's completely different from the usual Angry Birds formula. And while that game didn't do quite as well as expected, they decided to try to completely flip the script of the series with Angry Birds Epic. This is where I'd say the series peaked. Maybe not from a cultural relevance perspective, but just with the scope and quality of the game. While the older games focused on the simple arcadey nature of the gameplay loop, Angry Birds Epic is a turn-based RPG that uses the Angry Birds characters to create a fun atmosphere. Developed by Chimera Entertainment and published by Rovio, this game's a fun addition to the series that also uses the art style from Angry Birds Toons, a TV series that ran on Teletoon from 2013 to 2016. The different weapons, characters, and items add a fun layer of strategy. Not to mention the music in this game genuinely sounds great. Unfortunately though, Angry Birds Epic wasn't as big of a success as Rovio hoped for, and 110 people were laid off as a result of low profits from their recent endeavors. Those two games still got a ton of downloads, but I guess they just weren't too profitable. By the end of the year, Rovio profits were down 73%, which caused them to lay off another 260 employees the next year. Then they chose to get back to basics with Angry Birds 2. Ignoring the fact that this isn't the second Angry Birds game, Angry Birds 2 was a solid continuation of the original. There are new level gimmicks and the art style was modernized, all the while keeping the same general gameplay as the first. But that year they'd also go more far out than ever. After seeing those like bubble shooting games on Facebook, Rovio realized that they were incredibly profitable, so they made a spin-off called Angry Birds Pop. This game has you shooting colored balls to remove other colored balls. On its own, it's just a mediocre puzzle shooter with an Angry Birds skin. But what's more interesting to see is that this is the direction where Rovio will soon be heading. In 2016, the Angry Birds movie was released. Critically, it wasn't insanely well received, as it seems like just another generic video game movie, but it did well financially, making $352 million at the box office. Those are some pretty big numbers, so it was only a matter of time until a second movie would be made. That same year, they released 2 more games. Some pinball-like game, Angry Birds Evolution, which used the designs from the movie, and Angry Birds Blast. It's a match 3 game. Yup, they saw Candy Crush and just went, we can do that, and they did in fact do that. We got a few more uninspired games in 2019, but we also got the second Angry Birds movie. I'd say it was a pointless cash grab that only reinforced my belief that Rovio is now solely in it for the money, but this movie was actually surprisingly decent, and it feels a lot more inspired than the first film, being a solid take on the heist movie format. Now we finally have their most recent blunder. Around mid-2019, Rovio had internally decided to stop updating their older Angry Birds titles. All of their older games were then removed without warning. After it finally started gaining attention the next year, they released a statement saying they just stopped updating the older Angry Birds games due to them wanting to focus on newer games rather than just performing maintenance on older titles. This sounds fair enough, but that means that the older Angry Birds games would no longer be compatible on the newest devices. While I can definitely sympathize with Rovio, as it can be annoying to be solely known for something you've done so long ago, allowing the games to become unavailable isn't something they should have even considered. From an outsider's perspective, it just appears that Rovio was purposely removing the older games to force people to play their newer, arguably worse game, and limiting someone's options isn't something to be taken lightly. Halfway through 2021, Rovio put out another, more revised statement, providing some reasons why the games were taken out of circulation, saying they wanted to focus on making newer and better games rather than updating games on an outdated engine. They ended it off by saying they'll work on bringing some of the classic Angry Birds games back. And on the last day of March 2022, they re-released Angry Birds Classic. This is a remake of the original game, and while it's a faithful remake, we're still missing many of the older Angry Birds sequels, like Space, Season, Star Wars, or Epic. The only one of these games to get relisted was Bad Piggies, which is pretty cool, but like, give us the other ones. Currently, Rovio's in some pretty hot waters, not only with the fan base, but also with the law? Yeah, so as it turns out, they were collecting the data of underage children. Whoopsie, so what killed Angry Birds? Besides the deletion of their older games, I think the biggest aspect of the decline was the shift from making original games to instead focus on their newer and honestly less inspired games.
We had to make a site visit. Saw a sign that said 65 miles. We were playing a game at work where you name countries, beginning with each letter of the alphabet. A for Albania, B for Brazil, etc. R comes up. Colleague says Argentina. We were checking out Google Street View of our office. My coworker jumped up and said, I'll go stand out the front, see if you can see me on air. My God, where do you work? In IT. My coworker tried to explain to me that mice don't have bones. I heard 2 people in the lunchroom at work. It's my birthday. Oh, happy birthday. How are you still older than me? Girl, 18, thought that pasta was harvested from the ocean floor like some sort of saltwater grass. One of my coworkers just got her first iPhone and I was explaining to her how backing up to the cloud works. Her response, oh, what happens to the data when it rains though? Coworker, food tastes better after you eat it. I have 17 bottles of perfume. Some people don't even have that many toes. How do you type a capital 4? This is like a Yahoo Answers question. That'll be 4 years next May. We'll have lost them. Yeah, I'm okay. In the English language, if a word starts with a Q, it is almost always followed by a U. Oh yeah, what about croissant? I got a Venus flytrap for my desk at work. One of the women who works in HR came over to my desk and stared at it for a long time, looking confused. Eventually, she asked, where are its eyes? Shh, he's sleeping. The accountant at my former company was challenged to name at least one member of the Beatles. After 5 minutes, he said, John Voldemort. Lass at work said she didn't believe in gravity. He thought 50% off in a product meant it costed $50 less, no matter the price. Is Japan in the European Union? She thought the country in the UK were England, Wales, France, and Middlesbrough. A manager at a company where I used to work asked me to send her a file, so I emailed it as an attachment. 5 minutes later, when she was done looking at it, she asked me if I needed it back. Just last week, I had to explain to my boss that me having 2 computer monitors does not use more internet. Co-worker, now partner, had to explain that wind isn't made by trees, that the first of a month isn't always on a Monday. She wouldn't believe me and told me my calendar was wrong. Polar bears are not from Poland, that the printer is not in fact low on cyanide. Dubstep is not a band. Or Skrillex is my favourite song of theirs. That Ice wasn't alive. Jesus. Yeah. To be fair, I had previously convinced her Ice was alive. Someone in my old office thought King Kong was a true story. What do you mean I need to charge this thing? It's supposed to be wireless. Guy at work, his laptop not turning on. You want to know something weird? I'm taller than my mum. Yeah, I'm taller than my mum too. No, you don't understand. She used to be taller than me. My co-worker refused to believe Peter Dinklage from Game of Thrones was a little person in real life. She was convinced it was CGI trickery the whole way through. Oh, don't get me started on that show. The girls at my old job used to watch that. I had to explain that dragons weren't real, to which they looked up from their computers, shot me withering looks, and unironically said,
Matt, obviously dragons used to exist. Why do you think they used to have knights back then?
We had to make a site visit. Saw a sign that said 65 miles to the site, and I said something like, oh cool, got an hour left. Co-worker asked how I knew that. I said, well, since we're travelling at 65 miles per hour with 65 miles left in our trip, that's about an hour, give or take. She said that's not how that works. How fast you're going doesn't have anything to do with the time it takes to get there. How fast you're going doesn't have anything to do with the time it takes to get there. Bruh. My wife's colourblind. An old co-worker of mine was convinced if she wore all blue that my wife wouldn't be able to see her. My Gen Z co-worker had no idea what a thesaurus was. His best guess, a dinosaur. We had to go declare in a tea room full of people that her husband didn't believe in God. He was, what's the word, an anaesthetist. I used to work with a woman who was absolutely convinced that spider webs were made from human skin. Why do the crossings be? For blind people. But blind people can't drive. I met a girl who tried to warn me about drinking water that had been boiled because she said it's boiled away the hydration and you'd still die of thirst if you just drank that. This is the first thing I thought of since I have it pinned to my wall. Why can't is the vacation calendar on SharePoint read only? What you typed makes no sense. Call me that I understood what it meant. I just wanted to give my boss a hard time. Jeez, did he even really been far even has decided to use even go want to look like? We complained to our IT worker that the system is running really slowly. She told us to send her a screenshot. Didn't realise you can increase the size of web pages. He had Google open on like a quarter of his screen and pulled out a magnifying glass to see it better. Laptop was overheating, so she poured water on it. In the last 2 weeks, within 5 minutes of this guy touching a computer, it's died, motherboard, and 2 hard drives. He's the technological harbinger of death. Skull emoji. A guy I work with said that a football referee runs over the distance of a marathon during a game. I pointed out that a football game was only 90 minutes long and that the marathon record was just over 2 hours, so that would be impossible. He said it was possible because a football referee changes direction a lot during a game, and it all adds up. One girl told me she didn't believe in the Mongols because they seem a bit far-fetched. Blowing balloons up with my own air. 911/999 dispatch. What's the dumbest reason someone's called? I had someone call it 911. Yeah, I put 3 stools out on the curb for people to take for free, and someone only took 2. Someone called 911 once to ask what time the Super Bowl started. I need someone to help me take the lasagna out of the oven. I have no mitts. I've responded to the same guy's house twice to find his phone charger. 6:30, Christmas morning. 911 goes off. 911, what's your emergency? Oh god. How do I get the cranberry sauce out of the can without it coming out in chunks? A lady called saying she had a premonition of a murder. Some guy called 911 because he spent $1 million on his house and seagulls kept shitting on his car. Someone called 911 to report that their car had been spray painted yellow. The yellow spray paint was pollen from a pine tree. Yeah, a deer just swam across the river behind my house. Okay. Well, I'm worried it might be cold. Well, there's nothing we can do about a deer being cold. Fried chicken was too dry. Ghost in the attic. Possible smoke in the house. Turns out the caller was crying, which made things blurry, so they thought it was smoke. What's today's date? What time is it? My phone only called 911 can you transfer me to my mum. My neighbour threw pickle juice on my dog. Pickle juice. Yeah, wanted officers to come smell his dog. Face with rolling eyes emoji. Nothing will ever top this. Florida man calls 911 to brag about his big muscles. Had a lady trying to call an ambulance because she opened a package of Amazon at home and she was afraid that her kid was about to have a major allergic reaction from the packing peanuts because the kid was allergic to peanuts. I had a very angry mother call one morning because her 6-year-old son had climbed up on the roof and she couldn't get him to come down. Turns out she wasn't worried about him falling off the roof. She was worried because the last time he was up there he peed in the air vents. The church near my house keeps changing their sign. My husband just called me a turd. Oh, I'm arrested. Can you send the police back here? Why? That last cop was hot and I want his number. A lady called and had a strong Russian accent. She said there was a dead girl in her bed and she was hysterical. When everyone got there, it was a dead squirrel. Woman calls police after discovering human remains, only to find not a toe, but a potato. Got a call from a woman who said that she was in her car and saw what she thinks might be a rabid black dog. She said it was walking around in circles on the boulevard and kept running into the telephone pole, then turning around and going another direction. As I'm getting the information from her and sending the call out, she says something to the effect of, wait, is that? It wasn't a dog at all, but one of those robot lawnmower Roombas. One time a woman reported either a fox or a werewolf standing on a street corner. We have a local call us once a week or so saying he was attacked by Bigfoot. If he's not calling after an attack, he's calling because he went out in the woods to try and locate Bigfoot's den and ended up getting lost. The caller complaint was that the sun's too bright, the moon's too big, the ocean's too loud. I had someone a few months ago call 911 to ask if a tablespoon was the big spoon or the little one. Older lady was in a panic, nearly in tears, worried. I'll tell you what, let me act this call out, try and guess what's happened. My husband, I think he's gonna have a heart attack. Stop scratching around, you are going to have a heart attack. Sit down. Did you guess? She had sent her husband a Viagra without telling him and he had the longest erection either of them could remember. Someone got 911 to request a mugshot of her to be removed from the internet. She got charged for misuse of 911 and had a new mugshot. A woman in her 60s called the police because she was watching a live WWE show where 2 wrestlers, Triple H and Stone Cold Steve Austin, were beating up The Rock. She later said she knows it's all just a show, but thought those 2 had genuinely decided to attack The Rock. I called her, reported her car stolen. When I asked her when she saw her car for the last time, she replied, I don't know, about 30 years ago. Man calls up morbidly distressed, I can't fart. Someone called because there was a tiny frog on their porch and they were afraid of it. Totally valid. Had a concerned citizen called about a loud party. She said she yelled over to tell them to turn it down. The lady said that when she did, she heard over the loudspeaker. Turned down for what? She thought that was extremely rude and wanted officers to respond. Turns out it wasn't the neighbour, but turned down for what? By Lil John being rude to her. Lady called to complain a triple thick milkshake from McDonald's wasn't thick enough. City employee was upset because she bought a chocolate bar from a gas station, put it in her pocket and walked to work in 100-degree heat. It melted in the gas station. Refused to refund her. Can you come wake my 14-year-old son up and make him go to school? No. Not a dispatcher, but I saw on the local news a couple of years ago that someone called the police because someone stole their snowman.
Hello, I need to play space. Okay, what's happening? I went out about 5 minutes ago to have...
Brother, was let it go. Oh, come on, that is just phenomenal work. My brother is an officer working 911 as a rookie. Actually, I think it's easier if I draw this one for you. Had to call out an elderly jumper at an apartment building, was in a fight with a wife, decided to jump off the balcony. He responds, meets the woman crying in the lobby. She leads into her apartment, except it's on the first floor. Not even that, turns out the fucker jumped off the balcony and landed in a snowdrift about 6 feet down and was swearing up a storm. I asked my roommate to do the dishes. She called 911 because I was being passive-aggressive. Guy called 911 very angry, demanding to know why he didn't have power when a car just drove by with its lights on.
911, can you please fire a medical? No, I'm calling a report. There's no emergency.
Well, I guess I'll go fuck myself then. So a girl I knew in college called the cops because she got a bad manicure and then posted about it on Facebook. Take your business somewhere else. When I was in the MT, I got dispatched a paediatric oral burn. We hauled ass thinking this kid drank drain cleaner or boiling hot water and couldn't breathe or something. We got there to discover the kid ate too many hot Cheetos. Analog expressionless face emoji. A woman who thought her boyfriend had actually literally broken her heart in 2 pieces by breaking up with her. Help me, I've got dandruff, I think my brain is falling out. Paramedic here. Does this count? She's complained I played too much Xbox and now sore 19-year-old male, conscious and breathing, thank God. Can we get a skull emoji in the chat for this brave warrior, please? Once we had a young woman called 911 around 2 AM saying that her legs were turning blue. Turns out she'd worn a new pair of jeans to the club that night. I'm currently in nursing school and didn't have fundamentals class. The book specifically says that if a patient's palms are blue, you should ask if they're wearing new jeans. Apparently this is fairly common. A guy called freaked out about his penis shrinking after sex. Got a call for chest pains. The patient gave a really generic story. I got to hospital and when the triage nurse asked what was wrong, I started telling her about the patient's pain. The patient cut me off to explain she was having chest pain. She just wanted to ride to the hospital because she liked the socks she got in the emergency room last time she was there and would like another pair. Well look, here's the link. You just buy them if you want.
I'll be honest. He's awfully dope.
Lady called 911 to ask if vegetable oil was poisonous. Had a guy called because he dyed his pubes and was having an allergic reaction. 911, can you please fire our ambulance? I don't know. Oh, okay, what's going on? I've entered my password into my phone a few times, so it won't unlock. A curious case here where the Redditor Red House has gone back and edited their original post to just I need to know what happened to this person. Oh, well, you see, how big of a hairbrush are we talking? Cuz. Which was quoted from with I saw the x-rays and described it to me in medical terms as an actual fucking hairbrush. That's because I was pissed off. I know I've used this reaction clip in videos before, but
What the hell happened here?
had a drunk person call to report he was being harassed. Truth was, he was being arrested by our officers for throwing pizza at people. Why have I got the reaction clip for this? A guy called 911 because someone stole his meth and he wanted the police to come out, take a report and find his meth. Well, I think I've got a good reaction clip for this too. If a caller starts a call with I swear I'm not crazy, then you need to buckle up. A guy tripping balls started a call with those words and swore that his roommates were turning into giant crabs. They had a guy one time calling high on meth screaming that the devil's not living in my soup. Sylvester Stallone lives in my pores. Oh, I know druggies. What's the funniest thing a kid's called in? My little boy called crying after school. I'll never forget his exact quote. Mrs. Parsons stole my glitter water. My cousin.
Be me, world's greatest hacker, #1 on FBI's most wanted list. But they can't track me down because I always delete my browser history. Just got done hacking the entire internet. Now every user in the world gets redirected to blackpeoplemeet.com. Epic lols. One of my hacker bros messages me on AOL Instant Messenger. Tells me that 420 Elite Hacker 420, my #1 hacker bro, has been arrested. They were able to backtrace his IP because he forgot to browse on incognito mode. Word on the streets, he's already ratted me out. Lookout window. FBI helicopters circling overhead. Ha! Those bastards don't know who they're dealing with. Open up Internet Explorer. Get redirected to blackpeoplemeet.com. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Run disable blackpeoplemeet.com.exe. Now it's time for some world-class hacking. Go to fbi.gov/hack. Fuck, there's a password. Something appears on the bottom right corner of my screen. It's that goddamn talking paperclip.
It looks like you're trying to hack the FBI. Would you like help?
Fuck off, Clippy. I'm trying to work here.
It looks like you're trying to hack the FBI. Would you?
Click the little fucker just to make him shut up. Clippy gives me the password. Guess he's not so bad after all. Now that I'm in, I go to fbi.gov/hack/helicopters.
Congratulations, hacker. You now have full control of the FBI's helicopters. What would you like them to do?
A, turn left. B, turn right. C, ascend. D, descend. E, explode. Go with option E. Boom, baby! Flaming helicopters fall from the sky. My face win.
I got a comment from Pumpkin asking me to look at movies getting misnamed, and the subsequent reply suggested this might be a good idea. We had a Revenant referred to as the Bear Movie and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as Willy Wanker's Toy Shop, so onto the community page it went. Thank you to everyone who replied. I didn't just limit this to old.
Oh yeah, I've done it a lot for Nate. Your carbon. Look at it. Not bad. And it's funny. Tornado. Hold it. I need energize the old grass. All of this. But the game wants me to get done. We now have everything except gold. That's that about it. And I guess we have a Stirring Dynamo, which has not enough power. Cool. Oh, we got lots of coal. We got some gravel, we got some flint. Oh no, you can't. Transmutation, which requires diamond, redstone, and glowstone. Tiny glowstone, which is probably tier 2. Oh, tier 3? Yeah, tier 3. can make crystals out of clean iron slowly, which requires a dirty iron slowly and seed oil. And to get this, sulfuric and 600 millibuckets of rock raw iron. Okay, let's continue tier 1. Huh, we need this, huh? Let's get some invar. Wait, we need an invar blend. There's 2 iron and 1 nickel. 2 iron and 1. Does bauxite make nickel? Nope, makes aluminum. God, I need more saplings real quick. Gold robin. Wait, what do we need again? Oh, nickel gut, which requires nickel. So, let's take this out. Seed out a nickel. We use the power to make the power. We got a nickel dust. Next we need some stuff. Alright, we already have it. Oops.
Old people, though, I wanted this next movies from everyone. My girlfriend's younger than me and genuinely thought for the longest time because of this poster, the film Little Nicky was actually called devilishly funny. So, let's get into it. My little sister used to call Final Destination Last Summer Vacation. My mum called Kung Fu Panda Bamboo Panda Man. Finally, when I'd been up to 2, when I was like 7, my grandma said she was taking me to see Wreck-It Ralph. I was so confused and a little scared because I was convinced she was taking me to some tennis-based psychological horror film. She meant Wreck-It Ralph. My grandfather once referred to Bionicle the Mask of Light as Bionic Ankles. I heard a woman on my street describe Shrek as that one movie about Frankenstein and his pony.
Yes, Frankenstein and his pony. Click, click, click. And cook the thing. Cook the damn thing. Oh. I haven't locked this induction smeltery. Right now we need a plate, so yeah. What I need? Yeah, I need a raw plate, so click, 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 clay? Huh? You can make iron gut very easily for nothing. Actually, it's worth nothing. Let's make that one iron plate that the game wants. Then next we need Constantan, which goes nickel and copper. And our invar is done. So what we can do is take some copper. What does a pulverizer do again? Pulverizer. 1 copper and 1 gold dust. So like at least 2. Just because it's really normal.
This video was made possible by ExpressVPN. Start browsing the web securely with 3 free months by going to ExpressVPN.
Les achats en ligne.
This video was made possible by ExpressVPN. Start browsing the web securely with 3 free months by going to expressvpn.com/HAI. Using Google as a verb is a tradition as old as Google's tradition of avoiding taxes. Like emo bands, all denim outfits, and standing on rubble, Googling found its way into popular culture in the early 2000s. Famously, it was first used on television in 2002 on an episode of the newly problematic Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and that same year the American Dialect Society ranked Google as the most useful word of 2002, not to be confused with the most useful bird of 2002, which was obviously the vulturine guinea fowl. Just look at that plumage. That is a hot bird.
By 2006, Google had been added to Oxford English Dictionary as a verb under the definition to use the Google search engine to find information on the internet. Soon, other brands even tried to get in on the action, leading to a 2010 episode of the TV show Hawaii Five-0, where a character says not at all casually, "You don't believe me? Bing it," in the most awkward piece of product placement until this exact mention of top-rated VPN provider ExpressVPN, available with 3 months free at expressvpn.com/HAI. Now, at first glance, you might think that the widespread use of Google as a verb would be great news for Google. But as Nicolas Cage and type 2 diabetes have taught us, you can have too much of a good thing, because it turns out that this gaggle of Googling is threatening Google's trademark. The 1976 Lanham Act, the US's hottest, trendiest trademark law, states that, quote, "No incontestable right shall be acquired in a trademark which is the common descriptive name of any article or substance, patented or otherwise." For those of you who didn't major in skimming Wikipedia, that means you can't trademark a name if it's the commonly used term for a type of thing, the reason being that for something to qualify as a trademark, it must be distinctive, which is defined as, quote, "having the capacity for identifying and distinguishing particular goods as emanating from one producer or source and not another." In a nutshell, this is why you can't trademark the term garbage, as that commonly describes all trash, but you can trademark the term Taco Bell's Naked Chicken Chalupa, as that clearly references a specific type of trash made by a specific company. And this is where big business boys can run into big business problems. If their trademark becomes so widely used that it no longer clearly identifies something as their product, but instead is used as the general term for that type of product, they can lose their trademark faster than I lost subscribers after making fun of the Second Amendment. Turns out those Second Amendment people get angry super easily. Good thing they all have guns. One of the earliest examples of this is the word escalator. Escalator was a trademark of the Otis Elevator Company since its debut at the 1900 Paris Exposition, and for the first 50 years of the escalator's existence, anytime somebody other than the Otis Elevator Company wanted to sell the world's lamest ride, they had to call it motor stairs or an electric stairway. The problem was, motor stairs never caught on with the public. Regardless of what company had made the semi-human conveyor belt, people called them all escalators, which is why, in 1950, a court ruled in Houghton Elevator Company v. Seeberger that the word escalator had, quote, "become recognized by the general public as the name for a moving stairway as the result of the registrant's course of conduct, causing the mark to lose significance as an indication of origin, and registration is thereof cancelled." This process of losing a trademark to widespread use has the forgotten MCU villain-sounding name genericide, and like forgettable MCU villains, there are a lot of examples. Dumpster was once the trademark of the Dempster brothers, Zipper was a trademark of BF Goodrich, Flip Phone was trademarked by Motorola, and there are a ton more. Aspirin, yo-yo, teleprompter, superglue, dry ice, laundromat, videotape, and even heroin, which was once a trademark of Bayer. Seeing as Google only wants to be like heroin in terms of the YouTube algorithm's addictive power, not in terms of trademark genericide, the company has been sending out cease and desist letters to people who misuse Google since 2003. The first went to a blogger who ran a site tracking neologisms and claimed the term Googling was starting to be used to generically refer to web searching. And amidst their legal threat, they even included a helpful guide to proper usage, which included this 100% real example. Appropriate use, I ran a Google search to check out that guy from the party. Inappropriate use, I googled that hottie. In addition to not wanting you googling hotties, Google also wouldn't want you to say that hotties are, quote, ungoogleable unless you mean it literally. The Swedish Language Council learned that the hard way in 2013 when they attempted to define ungoogleable or ugooglebar as, quote, something that you can't find on the web with the use of a search engine, resulting in a cease and desist letter from Google, who complained that the definition said, quote, a search engine and not, quote, the Google search engine. In the end, though, even if Google does manage to protect their legal right to their trademark, they still shouldn't be feeling too lucky. After all, there are a ton of trademarks that are still technically legally enforceable, but have been rendered essentially useless. For proof, just look at chapstick, which is still a trademark owned by Pfizer. The thing is, though, no matter what waxy tube I rub on my dry smackers, even if it's Burt's Bees or Blistex, I'm probably still gonna call it chapstick. And there are a ton more. Most people know about Kleenex, Band-Aid, and Xerox, but what about Styrofoam, Bubble Wrap, Jet Ski, Lava Lamp, Q-tips, and rollerblades? Unless your favorite social networking site is also the Wikipedia page list of generic and genericized trademarks, you probably didn't know that those are all still legally enforceable trademarks owned by specific companies. And if you did know, don't put it in the comments, I do not care. But it's not all bad news for Google. They still control 90% of online search, plus your email probably, and they can track everything you do on your smartphone. Which, actually, wait, that seems bad. Big tech makes a lot of their money off of your data, so it's probably time to put some protection between your online activity and these companies, and that's why I use ExpressVPN. When you run ExpressVPN on your device, the software hides your IP address, making your activity harder to trace and sell to advertisers. Plus, they encrypt 100% of your internet data to keep you safe from hackers and eavesdroppers, and all without slowing down your connection. Also, in a slightly less existential threat, big tech prevents you from watching your favorite video content in the countries they don't want you to, but ExpressVPN lets you route your internet through foreign countries where streaming sites' catalogs are different, so they allow you to get access to thousands of additional titles of entertainment. So, get better entertainment and data security with 3 extra months free of ExpressVPN by going to expressvpn.com/HAI. This video was made possible by Brilliant. Learn complex topics simply for 20% off by being one of the first 200 to sign up at brilliant.org/HAI. Meet the Zetas, the most notorious Mexican drug cartel ever to share a name with a college sorority. But don't worry, it's easy to tell the difference between the two. One is full of conniving, ruthless, cutthroat sociopaths clawing their way to the top of a rotting hierarchy, and the other is a drug cartel. When you think of Mexican drug cartels, you probably think of gun shootouts or cocaine snowmen or Netflix series that people keep telling you are good but you just don't have the time to get into. You probably don't think about communications infrastructure. But, you see, that's why you weren't the most powerful drug cartel in Mexico in the mid-2010s. Well, that and because you're a nerd, which I know because you're watching this video. The point is, while you were busy spamming my submissions form with brick video requests, the Zetas were building a secret, private cell network that stretched across nearly all of Mexico. The system starts with low-level operatives working on the ground who are called halcones, which Google Translate tells me is Serbian for halcones. The halcones patrol the streets and suss out important information: the movement of soldiers, location of Mexican police, recaps of Downton Abbey, and actions of rival cartels. Halcones each carry walkie-talkies or radio cell phones set to specific frequencies, which are selected after analyzing the local radio spectrum and avoiding any radio frequency being used regularly by people like cab drivers, police, or scrappy 80s tweens. Once halcones have a message to convey, like police are headed north or soldiers are asleep, their walkie-talkie frequency will be picked up by antenna the cartel has constructed all across Mexico, in trees, on rooftops, on existing communications infrastructure, or on whatever other tall pointy thing they can find. The nearest antenna will both receive and transmit the message, but if it needs to travel further than the immediate vicinity, it'll get amplified by repeaters, many of which are owned by communications companies like Nextel, but which Zetas manage to hijack and reprogram. Basically, repeaters do for radio waves what this channel does for quirky Wikipedia entries. It repeats them much more loudly and aggressively. Specifically, the Zetas use duplex repeaters, which are able to both receive and transmit messages by using different frequencies for each. If you've ever tried using a cell phone before 2005, you'll know that getting widespread coverage isn't easy, and that was certainly the case for the cartel, especially considering that they didn't have this guy to test the network. While installing antenna and repeaters was relatively easy in cities, to make this network truly cohesive, it had to stretch across miles of jungle in areas like Veracruz, and if there's one thing I know about the jungle, it's that it doesn't have a ton of AC outlets. That means that not only did cartel engineers have to build cell towers to get the antenna and repeaters high enough, towers which, by the way, they painted green for camouflage, as green famously cannot be seen by the naked human eye, but they also installed solar panels to power the equipment, mainly because they can operate independently, but also because even murderous criminals know not to support the fossil fuel industry. While some of the local networks are overseen and managed by semi-autonomous regional command centers, the entire system is linked together by a communications headquarters, which we believe was located in a radio shop called V&V Communications located in McAllen, Texas. It's a logical spot, nondescript, near the border, running a semi-legitimate business, and according to Facebook, it has a 5-star rating and 108 likes, which is by far the most likes I've ever seen on the Facebook page for a potential drug cartel communications headquarters. The command center uses commercial equipment from Motorola that can connect cartel members in faraway local networks who need to communicate, as well as monitor thousands of the walkie-talkies at once, changing their communication frequencies as necessary, and deactivating them if a halcone is captured or killed. For security, the cartel runs messages using what's called a digital inverter, which distorts voices. I'll demonstrate now, while I tell you which YouTube creator I hate the most. Man, it was good to get that off my chest. The system was also robust enough that if certain towers were knocked down, info could be routed through others in the network. Basically, it was about as good a cell network as you could get. And because the whole thing was illegal, they didn't waste any money on TV ads with multicolored maps or a spokeswoman the internet develops a creepy obsession with. The system was masterminded by a man named Jose Luis del Toro Estrada, who led something of a cartel geek squad mostly made up of kidnapped communications experts. At last count, 36 engineers have been kidnapped, and there isn't anything funny about that. So instead, here's a picture of a giraffe and an elephant who are friends. In the end, the Zetas network covered nearly 500 miles of the Texas border and went another 500 miles into Mexico before it was ultimately discovered by law enforcement because, of course it was, because that's how we know about it. I mean, you didn't think a YouTube channel that mainly covers weird geography quirks and legal loopholes using outdated memes had gone undercover and unearthed a major criminal conspiracy, did you? A single 2014 operation managed to unearth 167 antennas, 155 repeaters, 71 computers, 166 solar panels and batteries, 3,000 radios and Nextel push-to-talk phones, 525,600 minutes, and of course 500 days of summer. These days, the Zetas are much less powerful, but are still operating, which means it's unlikely their network has been But what I'm talking about is the important kind of freedom. The freedom to watch whatever you want on TV. Televisions at the time could still only play whatever they were picking up over the air. There was no device that could play a movie or television show on demand, and there wasn't even a way you could own a movie unless you ran a movie theater. But behind the scenes, there was a technology race to solve the problem, to create a format for owning and watching videos at home.
Okay, so we have a 10 and doesn't have appetite. Nothing. No, really nothing. Just kidding, it makes sense to do nothing again. I tried that. That's all it's gonna use for me. And it's looking like a bomb. And you can keep the bombs on like very almost right. Yes, it is powerful, and yes, my bond is done and bomb. A fluid cell. Flame. A fluid cell. And this is the gold.
The format that won this race in the end was the VHS tape, a familiar and ubiquitous icon that lasted decades. But today, we're not talking about winners. We are going to be talking about losers. And specifically, this loser, the Select-O-Vision video disc. If you think this looks kind of like a vinyl record, the kind you'd pick up at a record store and conspicuously hang on your dorm room wall despite the fact that you evidently don't own a record player, you'd be correct. For a very brief period in the 1980s, you could buy movies on vinyl. And if you're wondering why you didn't already know that, it probably has something to do with the fact that the Select-O-Vision video disc is one of the least reliable media formats ever invented, sold almost no units, and in the end, single-handedly bankrupted one of the largest electronics companies in the history of the world. This is RCA. You might recognize it as the logo that sometimes goes on this part of the really cheap smart TV you bought at Walmart, but at one point in history, they actually mattered. They were the company that brought radios into people's homes, almost single-handedly invented color television, and are responsible for creating NBC. But the thing that brought this titan down was the Select-O-Vision video disc, their short-lived and desperately dysfunctional answer to VHS. But to explain why trying to play a movie using technology that was invented in 1877 is not such a great idea, we need to explain how the technology works in the first place. Vinyl is pretty simple. Etched into the surface of the disc is one super long, super tight spiral. One end of the spiral is the start of the data, and the other end of the spiral is the end of the data. Now, in the case of a music disc, this spiral just needs to contain the information for one simple thing, a sound wave. And in order to do that, we can just make the spiral be the sound wave. If you really zoom in, you'll see that the etching varies in depth, going up and down as it spirals towards the center. So when you place the needle of the record player on top of the disc and it follows the spiral from one end to the other, the needle will bob up and down and recreate the sound wave that's been etched into the disc. If you want to get really fancy with it, you can actually pretty easily squeeze a second sound wave into the spiral by also having it wiggle a little bit back and forth. That way, the depth up and down represents one sound wave, and the sway back and forth represents the other sound wave. You can use this to create right and left channels if you want stereo audio, or, in the case of half as interesting short-lived and financially dubious vinyl run, you can play 2 separate tracks of me explaining fun facts to you in each ear for double the learning and double the fun. Now, the main problem with trying to shove an entire movie-length video into this single wiggly line is you kinda can't. Of course, it is totally possible to encode a video signal in a single wave. That's how analog televisions work in the first place. The problem is that video signals contain a lot more information than just plain audio signals, because it's gotta tell you if there's a guy and what the guy is doing and what the guy looks like, how videos work. If you try to encode video onto a normal vinyl record with the amount of wiggly line you have available to you, you'll be able to squeeze about 90 or so seconds of a movie onto one side of that record, which is good enough for a TikTok and not a lot else. So to put this in a way that's going to get a lot of people in the comments really mad at me, to get more video on the record, you need more squiggly line. A lot more squiggly line. And not to simplify a decade and a half of research and development, but that's basically what they did. A normal vinyl record would be etched with about 300 grooves per inch, and if you were to stretch the spiral from end to end, you're looking at about a third of a mile of wiggly line total. A select vision video disc, on the other hand, is about 30 times denser, 9,541 grooves per inch, and about 12 miles of wiggly line in the same amount of space. That meant that they could fit 60 minutes of film on either side of the record, and it only came at the expense of putting out a piece of technology that didn't work and wasn't marketable. But before we get into all the very obvious reasons that this format failed, it's worth pointing out that these video discs did have advantages over the competition when they came to market. For one, they were a little cheaper to produce than VHS tapes, and that's it. That's the whole list. Now let's talk about why they suck. Because the grooves in the select vision discs were so small, so sensitive, and had basically zero redundancy, you could destroy them by doing almost anything. Touching them with your hands, destroyed. Single particle of dust, destroyed. Putting them in a disc player and playing them as intended, if they're not, destroyed. RCA estimated that even under perfect conditions, these discs could not survive being played more than 500 times, and the quality of the video would degrade with every single play. And keeping them in perfect condition was itself part of the headache. Because you couldn't touch these discs or expose them to particles, the discs had to be kept at all times inside these thick plastic sleeves, which could only be taken off once the disc was already inside the player. That meant you also had to reinsert the sleeve halfway through every movie so that you could take the disc out, flip it over, reinsert it, and then take the sleeve out again, which only got you another 60 minutes of video. So any movie longer than 2 hours was either never on select division, or the studio was forced to cut out scenes altogether to get the movie short enough to fit on a failed system that no one wanted. Now, at this point, you're probably wondering how these video discs ever even entered the home video format wars, because in retrospect, it's not much of a shock that they were dead on arrival.
Oh, is it full gold? A full gold gives for I'm a hero. Commit this. Oh, it's still wood. Dumb. And how you start with like a lot of oak saplings. You should try to EMC it so that you can get more EMC. Why don't? What the hell? I can sacrifice it for some free EMC. Let's go gambling. Alright, we have a gold gear. Involved. I need to somehow crush it. No, really. I need somehow to press it. I can't use the metal press because I don't know how. And I need to use the gear working. Oh, just use the. Oh, just use the multi-level press itself. That's something smart. Oh, you're lucky. How can you just crush 2 of these irons? I almost broke my axe super fast. Look at how much stuff. Born EMC. That's about it. Anyways, what I do is take nickel. Wait, do I have any more nickel? Oh yeah, nickel gut, which requires all nickel to be turned into something good. Not too much.
The answer doesn't make RCA look a lot smarter, but there is an answer. You see, when RCA first started developing these discs in 1964, they were arguably not a bad idea. Magnetic tape, like the type you eventually find in VHS or Betamax cassettes, did already exist, but it was hugely expensive and couldn't be cheaply or efficiently mass-produced. But you know what could? Vinyl records. And next to books, vinyl records were the only storage medium that, by the 1960s, had been reliably produced at that scale. So they took the safe route and decided to stick with a medium that had been proven to work. The only problem is that that safe route took 17 years. RCA wasn't actually able to fit 16 minutes of video onto one of these records until 1981, at which point VHS tapes had been invented, brought to market, and sold by none other than RCA itself, who, to make matters even worse, had also sold their own branding and were already calling their VCR a select division. So should they have just put the video disc out of its misery at this point? Yeah, probably, but one variable remained true. These discs were still cheaper to mass produce than VHS tapes. So RCA thought, hey, these things suck, but if we get them to market, poor people will love them. And sure, buying a new VHS tape in the 1980s might run you somewhere between $80 to $100, whereas one of these discs would only cost about $20. But here's the thing, no one was buying VHS tapes in the first place. Home video is developing primarily into a rental market because, let's face it, how many times do you really need to watch Smokey and the Bandit Part 3 anyway? Smokey doesn't even show up in this one. They might as well just call it Smokey and Jerry Reed slowly affixating You know what, never mind. The point is, RCA...
RCA. I have a single nickel dust, and we can do 3 involve, which immediately gives stuff. And we'll just keep them in the multi-servo press because apparently nothing flattens it out. Yeah, I don't know how it works, but hey.
They brought the video disc to market knowing that it was pretty bad, but hoping that people would rather own cheap movies than rent expensive ones. A mistake that ultimately cost them $650 million in ownership of their company. The moral, never bet against Blockbuster, an American institution that can never fail. Okay, once again, you made it to the end of one of my videos that's just a dry explanation of mounted storage medium, so I decided to award you.
A while ago, a headline caught our eye. One of the most unusual heists in America seems to be unfolding at Taco Bell.
Artwork mysteriously gone missing. Grabbed a piece off the wall. They're now going for big bucks on the black market.
A heist? At Taco Bell? We love a good fast food scandal, so we had to find out more. It looks like paintings in Taco Bell stores mysteriously disappear, then reappear online with hefty price tags, up to $30,000. Apparently, a thriving underground market is forming, shaking up the contemporary art world. How did this become a thing? Who is stealing them? And why would anyone pay thousands for a piece of corporate branding?
We went undercover. We prowled the Taco Bell subreddits. We lurked in the Living Mas Discord channel. We haggled with eBay sellers. We talked to a taco restaurant artist, and things are not as they seem.
This is a whodunit story.
GameStop of art heists.
Some of them were stolen. Mine
They're now
are
going
not.
for big bucks on the black
Fake
market.
news.
Westlake Taco Bell.
Goes on Taco Bell strike. Rod die, gear die. Money. Anyways, what do we need for this? Copper, which requires the multi-servo press, of course, because it's way cheaper. And aluminum gears. Aluminum. How the fuck do I get aluminum? Oh, this thing. 8. And we need 2. We're gonna cook all of it, so yeah. 3. Oh, yes, we have a thing, and let's use this to make starting gear. So we'll need 8 of them, and then we'll turn 2 of them into that. And then I also need to use them pictures of press. This is the start. Okay, I want this. Let's take the tube. But oh yeah, the copper. Oh, yeet, yeet. The hard drive, which is from CubeJS, makes 2 times more. Like CubeJS stuff, CubeJS and immersive engineers. Immersive. That's so fast, bro. I use what a couple was used for. That's complete. Once you several pressed on with nothing. And we gotta wait. God, well, there's nothing else to do then. Wait. Let's go. I need to infinite stack, which requires a lot of stuff and ate a couple weeks. Okay, cool. We're gonna start automating it, okay? But it's like, it's already enough. D. D. What the fuck?
This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. Get the CuriosityStream Nebula Bundle deal currently on sale for a crazy $1 a month at curiositystream.com/HAI.
Nah, vine sauce.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. In 1934, Webster's dictionary gave birth to a new word, by mistake. Their chemistry editor, Austin M. Patterson, submitted a simple entry, D or D, abbreviation for density. Nothing wrong with that, but the entry was misread, and DORD was added to the dictionary. DORD was an accidental word for 13 years before the mistake was discovered and its wordship revoked. Let's have fun with words today. But first, what's the...
No.
Chavez.
Peg.
I don't like sand. It's coarse. coarse and rough and irritating. When it gets...
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Well, oh, your pants.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Huh. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
You may have seen a few.
Copyright hell.
Nice.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
It's 12:30.
Oh, fucking muffin. Fucking Among Us. Obama.
Hit or miss, I guess they never miss.
Whoa. It's always spawn. I beat the thing on accident. People here live because yes.
Hit or miss, I guess they never miss, huh? You got a boyfriend, I guess kiss ya.
My money. Piano cupboard, you gotta move by O-box.
Causing a commotion, cause they also want some.
Steal the upstairs. I'm gonna go to the nether. Oh, this is fine. Yes, it is fine.
Chavez.
Come mate. Good.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Skedaddle, skedoodle. Is that what you know?
It's coarse. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. And it gets...
Another reason more people stay with...
15% or more.
50% more gecko. Work.
I'm watching you.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck GameCube. Ah crap. There's a record somewhere. Is this the record? Oh, the cake is a lie. Apple? Pepsi! Record? Oh, it's black. Record. It's just like when I said like, oh, this wasn't the record.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Where are your fingers?
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Beans cost you. Money. PewDiePie.
This is America.
Kinda off. Well, you.
Huh. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more in car insurance.
For a gun.
And I am.
Chavez.
Cheeto.
Build a wall. We need to build a big, beautiful wall. We need to build a wall.
Why does he have no clothes on? Big one.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. This one, me, I think, or so she. Power and money got me crazy.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Goes right there. You're supposed to cut it out with the power saw. I'm gonna. Here comes the new kid on the block. Hold on, your bets.
Ladies, buckle your pants. Gentlemen, buckle your pants. Boys and girls.
Claim my own throne. Success in my blood. Call it homegrown. Puerto Rico. Got me crazy cocky. No longer need you, poppy. I know you're mad because you're
Oh, wow, score.
Look at this. You can tell that it's an Aspen tree because the way.
This is a bucket. Dear God. There's more. No.
Oh, he's just one part.
Here comes the money. Here we go.
Money talk.
Here's Johnny. Here comes the new kid on the block. Hold on, your bets. Here's where the buck stops. See, first of all, I'm stepping out on my own. About time I elevated to claim my own throne.
Are you sure about that?
My blood, call it homegrown. Puerto Rican testosterone. Power and money got me crazy cocky. No longer need you, poppy. I know you're mad because you can't stop me. And if you want
Hello, me old chum. I'm gonna know. I'm gonna know. I'm a gnome, and you've been known.
Hit or miss. I guess they never miss, huh? You gotta play.
Cat chew, cat clean. Scooby-Doo.
Before watching this, make sure you have a napkin because to get greasy.
I'm a fire in my laser.
Alexa, go jump off a cliff.
Weak.
And it's
nice.
Hello, egg boys. Many doors yet? Too much for couch potato egg boys like yourself.
The deal with first, or for that matter, second. If you are in position 3, you're in 3rd place. Position 5, 5th. Position 197, 197. Pretty simple. So why do positions 1 and 2 give us 1st and 2nd? Shouldn't they be 1th and 2th? Well, maybe, but English loves collateral adjectives. Adjectives derived from different roots than the nouns they describe. There are plenty of derived adjectives, don't get me wrong. A bunch of clouds make the day cloudy. Friends are friendly. Poets are poetic. Things with a lot of smell to them are smelly. But the moon is not moonly. The moon is lunar. Collateral adjectives are everywhere. Mouth stuff is oral. These are apian. Some nouns have both. Fathers can be fatherly or paternal. And a setting filled with fog can be foggy or brumous. It's often said that no word rhymes with orange. Is that true? Well, rhyming can be controversial because it often
Ryan Toys Review started out as a humble toy channel about a kid playing with toys, but that quickly turned into so much more, with the channel beginning to gain millions upon millions of views per upload. Ryan is now the face of a multi-million-dollar company, Ryan's World, and the whole endeavor has proved to be extremely successful, having garnered over $29 million in 2020 alone. By this point, the channel has become a staple of kids content on YouTube, and Ryan has become one of the highest earning creators on the site. The company boasts toys, video games, toys, multiple TV shows, and toys, as well as several successful channels.
Hey guys, it's your boy Combo Panda here, and today I am about to say the F word.
Last year I made a video about Race with Ryan, a car racing game featuring the Ryan's World brand and characters. Well, they recently released a new game, Ryan's Rescue Squad. The game was released in March of 2022, but the game seems to have mostly gone under the radar, with only one review on Metacritic, and today, I'm gonna see if this game is an improvement over its predecessor, or if it's somehow even worse. Welcome to Ryan's Rescue Squad. Okay, now's the part where you say something.
Welcome to Race with Ryan. I hate you, leave me alone!
Wow, look at this lively menu. After opening Ryan's Rescue Squad software update, the first thing you see is a banger cutscene to showcase the lore and story of the game. So basically, Ryan and the homies are playing video games, when all of a sudden, Ryan accidentally recites an ancient incantation and summons a hell portal that puts him and his friends into the game world. He's met by some evil people like Ryan but evil and Hamster, and Ryan prepares to fight them, but instead, they choose to kidnap Ryan's friends and run away. Now I know it probably hurts to hear that Pack Rat is probably torturing your friend in his basement, but you shouldn't worry about that right now. We have bigger things to deal with. Something that's worth pointing out with the cutscenes is that they're somewhat reminiscent of the low-quality nature of the security breach endings. I can only assume that's because the entire game probably had a budget based off whatever they could find in between Ryan's couch cushions. We then find ourselves in the level hub, which takes place in some blank spaceship-looking thing. As you can see, in this game you play as Ryan. I don't want to be Ryan. There are 4 worlds in this game. Toys, pirates, prehistory, and space! Next thing you know, we find ourselves in the very first level. And wow, this is definitely a video game. There are enemies, collectibles, and even purple egg things that are probably made of 98% lead. The kids in the sweatshops are eating good tonight. If they make a few more eggs, they might even be able to see their families again. So the main way to defend yourself in such an unforgiving environment is by beating the fuck out of these blobs. They're honestly non-issues though, since you can dash at them, ground pound, and even just jump on their heads to kill them. But by far the most effective method of dealing with these guys is to throw the aforementioned purple eggs at them. I like the fact that there's no throwing animation, so Ryan ends up looking like an empty husk, brutally murdering any and all innocent beings that cross his path of destruction. The eggs always go exactly where you aim them, so there's little to no risk and challenge in lining up a shot, since it always goes exactly where you want it to. And even when you do miss a shot, it doesn't really matter, because you can carry up to 5 of these things at once, with no limit to how many are spawned. Aside from these blobs, you also have to deal with other enemies, like pink trolls. And the deadliest thing you'll ever set your eyes upon, colored pencils. For real though, if you fucking touch these things, you instantly perish, and that'll lose you a whole 4 seconds of progress when you respawn. Each level contains a varying amount of surprise eggs and Ryan dollars, which is obviously a metaphor for Ryan getting his parents' actual dollars. There are also the more plentiful sun coins, which are used in tandem with the mystery eggs to purchase cosmetics. After beating all the levels in a world, a portal in the ground opens up, and we can finally fight the boss of the world. So Ryan and his slave walk and they see the guy and he's all like, hey! And then Ryan and the panda bear walk towards him again, and then the man shows his lovely smile. So the boss fight is pretty simple. Robo combo moves left and right, shooting glitters at you, and you have to dodge them. After that, he's then diagnosed with stage 3 dementia and forgets how to drive. So he lands, and that gives you an opportunity to jump on him. Something really annoying with this fight is that the little thrusters on top of the flying saucer have giant-ass hitboxes, so you can die while successfully hitting him, which will send you right back to the loading screen with no warning or death animation, which in turn only makes things more confusing. So after beating the boss, we get another cutscene. Ryan opens the egg, just like you can, for the low price of $60, and inside is Gus the Gummy Gator, formerly known as Choo Choo Gus, and we unlock him as a playable character. Well, bye Ryan. After that, we make our way to the pirate world. While it looks stylistically different from the last one, you can see that most of the world consists of reused or recolored assets from the last world, like the enemies, or reused obstacles and mechanics, like the spikes. There are a couple new mechanics, however, like boats and cannons that cause life-threatening brain damage. You even got some boogers of your own, which you can throw at your enemies to give them a disease. Most of the levels in this world are nothing to write home about, but the 4th level is at least pretty interesting. It has you riding on a boat and going over islands. Unfortunately though, the game reuses this exact mechanic later on. There are also some underwater segments later on, but ew, gross, I hate it. After we beat all the levels, then another portal opens up. So Ryan and the gangsters walk and they look up, and there's another Ryan's World trademark officially licensed surprise egg that you can buy for another $60. But then that sweet surprise egg is grabbed by none other than Pack Rat, who giggles a bit and then threatens to destroy the Ryan egg. Now this is personal. What kind of monster would destroy a Ryan's World egg? So now it's time to fight Pack Rat. He attacks you by shooting boogers at you and moving left and right. Sounds a bit familiar, but the difference between Robo Combo and Pack Rat is that Pack Rat is a hamster, and therefore doesn't suffer from stage 7 Alzheimer's. But luckily for you, you can give it to him with blunt force. All you have to do is shoot the radioactive purple egg at him, and then you can just sit back and watch as his mental state deteriorates in front of your very eyes. Then you can step on his head and win the fight. So then Ryan carelessly throws the egg he was oh so worried about before, and that summons a portal above Pack Rat, which he in turn flies through. 2 bosses down, 1 to go. Inside the egg is a furry. The next world is prehistory. Now this is where I stopped giving a shit about collecting the eggs, and instead I just focused on beating the levels. So this world features the same enemies as before, but recolored. Of course, there's also a few mechanics that'll definitely not show up later in the game. And for this world, it's falling platforms. Of course, the bone mechanics from the last world are back, which means the pirate world feels even less unique. But that's neither here nor there. Something that slightly changes with the level design in this world is that there's a lot more verticality as you go through the levels. There's also a new feature here. There's a dinosaur named Sheldon that you can ride. Each of the levels have a part where you can go through a door and then you're riding the dinosaur. They feel really shoehorned in. Since the little stopping grounds are completely separate from the rest of the levels, it gives me the impression that it was probably something added last minute, or maybe they had bigger plans for this mechanic. The dinosaur has this really annoying scream that you have to use to get all the blocks out of the way. And like the ground pound and melee attack, it completely stops all momentum for you to use it. And then later in the world, there's also a pretty interesting level. It has you jumping away as lava rises, and you have to get away. Then it has you doing the exact same thing but from the side. Wait, what? At the end of the 3rd world, we find ourselves faced by Dark Titan. But before I do that, I gotta make my way Gus look iced out. That's better. The Ryan and friends stand in place, and then Dark Titan is angry, and then they do a staring contest.
While you are trapped here, your channels are abandoned, open for new owners. Wait, no way. You mean
I can't say the F word anymore! So the Dark Titan fight is actually completely different from the other 2. Dark Titan attacks you by moving left and right and shooting radioactive boogers. He then drops a purple egg, which you can throw at him, and then you beat him up. The only thing that actually changed is that now he breaks some of the ground between hits. Okay, so maybe it's the same as the other 2, but that means we've already beaten each of the main villains in the game. It makes you think, what could the final boss possibly be? So Dark Titan runs away into a spaceship, and then Ryan and friends all get put into a cage, and then Dark Titan escapes through a portal. But luckily for us, our good pal Sheldon is back, and he breaks the cage and frees us all. We're now in the final world, space. You start out in a space station type place, and you need to make your way past death lasers. Later on, you leave the space station, and you can go
aside, the lead up for this part was actually surprisingly well done. Having you go through the ship lowers your expectation, and makes it all the more surprising when you leave and get to see the environment. Obviously, there's still a lot of reused and remodeled assets, but the devs actually made the world feel more unique, as low gravity comes into effect here. I actually like the low gravity mechanic in this world. The platforming on its own already felt a bit floaty in the other worlds, so when the game embraces it, the platforming actually feels pretty nice. Because of the gravity change, this also leaves the level design to be more wide open, as having high levels would feel cluttered at this point. In these levels, the super cool gimmick is that there are these UFO segments where you have to shoot enemies and dodge lasers. These are fine, I guess, but the only things you have to deal with is a singular type of enemy that shoots forward, and some reused lasers from earlier parts of the level. There's actually a minigame where you use the ship later on. You need to collect the sun coins while avoiding the meteors. The annoying thing here is that the ship has a tiny teeny laser, and it moves super slowly, so if you move too far forward, you're bound to get hit. After making our way through the final few levels, we finally make it to the final boss. As you know, we've already beaten all the 3 main villains, so the final boss can be literally anything. It can be a giant robot, it can be Susan Wachisi working with Kappa. The possibilities are literally endless. You fight each of the 3 previous bosses while dodging lasers in between phases. Okay, so maybe the whole game is just shit. Wait, what's that noise?
Ugh, where am I?
Oh, that's. So now that we open them, let's play with our toy.
That's what I say. New Super Mario Bros. It's a game I was able to play and beat as a literal infant, and it still holds up to this day. It also works well as a game for both kids and grown-ups alike. Yeah, Ryan's Rescue Squad was without a doubt designed for kids, but when kids play video games, they're often playing with adults or their older siblings so that the game isn't as hard. But anyone over the age of 7 would be bored out of their minds playing this game. I don't recommend it, as there are way better platforms you could get for less than 50 smackaroonies. But hey, at least it isn't as much as a fucking Ryan egg. Jesus Christ, that price tag. Also, a lot of people wanted me to review Super Spy Ryan, and from what I've played, it's honestly just a mediocre mobile game. The cutscenes actually look good, because they have a budget of more than $8. The main goal in the game is just to get as many toys as possible, while also attacking the other team to steal their toys to add to your own. Wow, I love toys. There isn't enough content in the game for it to warrant its own video, so I'm just kinda stitching this onto the end of this video, just so I'm able to provide a review for the people who have been asking me for one. Also, Discord server and second channel exist, okay, bye. Okay, so I'm sure some people watching are gonna say something along the lines of, but to Threer, you already talked about Super Spy Ryan at the end of the last Ryan game review. Didn't you say there wasn't enough content in the game to justify it getting its own review? What changed? Well, I was actually waiting for another big Ryan game to release. I'm still waiting for another big Ryan game to release. But man, it's been so long since I last talked about one of these games. So today, I'm taking a look at Super Spy Ryan anyways, to see if this Ryan mobile game can possibly be any better than the ones made for other platforms. And there may actually be a lot more here than I initially thought. But to start things off, what is Super Spy Ryan? Super Spy Ryan is yet another addition to the Ryan's World empire. The game was released in April of 2022, and was developed by Sunlight Entertainment and Amazon Mobile. And that's...
My ears. Nobody. The final team was nobody. You can't do this. Wow, the final team was nobody. Already won. Why? I love that. Elsa's tower explodes. Boom! I hate your power, so I'm just going. Maybe. Get shot. No! He blew itself off. How? How's it still standing? Exploded. No, my tower!
Super Spy
Oh,
Ryan
he's
was
off,
actually based
so
on
I
a
don't
30-minute
wanna
Amazon
read
special
more.
of the same name. Now, something interesting to note is that the Amazon short aired in late 2020, with the mobile game following nearly 2 years later. Its late release seems pretty odd to say the least. Maybe it was made as a way to advertise the short and give it a second wind? I'm really not sure. They even came out with a ton of official Ryan's World toys based off the short, like surprise eggs, playsets, fake Legos, and even a multi. It's so strange to see that so much stuff came out of this branch of the Ryan's World brand. The whole franchise really encompasses every type of popular thing you can imagine. Hey kid, you like Mario Kart? Well, now you can race with Ryan! Do you like superpowers? Here's Red Kite, want spies? Hey look, it's Super Spy Ryan, my hero. At this point, you never have to look for anything new, because why would you want to watch this? We have some Ryan videos here. Go watch that! Why is a grown man grunting and making weird noises instead of just getting Ryan? Was he just not there that day to record some lines? Ooh, look, Ryan has an Instagram.
We escaped. One of our favorite things to do together is trying out different escape rooms.
My son loved Ryan's World, and usually I'm okay with him watching it. But after the video of Ryan mocking his parents, my son has stopped mocking me, including when he's in the process of getting in trouble or getting a spanking. He thinks it's a joke because of the video, but it's not, and it's hindering my parenting. Please be more aware of the videos you create. Usually I'm not the type of Karen. I'm actually the most relaxed parent, but it's gone in the way of punishment, and this isn't okay.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna play the game now. The first thing you see upon opening the game is the user's agreement asking if you want to join Jeff Bezos in entering Combo Panda's free gift card giveaway. Hey Combo Crew, Combo Panda is back! And to join the giveaway, all you have to do is give me your address, favorite candy bar, and favorite brand of white van. Then we get to take a look at this surprisingly well-animated opening cutscene. A cutscene that looks way better than any of the ones in Ryan's Rescue Squad. This is actually because the animation here was taken directly from the Amazon special. I mean, might as well since the animation was already done. Now we get to make our way to the tutorial. In this game, you play as Ryan. I don't want to be Ryan. Well, luckily, you don't have to. There are actually another 6 characters you can choose from, with 5 of which being easily unlockable at the beginning of the game. I'm just gonna use Ryan for now.
Awesome.
They literally stole this sound effect from Race with Ryan itself, a game that came out in 2019. That's nearly 4 years ago now. Don't you think his voice might have gotten a little different?
Hey guys!
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, whatever. Let's just get into the game. Generally, the gameplay seems to be a combination of 2 games I'm already familiar with. Brawl Stars in its general gameplay loop, and Piggy Hunt in terms of its presentation. Yep, never thought I'd be bringing up this game again. The 3 versus 3 battles, elements of the combat, and the little starting animation is what gives me the Brawl Stars vibes. But the actual visual style and opening of the toy vaults remind me heavily of the item searching from Piggy Hunt. The goal of the gameplay seems to be pretty original though. You have 3 minutes for your team to collect 50 toys. And if you can hold that lead for more than 10 seconds, your team wins. There's also a free-for-all game mode where you compete against 3 other players to get 40 toys on your own. There's quite a number of ways to get the toys. You can find them scattered on the ground, you can hit other players and collect the toys they drop, and you can collect them from these vaults and or spaceships depending on what map you happen to be playing on. Then there's the fastest but most difficult method. Around the maps, there are these robot guys patrolling the area. The robots are susceptible to everything a player is, so you can dash away from them or use your attacking ability to stun them. But if they catch you, every single toy you've collected over the course of the match ends up on the ground for anyone to pick up. You then respawn back on your side, forcing you to run towards your toys hoping that no one on the opposite team happened to be in the area. These are known as toy drops, and it isn't uncommon for at least one of these to happen per game. But the robots aren't the only way to cause a toy drop, as every once in a while, my man Pack Rat himself appears. Remember when he tortured our friends? Good times. Every couple seconds he creates this purple void around him, and those purple voids automatically make anyone in them drop their full inventory. Even if you're just using the vaults to collect toys though, it's still really easy to get a ton of toys very quickly, but it's equally as easy to lose everything to a robot if you're not careful. While there are 2 game modes available, you can only play 1 map on each game mode at any given time, but they do seem to switch out quite often. Yet there's no way to select them, strangely enough. There's also a local multiplayer option, but kids aren't allowed to play it. It's for parents only. To prove that you're an adult, you have to answer some really basic multiplication, the same type of math that the preschoolers playing this game are probably learning about right now. So I'm not sure who exactly you think you're fooling, game. For pretty much my entire experience, the game was incredibly easy. For the longest time, I was genuinely not sure if I was playing against bots or literal children. On one hand, it usually looks believable that you're playing with humans, but sometimes the players act like they're straight up running on an
algorithm. And with the computer-generated names, you can't even use people's usernames as a reference point. But after testing it out myself, I've come to the conclusion that the players you fight against are in fact real people, as the game prevents you from playing when you can't connect to the servers. So all the bot-level gameplay is actually coming from the average Ryan's World fan. It doesn't help that the team balancing is practically non-existent. Sometimes I even held 100% of the toys for my entire team. I'm still really not sure if there's any sort of skill-based matchmaking, as I was able to play against decent players every once in a while. There are some other serious fundamental flaws that can make or break the game, depending on whether or not you have fun with these mechanics. The way you make all in-game progress depends on how much of a contribution you made to your victory. If you collect all the toys, you get all the rewards. But it doesn't matter how many you collected over the course of the game, it only checks how many you have at the end of things. And because of how the system works, you can actively sabotage people by attacking them at the very end, taking away points from your opponents after you've already won. Not to mention you can lure people into traps and get them hit by the robots, where you could just steal everything from them. However, we haven't even gotten into the worst problem that this game has. That being, the scummy use of microtransactions and the battle pass, called the season pass in this game. That's how you know it's original. I get that it's a free game and the devs need money, but there's just something that feels wrong about seeing a game made for literal babies have such obvious monetization practices, with this glowing box surrounding the battle pass to remind the little kitties about what they're missing out on. But this doesn't even scratch the surface of the most devious, borderline criminal thing that this game has done. They made the skin for Gus the Gummy Gator unlock at level 25. Level 25. That means that if I ever want to see my precious Gummy Gus skin, I'll have to spend hours of my life playing this game in order to unlock it. Now, let it be known, I did get Gus in the end, because I'm a real gamer. However, I didn't use him anyway, because the character isn't good. The character balancing in this game is actually pretty interesting at first glance. Each character gets different stats, some objectively better than others. Then the characters with worse stats get bonuses in terms of their abilities. The abilities range from as useful as dash away from enemies, to as useless as be able to see Peck when he goes invisible. The only way that this ability is remotely useful is if your opponent happens to be playing Peck, and you happen to be in the area, and your abilities are cooled down, and you can use it and see him, which doesn't even automatically give you power over him, as the rest of your team still can't see him. But the funniest thing of all is that Ryan is objectively the best character in this game. Him and the Furry are pretty comparable when it comes to stats, but each of Ryan's two abilities are universally important mechanics. Ryan gets the ability to dash, which, if executed well, allows you to escape from a good amount of bad situations, like traps, robots, and even Pack Rat's attacks. But he also gets a water balloon that can stun opponents while also making them drop 3 toys. It's a pretty standard variant of the ability, and the range isn't all too great, but when paired with the dash, it easily allows you to perform hit and run.
Hit and run. Oh my god. Those people. Bye, Carl. Nope, we're feeling the fire. I hope you die in a fire. Now just go, bozos. Run. I'm in the team. We can't go any further. I just fell. We're going to better server probably. Probably. 3.
I suppose it only makes sense that the
A guy asked me for a cup of sherbet, and I said, I'll be right back with that cup of sherbet, then walked off. Yeah, we'll do some more of these. Since we last checked in at the start of the year, Strawberry has continued to collate examples of customer service brain rot on their TikTok. But now, whilst we still have stories from the same sorts of customer service as before, I worked at McDonald's and I handed someone their order once and just said, shouldn't be too long. Strawberry's widened the scope a little to include other types of jobs. Asked a patient if she had any allergies, and she said, yeah, bitches. So I laughed, saying me too, and she was like, what, I go into anaphylactic shock? Yeah, not bitches, it was fish. I was a zipline guide, and during the safety demo, I was trying to make a joke by asking if anyone had narcolepsy, but asked if anyone had necrophilia. A customer bought a birthday card for their dad.
Right. Go beat it.
And then instead of saying, I hope you have a nice day, at the end, I said, hope you have a dad. Right, I once left a client a message saying...
Last time on the Terror YouTube channel. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Man, this game sucks. Wait, how much money does Ryan make? I'll be right back. Hey guys, it's Terror's Toys Reviews, and today we're gonna look at the Ryan's World egg. Now, Ryan's World.
Imagine playing your favorite Roblox game, only to get completely destroyed by a hacker. We've all been there, but that got me thinking, how do these hackers actually pull it off? So I went deep into the Roblox hacking community, scrolling through forums, looking at real code used by hackers, and even talking to 5 developers from the biggest hacking clients out there. They spilled everything, their experiences, how they bypassed Roblox's security, and even how much money they're making off of all this. And let me tell you something, the answers were way crazier than I expected. So stick around, because this video is about to get crazy.
Crap. No, it's about to get crap. No, wobble mods, used battery. What? What is sign? How big? Ah. No. Not the wire. I jumped over it, but I have to. High speed. Down. Go thing. Yes. pasta get right. Why can't I eat the things? Rusty thoughts. Clock light around the used car battery.
This video was made possible by CuriosityStream. When you sign up for an annual subscription at curiositystream.com/HAI, you'll also get access to Nebula, the streaming service HAI is a part of. North Korea is a lot like North Dakota. They're both small, they're both isolated, they both have a penchant for being run by dead people, and they both have some Americans living there, although far from enough to justify 2 seats in the Senate. If you're like me, you might find it strange that despite North Korea having no American embassy, and technically still being at war with the US, the Hermit Kingdom is home to a handful of resourceful, scrappy, independent, technically sort of treasonous Americans. But then again, you're probably not like me. I run a semi-successful YouTube channel about silly little facts, and you probably have a real job. How many Americans live there, you ask? That's a great question, to which I'll give the same answer I gave when asked about how many Tic Tacs I could fit in my mouth at once. I'm not totally sure, but probably about 200. Americans in North Korea come in 3 flavors. Former US citizens who have renounced their citizenship and defected, still citizen humanitarians and educators, and Rocky Road. The first group, American defectors and their children, is also the smallest. In fact, we only know for certain about 2 living ones. These guys, the Dresnik brothers, pictured here, tying for last in a Kim Jong-un lookalike competition. Why are they there? Well, you see, in a conflict you likely learned but then forgot about in school, and then learned about again, and then forgot about again in one of the 5 videos I've made on North Korea, back in the 1950s, the US and the USSR were in something called the Cool Conflict, and they took a look at East Asia and went, hey, nice Korea you've got there. Sure would be a shame if we, did a war to it. And so they did a war to it, and split the place into North Korea and Gangnam-style Korea. Once the war ended, which technically was never, but actually was in 1953, most of the Americans who had been doing the war went home, but a few of them thought to themselves, hey, you know what I've never tried before? Living in the world's most brutal fascist dictatorship. Why not give that a go? And so they did, and from 1953 to the 1980s, around 30 American prisoners of war and active military personnel decided not to leave or slipped across the DMZ and into North Korea. Some of them claimed they did it to avoid court-martial or to avoid doing more war in Vietnam, but everyone knows the real reason is because they had a crush on Kim Jong-il. Just look at those dimples. Anyways, while most defectors have died, returned to the US, or relocated to China, an undisclosed but likely very small number of descendants remain in North Korea, and they don't particularly seem like they're coming back. And who can blame them? Getting to play roles in propaganda films as evil Americans and wearing uniforms that look taken from high school production of Sound of Music is a level of fame that would be hard to give up. I mean, just look how happy they are. That's the face of a man who feels great about his life decisions. The larger, less permanent, and far less cosplay-y portion of North Korea's American population is made up of humanitarians and university professors. Back in the 1990s, Christian groups took a break from protesting Kevin Smith movies and yelling at Monica Lewinsky for money laundering, but is actually a private university that employs up to 70 Americans a semester. At the Pyongyang University,
l'énergie devrait coûter moins cher à vous et à la planète. Octopus Énergie. Pour agir sur l'écologie, faites des économies.
And make the world even worse by
Every
making
year,
it-
some countries move their clocks forward in the spring, only to move them back in the autumn. To the vast majority of the world who doesn't participate in this odd clock fiddling, it seems a baffling thing to do. So what's the reason behind it? The original idea, proposed by George Hudson, was to give people more sunlight in the summer. Of course, it's important to note that changing a clock doesn't actually make more sunlight. That's not how physics works. But by moving the clocks forward an hour, compared to all other human activity, the sun will seem to both rise and set later. The time when the clocks are moved forward is called daylight saving time, and the rest of the year is called standard time. This switch effectively gives people more time to enjoy the sunshine and nice summer weather after work. Hudson, in particular, wanted more sunlight so he could spend more time adding to his insect collection. When winter is coming, the clocks move back, presumably because people don't want to go outside anymore. But winter doesn't have this effect on everyone. If you live in a tropical place like Hawaii, you really don't have to worry about seasons because they pretty much don't happen. Every day, all year, is sunny and beautiful, so Christmas is just as good of a day to hit the beach as any other. And so, Hawaii is one of 2 states in the Union that ignore daylight saving time. But the further you travel from the equator in either direction, the more the seasons assert themselves and you get colder and darker winters, making summertime much more valuable to the locals. So it's no surprise that the further a country is from the equator, the more likely it uses daylight saving time. Hudson proposed his idea in Wellington in 1895, but it wasn't well received, and it took until 1916 for Germany to be the first country to put it into practice. Though the uber-industrious Germans were less concerned with catching butterflies on a fine summer evening than they were with saving coal to feed the war machine. The Germans thought daylight saving time would conserve energy. The reasoning goes that it encourages people to stay out later in the summer and thus use less artificial lighting. This sounds logical, and it may have worked in the more regimented society of 100 years ago, but does it still work in the modern world? That turns out to be a surprisingly difficult question to answer. For example, take mankind's greatest invention, air conditioning, the magic box of cool that makes otherwise uninhabitable sections of the world quite tolerable places to live. But pumping heat out of your house isn't cheap, and turning on one air conditioner is the same as running dozens of tungsten light bulbs. If people get more sunshine, but they don't use it to go outside, then daylight saving time might actually cost electricity, not save it. This is particularly true in a place like Phoenix, where the average summer high is 107 degrees and the record is 122. If you suggest to an Arizonan to change their clocks in the summer to get more sunshine, they laugh in your face. Sun and higher electricity bills are not what they want, which is why Arizona is the second state that never changes their clocks. Another problem with trying to study daylight saving time is rapid changes in technology and electrical use. As technology gets better and better and better, more electricity is dedicated to things that aren't light bulbs, and the lure of a hot, sweaty, mosquito-filled day outside is less appealing than technological entertainment and climate-controlled comfort inside. Also, the horrifically energy-inefficient tungsten light bulbs that have remained unchanged for a century are giving way to CFLs and LEDs, greatly reducing the amount of energy required to light a room. So even assuming that daylight saving time is effective, it's probably less effective with every passing year. The bottom line is while some studies say daylight saving time costs more electricity and others say it saves electricity, the one thing they agree on is the effect size. Not 20% or 10%, but 1% or less, which, in the United States, works out to be about $4 per household.
This video was made possible by Audible. Sign up for a 30-day free trial at audible.com/HAI and get a free audiobook plus 2 free Audible originals. Everybody makes mistakes, and remember, corporations are people too, therefore they too make mistakes. Blockbuster turned down the chance to buy Netflix, KFC opened in China and mistranslated its finger-licking good to eat your fingers off, and American Airlines, well, American Airlines sold the infamous, unlimited, lifetime AirPass? 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 You know what, let's just call it the AirPass. You see, in the 1980s, American Airlines had a problem. They didn't have any money. At the time, the airline crucially needed money, as years of research, trial, and error had concluded that the Pratt & Whitney JT3D, JT8D, and JT9D turbofan engines used in their aircraft would not function without fuel, which costs money. Now, people respond to not having money in all kinds of different ways. Some file for bankruptcy, some steal a loaf of bread, some start a semi-satirical educational YouTube channel. American Airlines decided to respond with something truly drastic, offering this unlimited lifetime air pass. The idea was simple. When the pass was first offered in 1981, it cost $250,000, and you could spend an additional $150,000 for a companion pass. So if you bought both, you were looking at a total of $400,000. With inflation, today that would be around $1.2 million. In exchange, you got unlimited free first-class travel to anywhere in the world on any American Airlines flight for life, and with a companion pass, you could take anyone you wanted with you. It could be your friend, your spouse, your friend's spouse, a stranger's spouse, a stranger's friend's spouse, or Bill Clinton. 28 people took American Airlines up on the offer. Now, $400,000 may sound like a lot of money, especially for 1981, and to be fair, it was. With inflation, it's enough to buy 138,771 Chipotle burritos with guac, or to buy just under 0.9% of this weird, drippy, swirly painting of nothing. But even though $400,000 is a lot of money, soon American Airlines discovered that they had made a terrible mistake in their pricing. They had offered people far too good of a deal. See, the unlimited passes were like an all-you-can-eat buffet. All-you-can-eat buffets make money because even though people could eat 50 lamb chops in one sitting, eating up all the buffet's money, the buffet assumes that nobody will actually do that because it would be, gross. American Airlines did the same thing. They assumed people wouldn't use the pass too much. They failed to consider the super travelers. Super travelers like this guy, Stephen Rothstein, who did the flying equivalent of going to an all-you-can-eat buffet and eating 50 lamb chops, 80 steaks, and an entire trash can full of mashed potatoes. Stephen Rothstein, a Chicago investment banker, bought the unlimited air pass in 1987. Over the next 25 years, he would use the pass to book more than 10,000 flights. That's an average of more than a flight a day. He would fly to London to get lunch with a friend, or to Boston for a baseball game, then back home for dinner. Sometimes he would fly to Providence, Rhode Island, just to get his favorite sandwich, a bologna and Swiss melt from a restaurant called Jeff's. This meant that whenever Stephen Rothstein got hungry, American Airlines had to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars in fuel, taxes, and other costs. Not to mention lost ticket sales. The flight was bologna and Swiss melt, which is a lot of money, especially for a sandwich with bologna, so bad that its name literally means nonsense. I mean, come on, if you're gonna fly across country, at least get some money. And it wasn't just Rothstein.
a lot of people use their passes much more than expected. One pass holder, like Joyce, once used his pass to fly round trip to London 16 times in 25 days. Keep in mind too, that back in the 80s, when the pass was first offered, flying cost a lot more than it does now. When you adjust for inflation, the cost of flying is now about 50% less than it was in 1980. Soon, American Airlines realized that they had made a terrible mistake. They estimated that super travelers like Rothstein were costing them over $1 million a year each, which made sense. By 2008, Rothstein had traveled over 10 million miles or 16 million kilometers, enough to go to the moon and back 20 times. Now, of course, Rothstein didn't actually fly to the moon, but it turns out he had flown too close to the sun, and he was about to get burned. It turns out that Rothstein and others would often use their passes to help out complete strangers, giving them unexpected first-class upgrades or helping them get home when their flights were canceled. That wouldn't normally be a problem, except that in order to have the option to do it, the pass holders would regularly book their companion pass under a fake name, as they didn't yet know who might be traveling with them. Silly made-up names like Guy Rothstein or Benedict Cumberbatch, names that no real human being would ever have. In 2008, American Airlines accused Rothstein and two others of fraud and said that by booking under false names, they had broken their contract. Security agents cornered them at airports, revoked their passes, and told them they would never fly on American Airlines again. Just like any red-blooded American would, they all sued, but for Rothstein's case at least, the outcome wasn't clear as it was settled privately out of court. American Airlines stopped regularly offering the unlimited lifetime pass in 1994, though they did offer it once in 2004 for $3 million plus $2 million for a companion pass, for a total of $5 million or $6.8 million today with inflation. At that time, though, there were no takers. After all, with $5 million, you might as well just buy your own thing, or you could buy 7% of this other painting of this droopy swirly painting of nothing. 25 people, though, still have lifetime unlimited passes, including Michael Dell, who you might know from Dell Computers, and Mark Cuban, who you might know from Shark Tank, and yelling at referees at Dallas Mavericks games. They can still
Worried about hacks, DDoS attack.
This right here is an entire replica of every city and geological feature of Earth in Minecraft. And this is a robot made with artificial intelligence that learned to play the game all on its own. These are just a few of the greatest accomplishments ever achieved in the game's history. Let's start off with a 1 million gold block cube built completely in survival. The SciCraft Minecraft server is known for pushing the game to its absolute limit, and in this case, dominating the global economy is no exception. With the help of this complex AFK pigment farm built in the nether, the members gathered over 100 million gold nuggets from just the farm alone. Then because nobody wants to make a storage unit for that many nuggets, they turn them all into gold blocks, which they then use to build a gigantic golden cube that almost goes up to the sky limit. Oh boy, that is just the start of the greatest Minecraft accomplishments though. Check out this guy who single-handedly went ahead and drained out an entire nether lava ocean in survival mode. To complete this project, he set up piston circuits to push sand into a lava lake very quickly, and then after all of the lava blocks had been covered by sand, he would remove them all with torches. And then by rinsing and repeating the strategy for over 4 whole months, he removed all of the lava out of this nether ocean, and I'm not sure why somebody would willingly do this to themselves, but you gotta respect the man's grind. Alright boys, now let's move into the more crazy side of the accomplishment. A YouTuber by the name of Fast Jazz figured out how to farm the Ender Dragon repeatedly while being completely AFK using this giant contraption in the end. Basically, you turn on this TNT duper above the farm, then literally all you have to do is look down into this water and hold right click with a finger or a rock. Then the water will push you around while you resummon the dragon with the crystals, which activates an elevator that will send you up the tower, all while the dragon quickly dies from TNT and funnels its XP to you. I actually ran this farm for just about 15 minutes and I went from 0 to 43 levels, meaning you can go outside while getting those Minecraft games. Psych boy, I was playing on my phone, the grind don't stop. Minecraft players didn't stop automating the game there though. YouTuber Taco Technisha created an automated baritone robot that can speedrun and beat Minecraft in its entirety. Baritone is a hacking tool that is usually designed to do simple tasks for you like getting diamonds while you sit back and watch. But the problem with most baritone bots is that they're stupid. If you were to say get iron right when you spawn, it would go straight to mining the iron with this dirt instead of getting a stone pickaxe first. But this Alberto Einstein of Minecraft coded every single step to beating the game into this one baritone bot, as well as PvP skills to where it was able to kill the Ender Dragon in just 3 hours, which has never been done before in the game's history. That's not the first time a crazy accomplishment was made with robots though. On the survival Minecraft server 2v2t, where there are 0 rules and you can do whatever you want, players will often assert dominance on each other's teams by building giant obsidian structures in the sky shaped as their team logo. One of these groups, known as the Spawn Masons, programmed 61 different baritone bots to simply use obsidian to build a giant replica of their logo, which consisted of 28 million obsidian. That means if you strung out every single block placed from spawn in one direction, you would literally almost hit Minecraft's border. And it was all built in 1 week. But sometimes players would still rather stick to the basics and push themselves to their limits instead of using robots, which makes some of these accomplishments even more impressive. Kurt J. Mack is an official Guinness World Record.
Ding 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 ding. I'll say no that baby. Yeah. Yeah. Then you're gonna read whatever. Whatever. My PC so garbage.
Have you ever noticed those dirt trails in parks that completely ignore the sidewalks? Hello everyone. Those are called desire paths, and they are trails made by humans seeking the most efficient route and walking along them over and over again. You've probably seen them the last time you were in a park or near a grassy knoll. In fact, Reddit has a whole subreddit dedicated to them that I will share with you below. Well, these desire paths are interesting because they tell us a lot about human behavior and the way we design things. They show us that sometimes the way we expect people to behave isn't how they actually behave. City planners might look at a park and think, oh, the side...
Scump the board. Actually, buh. And other buh. You can get. I. So, excited. Exciting. Fish, fish, fish. King, Queen, Anus. I already saw that. Coca-Cola. Yo, I can get okay. I can get a student part-time job. I'm just gonna work from home or Coca-Cola. I can work at Coca-Cola. What would the fuck? Like keep name Tasman and then they'll just put feet. I just jet weasel. Chicken butt yellow. No, it's not yellow. Yellow. Dragon names. Yeah. Oh yeah. Cereal. Shug. Fantafartica. Brawl Stars. MB. Album the letters. Hi. Rolls. It's sad. Yeah. Yep, it's sad. Also just a fucking cat. Mustard. 2 minute. Bloodbath. Bloodbath? I was 13 on 21. And as well as I again. Oh, in hell. Hold up, let me commit build. There's a flint pack saw. There's a flint pack saw. Shovel. Flint. Flint and flint and flint and flint. Where's the pack saw? Oh, flint pack saw. I can't get a netherite pack saw, netherite side, and netherite sickle. But don't put a hammer on a sickle. Get something garbage. Anyways, since we're making what we can make. Yes. I need more cobble. I need some more. Oh boy, I need some more cobble. Oh yeah, that. How much do we need? $21. I need 84. I need 84 blocks. Which is why I'm auto clicking. Because it's just the fastest way. I'm not playing Minecraft with shaders, then that's it. Oh. No. Oh. That's Project E. That's why we have a EMC. That's why we have EMC, because Project E is the one mod that adds EMC. Can I? Spam click. And we're gonna learn a lot of mods in this mod pack. We're gonna learn some real stuff that is very useful for later mods, such as refined storage. Yeah, that little one little mod adds A2. Learn A2. Then die trying to learn it because I'm dumb. And all the clicks. I love auto click. I love auto clicking. Alright, let's make something new, also known as a barrel. Oh my god. This is the barrel. And the barrel can be surrounded with coal to make a tank, which then we can eat stuff on it. Right now, yeah, eating that in here is kind of good. We need one of every. So all we do is just eat everything. This thing which will we'll just take andesite like 5 hours and that's it. Jabin Jobby. Void pickup. Let's get everything. Alright, we have a lot of other stuff, and we have a lot of andesite. Andesite will be useful for the create setup that I can make probably later. I don't know. Jibin Jabby. I can't just. I don't know what key does it, but. Oh, P. Long. I love just being long. Anyways, oh my god, there's a lot of cobble. And no. And cobble makes a lot of these. And a lot of these make a lot of goodies. Yes, I'm calling them goodies. I look like a glizzy. Alright, 5 rock copper. I don't care, it's floating, it does not fall. I leave it fall. Alright, you know what? Go commit C. You scared me. Oh my god, it's fucking almost midnight and you fucking scared me. That dumbass decided to scare me. I was like, sleeping? This idiot decided to push me. Thank God you died, and thank God I got your lead. And boom. Figures. Alright, let me commit build, place, yeet, yeet. And yeah, I just want a bit more.
Humans around you. But happiness. Many will advise you how to obtain it, but maybe you're not trying to be happy. Your actions aim for the opposite. You want to be the saddest sado sailing on the sea of sadness. Much easier to achieve, and this video has 7 tactics to get you started toward the dark currents, at least one of which you are already doing. So let's begin. First, stay still. Remain indoors as much as possible, preferably in the same room. Be the human equivalent of a pile of laundry. Inert, unmoving. Don't let a beautiful day tempt you for a walk. Avoid anything even vaguely extraphysical. This keeps reward chemicals out of your brain, which could divert you, and stillness guides you towards medical problems, which will keep this wheel turning. Stillness is the most effective thing you can do. So be the laundry pile. Make your bedroom your all room. Live and work and play and sleep in the smallest radius you can. Which brings us to screw with your sleep. The Wraith of Insomnia will be your co-pilot on the sea of sadness. Her mere presence is unpleasant, but she also helps confuse the productive part of your brain, which might look to navigate you toward the islands of happiness on the horizon. More on that later. A regular sleep cycle is a fragile thing and takes at least 3 days to establish. Be sure then to vary your bedtime by several hours twice a week, at least. Even better, vary your wake times. Sleep in late, preferably very late, some, but not all days. Tell yourself you are making up for sleep to feel like you're doing something healthy, even though you feel terrible when you wake up early and when you wake up late. Irregular sleep is another of the sea's accelerating currents. The more you vary your sleep, the harder regular sleep becomes, which makes your sleep more variable. To never sleep or wake at the same time naturally is the goal. And to help in this, maximize your screen time. Staying on screen complements the previous sailing tactics. Boredom could drive you to motion, so let the screen entertain you. Tiredness can push you to sleep, so let the screen keep you awake. Sort of, as long as possible. Always fall asleep with a screen in your hand and put your eyes back on it as soon as you wake. Every moment away from a screen is a moment you might notice the horizon. Keep your head down and let the currents pull you. Here you have allies unknown. Behind the screen are teams of the smartest people and brightest bots competing to hold your attention on them as long as possible. Let them reach you, to pull you back if you turn away. Plus, screens help with number 4. Use your screen to stoke your negative emotions, to feed your anger or anxiety about things over which you have no control or influence. Be well informed while doing nothing. The things you care about could be navigational guides out of the sea.
Oh, I just killed the one on photos. They just suck. He fucking scared me. He like did a jump scare because he randomly spawned in my world. Yeah, I'm not kidding when I say he randomly spawned. He just was like, I was like minding my own business, just doing stuff like deceiving and that about it. And I was just like waiting until I heard him, but then my mind, yeah. Probably because I got an injection in my, and that's probably why. And the dentist appointment. I can actually eat normally. Anyways, we have a lot of iron. I get S. Alright, this thing is done. Alright, we need some iron. Yeet the iron.
Reasons to leave your all room and take meaningful action with the humans around you. But you can instead use the things you care about as further sources of misery. Focus on the bad to fuel your resentment or despair. If you must contribute, do so only in meaningless token ways and be disappointed in the lack of change. We're coming toward the end, and if you're doing it right, misery is descending. But some parts of your brain is rebelling, trying to turn the ship by setting a goal. If you're not careful, that part of your brain just might save you. But luckily, we can do more than just hobble it. We can fool it to navigate deeper into the sea. To reach goals, they must be specific, measurable, actionable, for which you are responsible, and time-bounded. I will turn the wheel 1 degree right now. Instead, set the productive part of your brain on vapid goals. Vague, amorphous, pie in the sky, irrelevant, delayed. Make the target unclear and the path unclear. If motivation strikes, aim ridiculously high to guarantee failure. I will clean the whole house today is much better than I will do the laundry in this pile. Cleaning a whole house is impossible. There's always more to do, so you will always fail. Focus on goals that are after what you wish to achieve. Learn how to market an app before you learn to code. This will distract the productive part of your brain quite nicely. And be sure to wait for motivation rather than setting a time. You'll do something when you feel like it, which will be never or never enough to matter. With vapid goals, you will turn the productive part of your brain from a dangerous source of self-improvement that rewards every small step into a consistent nag that berates you for your failure to have already accomplished your goal every step of the way. Now, the vapid goals you've set should distract the productive part of your brain, but if it still fights against you, direct it towards the mirage on the sea of sadness, the islands of happiness themselves. Pursue happiness directly. The human mind is such that by setting sail towards happiness, you will achieve the opposite. Imagine happiness as a place where happy people are happy all the time. This turns happiness into an unreachable feeling of constant bliss that no one has. True happiness is like a bird that might land on your ship, but never if you constantly stand guard to catch it. Instead, improve your ship and sail into warmer waters. The bird will land when you aren't looking. So be sure never to do that. Aim toward the mirage of happiness rather than improving the ship upon which you sail. Last, but most important, follow your instincts. Navigation deeper into the sea of sadness is...
Oh, mining away. Mining away. I'll play my furnace. Like, who cares if I upgrade my furnace and then immediately upgrade my second furnace? Right? You care about me upgrading my furnaces? If you do, you're weird. Anyways, furnace 2, yoink, yoink. I was gonna stop making water. So let's start making some stuff such as buckets. And then next we need bone meal. So we need some dust. So we need stuff though. But we already have that dust though. That's why I wanted it. But hey. Better than nothing, I guess. You kidding me? Are you serious right now? Alright, there we go, we got a new source of water. Oh, just kidding. It does not wanna. Now we throw some stuff in, some of that in here. And no bone meal. How I get bone meal? I equal, but no. Every one of them got unlucky, and now we got lucky with 2. Why? what does it do? 3 bone meal. And so yeah. Now I need a gem block. I need to use this gem block. Anyways, what do we need? Yeah, more dust, so wind smash some more sand into some dust, which goes spiraling down because I made a nail. And I really got nothing. Why? I wasted a couple seconds just doing some stuff. I don't want my fish item, it's just floating. Oh, I had around 64 stones. Get my dust. Get my quarter of a stack of dust and save it for no luck. How much I'm just unlucky now. You know what I can do? I can use some stuff for some stuff. I've got 1 bone meal. I've got the 7 bone meals. Now we need to bake the clay. And each clay is 1 EMC and it got power. And we gotta start power, so manual power. Can you craft this? Yes. Welcome to power. Alright, infinite lava, sources. And my garbage base. It is very garbage. It's just in the site. Bell. Wall. Alright, get the lava. I am making lava. And you know lava, you know that like one chill thing that can burn my entire base down. I'm not so careful.
Quite easy, for there is a dark magnetic field that points the compass of your impulses in the right direction once you get started. You will want to stay indoors. You will want to not exercise. You will want to sleep in. You will want to do what you know will make you sadder after you've done it. Your compass points the way, both in and out. So follow the true north of your impulses and stay away from that other pole of the long term. It's all so simple. Just get started with these tactics and let the sea carry you along.
For this kid to be so young and his first instinct when he sees a creature on the ground is to try and stomp it out, that is like some actual psychopath behavior. That is genuinely what like serial killers, when they do studies on their child. Blank wants you to approve this website, www.wikihow.com/watch a YouTube video without your parents knowing. Dude, what kind of technology even is this now? I used to have tons of parental locks on my old iPad mini when I was like, I don't know, 10 years old. I couldn't watch YouTube, I couldn't go on Safari, I couldn't even use iMessage actually. The only way I could watch YouTube was through a Minecraft seed generator app that also had a YouTube integration. But the catch was that I could only watch Minecraft YouTube videos. That was all I had. What's up, boys?
Anyways, we got 1 glass. We're still waiting on my 1 cobble. We're waiting on my 1 sleep, which yes. Yes, emojis. I don't care. But we need some food right now, so what better way to make food than the farms? Here's my. I'm gonna make. I made an axe. That's the way to do it. We got the planter, and now let's eat it. Like, yeah, I don't care that it's garbage and looks horrible. Just deal with me. Oh, let's go, let's go. Alright, finally. Wait. And all that makes bud. It makes toast. Oh no, I lost my bread. Well, it's not like it's super easy to make it. Can I cook the blocks? What is it useful? Nothing else than useful pieces of shit. My crystals. Nothing. Fucking nothing. What? My bell! Alright, do we have any bread? No, but we have a scrambled egg. I dropped my scrambled eggs. Oh no! Where's my toast? Where's my fucking toast? Make me some toast. Yep, I'm still. I actually fell in. Whoopsie. Oh, by now I really need to toast. I go back to healing up.
This is kind of random, not really to do much with the video, but a little bit of a life update. I like to keep you guys informed. You know, I told you guys when I graduated, I told you guys when I moved out, and now I'm telling you guys I officially passed my driver's license, and I'm getting a car probably on Monday. And before you say anything, yes, I'm 20 years old. Yes, I should have done it 4 years ago, but I don't care. I finally did it, and I'm happy about it. Also, we hit 900,000 subscribers, which is awesome. I haven't hit a subscriber milestone in a little bit, so it felt pretty good. We're going for a mill. 2024, baby. Hit that sub button. Anyway, you know the deal. Today is this month's episode of r/kids are stupid. We're just gonna take a look at some stupid kids doing stupid stuff. As usual, let me know in the comments any stupid stuff you did as a kid, because I always like reading through those. And without further ado, enjoy the video, boys.
Oh, wait.
Because the parents are never anywhere in something about the parenting. As long as he's got 2 shoes on his feet, it doesn't matter, man. So they're definitely not gonna be watching him in a Chipotle, making sure he doesn't run around stealing other people's queso and just going, "Hi, yeah, I'll be taking that. That's fine now."
Are you ready or not ready? Everybody, back to ready. Hey.
Okay, this is honestly just a little bit disturbing. For this kid to be so young, and his first instinct when he sees a creature on the ground is to try and stomp
Kill.
it out.
Just why? Why is this kid doing that? And yeah, well, we're making even more lava. That's the boring part, making lava. But why are we having to make lava? Well, you see, when I get my lava, I'll just use this and this. It's a station. Yeah, it's crafting station. Lab.
That is like some actual psychopath behavior. That's genuinely what like serial killers, when they do studies on their childhood, they're like, yeah, this guy used to torture squirrels in his backyard. It's like a similar thing, dude. And all his mom did was just like give him a little slap, like, dude, your son just tried to murder a monkey. Dude, what is it with these kids, man? They're just like, their first reaction when they see anything on the ground below knee level is just to kick it or stomp it. That dog looks like it could have been like metal or copper, so I would not try to kick something like that out of fear of my toe getting, you know, turned inside out.
Candy, new rare!
How would you spend 30?
I'm gonna start with a strong one.
All right.
Harambe Cheeto.
Oh man.
It's $100,000.
That's Harambe
Hell yeah. Who would buy that?
Harambe Cheeto.
I didn't
I would have bought that.
Dude, that's actually kind of funny.
I would take a bite out of that.
That's actually kind of funny you say that because I think he died today 8 years ago.
Oh no.
No way. No way.
I'm not kidding. Look it up.
When did Harambe die? Oh my god, he's
No way. 28. Drake P.
Drake P. Whoa. Why? Okay, why is it Scrabble Jr.? One
No,
set.
that's just
Holy.
like a white background so you can see the Drake P.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
it's
how
a
he
Ziploc
went into his bathroom, putting a Ziploc bag. I think he just gets a little bit inside.
It's graded PSA tag. It's graded.
Orgy poop game doggy do food and poo by Goliath.
$5. What a steal.
That's only $5.
That's a steal at
You want
$5.
another steal for $5 and another steal for
yeah.
$5? Let's play the Jello game.
The Jello Jiggler.
Jiggler slap? What? I got one. I got some Barack Obama art.
Oh,
wait, for $950.
Bananas. Ding 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 ding. Oh no. No. Please, no. I'm so good at this game. Me after I clutch.
Banana.
That would go really well with my haunted monkey, Charlotte.
Very active.
He's very active.
I love Charlotte.
He's so
actually.
active.
But hey, if you're ever feeling lonely, you can always buy this girlfriend for $70,000. For 70,000 quid.
Wait.
But the
Girl
girlfriend's
not
not
working.
So you're gonna have to get her some mac and cheese. Clutch that family.
Wait, what?
That
Is that a thing? That's a bid. That's a bid. Someone was like, yeah, we put this up for
99
auction.
The Witness Protection Program, the stuff of TV movies and TV movies. It has one purpose, and it is protect snitches from stitches. Instead, give them switches, which is having a witness ditch his business, burn his bridges, and okay, forget this. It protects informants from retaliation by giving them new identities and recovering it in 6 minutes. Since its founding in 1971, the Witness Security Program, or WITSEC, has protected over 19,000 people, informants and their families, and the testimony has led to convictions 89% of the time. Even more impressive, not one rule-abiding witness has been harmed or killed while under protection. So how do they do it? It varies by case, but here's a standard-ish one. Our witness is a bright young drug mule for the mob in, let's say, Miami. Maybe his name is Sean Frank Hayes. As a boy, he was fascinated by the logistics of the illegal drug trade, but now he's feeling guilty about kneecapping all those goons. Police are closing in, so he rats on the boss to get some leniency. The mob is pretty powerful and doesn't take well to rats.
But the rats don't run the city. We do.
Law enforcement wants to protect Sean. So the AUSA for the Southern District of Florida sends an application to the DOJ OEO detailing how critical his testimony is to their case, how much danger he's in, and the THP, THNC. Then the marshals interview him to ensure he knows what to expect when you're witsecking and send their own recommendation.
Ding 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 ding. No. Seeds. Lava. Wound. Womp. 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 I'll go with nut. No. They have an easy version, which is like really easy. And look at that, we have infinite copper. Why do we need to use these pieces of junk when we already have too much? They can't stop us. Anyways, the next thing is just click this.
Along. As a natural-born citizen, Sean's playing on easy mode. If he were foreign-born or undocumented, ICE might sooner deport him than protect him, so his sponsoring agency would have to fight that, get him off any watch lists, and ensure he has real documents before getting him new ones. Also, if he were incarcerated, he'd have to submit to a polygraph. The Attorney General approved Sean's application, so now he's off by plane and armored vehicle to the so-called Ellis Island for Witnesses, WITSEC's safe site and orientation center. A place so secret that even though it can house up to 6 families at a time, they never see each other, and WITSEC inspectors don't know who's there besides people they're personally protecting. Even its location's secret. We know it's near DC, but that's it. We put that pin on the Tyson's Corner Mall, and the only secret there is Victoria's. At the center, he gets medical, dental, and psychological exams, and signs a memorandum of understanding agreeing, among other things, to testify, not do crimes, and not tell anyone about his new identity, which would be super easy since it's not like he has a history of snitching or anything. For such a massive life change, this can be a pretty short document. This is one of them, and this is what you sign to use Roblox. Now it's time to prep Sean's new life. The marshals ask where he wants to go, and hating cold weather and loving the zoo, he says San Diego. Figuring everyone he knows these preferences, they send him to the cold, zooless town of, let's say, Aspen, Colorado. He does get to choose his new name, though. Since you're more likely to respond to and directly write something familiar, witnesses are encouraged to keep their first name and initials. But ultimately, it's up to them. Sean chooses this. He gets a brand new social security card, driver's license, and birth certificate, plus documents and new school records for his 2 weird sons he's bringing with. Sean also has to prove he has sole custody over said weird sons, sell his house and or business, and pay off all legal debts in his name before it stops being his name. Now it's back in the armored car and back to the airport. When he lands in Aspen, WITSEC takes Sean to a temporary apartment while he brings his furniture and belongings from Miami. A process that can involve 3 separate moving companies to throw hitmen off a scent. WITSEC tells Aspen's law enforcement that there's a new criminal in town, but he's hopefully cool now. They help him find a new job. WITSEC once bought a mob guy a fish store and got a drug kingpin a spot at Walmart, along with presumably staffing much of the hardened fighting force of Waffle House. Sean gets at least 90 days of subsistence payments while he gets on his feet. On average, about $1,150 a week, depending on local living costs. He'll get cut off if he's not actively looking for a job. He lands a UPS gig, shout out to his delivery experience, and a condo for him and his weird sons. He can't contact anyone from his past life unless through a secured phone line or mail system, both of which route through WITSEC, and he can't go anywhere near Miami. Anyone who needs to reach Sean Frank Hayes has to arrange for the marshals at least 10 business days in advance, and if he needs to go back to Miami for the trial, he goes under 24-hour protection and will get to the courthouse in some hitman-resistant way, like the back of a mail truck. But back in Aspen, things are pretty normal. He has to check in with the marshals at least once a year, plus whenever he changes his address. He can change jobs, move, or leave the program if he wants to. He can even start a modestly successful YouTube channel as long as he doesn't show his face and stays pretty vague about his past. Despite WITSEC's perfect success rate with rule followers like Sean, it's not all smooth sailing. Witnesses often break the rules and go home, where they get super murdered. And some, not most, but some, return to their crimey ways in their new life, which is why there's a victims compensation fund for people who are hurt or killed by rogue witnesses. For a while, Orange County, California was a protected witness hotspot because one U.S. Marshal lived there and liked having his protectees within an hour's drive. The problem was, the witnesses realized each other were there, then started dealing drugs together. During a particularly rough patch of the program, its own creator once said, quote, "It is amazing no government witness has been killed, which is great until you see the full quote." But all in all, WITSEC is a brilliant, complicated, hugely successful program that has helped bring some major bad guys like this to justice and some minor bad guys like me to Aspen. Oh, shoot, I didn't need to. Oh, sorry guys, I gotta go. But before I do, I want to talk to you about one more thing, your career. Picking a career path is
Today, on the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft. You know, I had to do it to him. I have obtained the coordinates to a base built by my old friend, business partner, and facial hair connoisseur, Jay Schlatt. The truth is, Schlatt is one of many YouTubers that have played on 2v2t without making videos about it. He told me last year that he had started playing on the server for fun, so I knew eventually I had to show up unannounced just to see his reaction. I have obtained his coordinates without him knowing about it, so today we're going to Jschlat's secret base on 2B2T, and the best part is, it's not the only location we're traveling to today. Considering he was playing anonymously on an alt account, how I obtained these coordinates is kind of a long story, so I hope you're prepared. Now I'm sure you're wondering, Fit, how did you obtain Jschlat's coordinates? Well, a few months ago, a group of hackers named Nerds Incorporated revealed that they've been spying on the server for over 3 years using an exploit called NOCOM. This exploit allowed the hackers to track every single player and obtain the coordinates to all bases on the server. Since I'd been working with them on some of my previous videos, it casually came up in conversation, can you give me some base coordinates? And they were like, no, we can't do that, it sets a dangerous precedent. And then I was like, I just want Jschlat's coordinates so I can prank him. And they were like, okay, here you go. And that's how I got them. But it just so happens that they're in the same quadrant that I was heading to anyway. An associate of mine named Amino Acid has salvaged something incredibly rare from the ruins of a nearby base and has buried it for us to check out. I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but let's just say it's a server relic created many years ago and an incredibly rare find. Since the relic is closer to spawn, we'll be heading to that first, and then we'll travel to Jschlat's base. Once we tour the place, I'm going to send him a picture of it to see his reaction. I guess we're doing a little trolling today. I'm currently on one of my alt accounts used for base hunting, and I'm in the same quadrant as both locations. I've got everything I need for the journey, so let's hop into the nether and get things started. Now, since both of these locations are sort of out of the way, we do have to go through open nether, which is kind of a pain. The good news is that we don't have to get near nether spawn for this journey, which it's been pretty crazy lately, especially with the latest kick exploit. So get this, there's actually an exploit right now where if someone is writing on a sign and someone breaks that sign while they're typing on it, they get kicked from the server automatically. So there's definitely been some shenanigans going on. The old netherrack texture was burning my eyes, so I switched back to the new one. It's definitely more pleasant to look at, especially going through a tunnel at Mach 10 like this. Oh, check it out, there's a portal on my radar. Excellent. All right, so this is our first stop of the day. The relic should not be far from wherever this portal takes us in the overworld. Now that we're back in the fresh air, I think we have a few thousand blocks of overworld travel ahead of us. It should be right under this dandelion. Now, the block you're about to see was created around 9 years ago, and Amino worked hard to transport it here without accidentally reverting it. What you are looking at is a hacked smooth stone block.
Oh my god.
Even though these are easily obtainable in the modern versions of Minecraft, in Java version 1.12, which is what 2B2T is still currently on, you can't actually obtain these in survival or creative. The only way to spawn them in was to have backdoor access to the server and edit your inventory, which is why these blocks can occasionally be found at old bases from the early 2010s. This block in particular was actually spawned in by a player named Tristan, who is actually one of the members of Nerds Incorporated, the same group that has given me the coordinates to Jschlat's base. So it's kind of funny how things come full circle on this server. But after Amino Acid salvaged it from the ruins of an old base, he used piston airships to transport it tens of thousands of blocks just to get it here safely. I'm glad we're able to document this block in person, because when the server updates in the near future, they won't be rare anymore, so at least we know this one is authentic. I did promise Amino that I would write him a book with my K-pop Bob account, so that's his payment for delivering us this block safely. But now that this is out of the way, we can finally move on to getting towards Jschlat's base. I'm curious to see if these coordinates the nerds have given me are legitimate, or if they're just trolling me. I'm just glad his base is in the same direction as the relic was. It definitely makes our trip way easier, so it worked out well. But we still have to navigate open nether, so I hope I have enough fireworks. Oh, check it out. There's ow. I meant to do that. But there's an E-chest over there, so there's definite nether activity here. We must be close to Jschlat's location. There was no nether portal, so I had to build my own, so hopefully we're not too far away. Let's see. All right, my coordinates in the bottom left-hand portion of the screen, which you can't see, obviously, are telling me we're around 1,000 blocks away. Wow, there's actually a lot of new chunks in this area, so if you don't know, those red squares under the ground are actually indicators that show that we are generating those chunks for the first time, so no one else has been here before. All right, looks like these are all previously generated chunks, so we are definitely close. It looks like we're about 400 blocks away. Oh man, I'm getting excited. I wonder what his building style is like. Did he build something massive, or did he build something small and quaint? I guess we'll find out. All right, it should be right over here. Oh, there it is, sure enough. All right, let me land and make the preparations for the base tour. Let's do this. So this is it. This is Jschlat's actual base on 2B2T.
LMAO.
2T, brought to you by the NOCOM exploit, of course. But it's a very interesting looking build. It's not massive like a lot of other bases on 2B2T. It's just more quaint. You know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But looking inside here, we've got a fireplace, a brick. Oh yeah. You know, this building style reminds me so much of just old school Minecraft. A lot of logs, brick, cobblestone, just basic blocks. You know, sometimes less is more. All right, here's the entrance. The Crumb Lodge, established November 2020. I wonder what crumb means. That's interesting. Wow, look at this. He's got the fancy carpet. He's got the table with the extended pistons. All right, so he knows a little bit about interior design. Not bad, not bad. He's got the fireplace. He's got the cozy seating here. Okay. You know, for a 2B2T base, this is pretty nice, I gotta say. So up here we've got the storage area. I wonder if there's anything interesting in these chests. I mean, so far it doesn't really look like it. And he's got the same organizational skills that I have, which is just taking a bunch of stuff and throwing it in the chest, you know? So if you have OCD, you must look away from your screen right now. The only thing I'm gonna take is the fishing rod, you know? Just a little souvenir from our little visit here. This will be an appropriate name on this family-friendly Christian Minecraft server. Looks like he's got a mob grinder right in his house. Oh, okay, the spawner's under his house. That's clever. All right. Well, that's making efficient use of the space, I guess. I think we've seen everything there is to see upstairs, so let's go to the basement now, which is through these trapdoors. There is a bed here, but if Jschlat took my advice from last year, hopefully this is a decoy bed and his real respawn point is somewhere else. It looks like here's his mining tunnel. Oh yeah, he did the classic mine down to diamond level and just go in a straight line. It's like a maze down here, so he definitely did a decent amount of digging for diamonds. Wow, that's a lot of D's in one sentence. I think that's it for the interior of the base. Let's see if there's anything else on the outside. What's interesting is that there's this huge chunk of dirt here that hasn't grown into grass yet, which tells me that whatever Jschlat was doing here at the base, he must have just quit suddenly and hasn't returned since, because if he was active, that grass would have grown in by now. Now that we've toured the base and I've taken a world download, there's only one thing left to do. Send Jschlat a picture of his own base to see his reaction.
No comment.
If Jschlat was hiding here the whole time, I wonder who else has played on the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. Well,
EA.
Both died when I was like 2. I'm sorry, that sounds really sad. emoji! Oh no god, I meant shimmering eyes emoji! We have looked in the past at people not understanding the emojis they were using. Shit emoji. Oops, Dad says those are poos. I thought that were cakes. Sorry, but let's not forget it's also very easy to simply hit the wrong one. Excited to see you more often. Red furious face. That's the wrong emoji. I'm here if you want to talk. Bagel emoji. Not bagel. I meant blue hearts. Jesus Christ. Oh Laura, would you like an extra 30-minute lesson tomorrow? Sometime between 11:30 and 1. Oh no, I have class from 8:30 up till 1. Mouth open, tongue out face. I meant sad face. We'll find another time when you're trying to flirt but accidentally hit the wrong emoji. Suggestive smirking face emoji. Suggestive smirking face emoji. Baby. Suggestive smirking face. Oh my god, not the baby. More than anything. Hearts. You are best friend. Flag. Oops, wrong emoji. What flag is that, lol? That is the flag of Iraq and not the face blowing a kiss emoji. I need to sleep. Love you. Love you too. Sleep well. Can you call tomorrow and serve me a BJ table? Breastfeeding emoji. Well known. Yes. Okay. You have the location. Confirm. Oh, I meant thumbs up. I can't sleep. I hope it won't be broken because of me. Please sleep, baby. Axe. I said the wrong emoji. I meant face with raised eyebrows. They're right next to each other. This is so embarrassing. This pertains to this chat, which our tweet ends. The group name, starstruck emoji. The group name being marketing research and anal. Saw a video from the Bahamas and it destroyed entire villages. Piss drunk face emoji. The people who own the horses lost a 17-year-old chocolate lab last year, and I remember her, and now I'm sad. Boom. Wrong fucking emoji. Heartbreak. Baseball. Perhaps. Beaver. Didn't mean the beaver. Knife emoji. Dance emoji. Not knife. I didn't mean to send knife. Happy Thanksgiving. I love you. That was supposed to be a heart. I forgot to tell ye that my sister's two little black kittens both have 6 toes, lol. Oh, that's called a polydactylism, I think, or something like that. They probably have it because they are the result of the mama cat and her son committing cat sins. Party! Wrong one. Patio doors. 180 centimetres wide by 203 tall, 950 pounds. Hi, Jacqueline. Any luck with the measurements? Are we still short, people? I might put myself open for 3 extra days again here soon. I need money for dental work. Person kneeling emoji. This one's in Spanish. Please allow me to translate. I'm not even kidding. My heart can't handle this today. Pensive face with thick cheeks emoji. No, I did not want to put that. Oh no, I sent the wrong emoji to my boss and now he's doing anything. I'm catching waves instead of working. Okay, thanks for letting me know. We'll see if there's any masking tape, and if so, write on it, do not use, and place over plug. Surf's up. I mean, thumbs up. Gonna go see my cousins today. No, wait, that's the wrong emoji. We're gonna stop the garlic bread. Is there any in the freezer? Just checked and no, there's none. Lovely crying face, 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 middle finger. Lollops, didn't middle finger, lol. Quacks, whoops. Oh my god, it's not my fault there's no garlic bread. IKEA St. Louis tweets thanks at West White Lofts for allowing us to participate in your moving day. By the way, your building is beautiful. Oh, fuck you, Chris. I passed uni, everyone. Student emoji. Beautiful. Oh, fuck you. Chris, I passed uni, everyone! Student emoji, trophy emoji, mum, hard pass, let's get to know each other. Analog smiley emoji. Oh my god, okay, let's do that. Upside down smiley. Oh no, wait, wrong emoji. Missing you. I miss you. I'm gonna be sick. I was trying to send her the heart, so you sent the fucking weird ass lie down emoji. How much for Canadian shipping? Face with 3 hearts emoji. Around £14 underscore bracket analog koi smile emoji. I think I've calculated that's a fraction sign. Fuck knows what that is. Maybe greater than close brackets underscore heart. And what's 1 analog emojis? We'll end with this. How did you make that guy? Hey. I don't know. Hey. Hello there, it's your favourite 32-year-old British YouTuber, Matt Rose, and for my next video, hitting the wrong emoji.
Tester en conditions extrêmes les portes.
I'd like to start by reading you a story, one of my very favourites, in fact. Rate for fives, but not be cool cooking. This slice of postmodernist prose was written by none other than my lunatic cat Bamboo, treading all over my keyboard. I've been looking around Twitter, and did you know this sort of chaos happens a lot? Thank you, my dear cat, for jumping on my keyboard during a Zoom meeting and letting my entire class know I need everyone to know that my roommate's cat laid down on my computer keyboard 2 days ago and somehow created "You got clock to hook up to Vuxu at 10:30 AM in 15 minutes." Who first stepped on my keyboard and I'm trying to play Among Us. Yeah, I thought it was you. This is an actual message sent to a co-worker via Microsoft Teams while my cat napped on my keyboard. Do you think she secretly believes she's a dog? I've been petting my cat the last half an hour. When I put her down on my bed so I could write, she decided to contribute to my novel by walking along my keyboard. Chapter 23. Dr. Wax. Gorabonum apostrophe hashtag analog winky emoji. My cat walked across my keyboard and I saw this. Did she rickroll me? Cat's keyboard smashed and somehow opened up this image. Who are you? I'm you, but stronger. One of the cats stepped on my keyboard and this image opened. I do not have any tabs that contain this image. Cat just bit my chin and then stepped on my keyboard and somehow opened Spotify and started playing Backstreet Boys. I went to the bathroom and my cat sat on the keyboard. The result was Andrew Green 598 and her talking to each other. 106 plus 33. 139. Why? 5. 20,276,098 My cat walked on my keyboard today while I was not paying attention as usual and said this to my work group chat. Oh! Potato sat on my keyboard and typed AS. My cat stepped on my keyboard and Lusa, the cat, has walked over my keyboard and written this. Ask you do Zazas. Lads, my cat sat on my keyboard while I was attempting to write and I guess he wants a fade to black sex scene here. An important work spreadsheet, a penis, my cat playing, and I can't get it to stop. She just made it stop playing and then settled right in my lap to watch. Help, my cat sat on the keyboard and zoomed in 5,000%. How do I fix this? Yes, that is my cursor. Well, here's one piece of advice if you don't want to wind up a cat. Don't personalise your mouse mat with an image like that. When your cat sits on your keyboard and manages to print gibberish on the entire roll of labels in your printer, my friend's cat walked across the keyboard while he was out and ended up video calling half the office. My cat sat on the keyboard and this happened. Anyone have a clue what in the actual fuck? My cat just opened on my computer while walking across the keyboard. Cat sat on the keyboard, opened up 150 copies of the same YouTube link. As I shoved cat off, she pooed on my hand. Guess who sat on my keyboard, deleted over 200 files, and is now trying to hide. Oh dear, hope you got a good hiding place. My cat keyboard stopping editor. I'm getting frustquinine sated now. The cat just stepped on my keyboard and wrote la 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 la. Cat walks across keyboard. Look at text editor. Kill. Was going to type something when my cat decided to walk across my keyboard and wrote that. I didn't know how to type that. So emoji. My cat stepped on my keyboard, opened up the dictionary, searched the letter B, backspaced, then searched for the letter V. Oh right, okay. Well, what's that? My cat just stepped on my keyboard. Oh fucking god, Houdini just turned my Skype Arabic. Lol. What? Shuki walked across my keyboard and changed the language appropriately to Catalan. My cat went on my keyboard once when I'd messenger open, and he texted my sister. Yeah. We just sat on my keyboard and accidentally FaceTimed the guy I haven't told you since I went on 2 dates with him like a year ago. I just stepped on my keyboard and managed to press Control Q so it close to heap. Progressum. And I lost 2 hours worth of progress. If he sat on my keyboard, he'd just crush it. I took one of Trump's stupid surveys to skew his results, and my cat stood on the keyboard and submitted it before I could fill out all of my information. So now I get emails like this. Hannah Najam! Democrats are trying to undo the election regardless of the facts. Their goal has always been to silence you. Yeah, cats have been getting in the way for as long as we can write. And whilst there's all sorts of gadgets, nifty tricks, and apps to try to prevent this, all cats are really trying to do is show their support. Yee, except on my keyboard. Filthy shoes popped up on the foot of Boomer's bed. And Slime, who knew what the inventor worked with? Yes!
Look like here. Again, I asked my editors to do it, but they just made me this. But geolocating and stitching aren't even the only problems here. Water is just straight up hard to photograph from above. For starters, it's what's called a specular reflector, meaning that, sort of like a mirror, almost all the light that hits it bounces off in a dome shape going every which way. The result? Direct sunlight creates a weird ocean smudge in satellite images that makes the water look brighter than the land. Do you want that in your Google Maps? Of course not. Then, of course, there's the fact that basically nobody with commercial satellite wants to take pictures of the open ocean because basically nobody wants to buy those pictures and they're not exactly free for satellite companies to take or transmit down to Earth. I mean, we asked Sky-Fi for this pic of this patch of the Atlantic, but that's just because we're a bunch of sickos, and because they could get lost on an airport there and on a yacht trips with Brian Real Engineering. This is 1 month's imaging plan for one commercial satellite. Notice anything? It makes sense. Google Maps is showing you whether or not you're near a cheesecake factory or how to get from apples to orange. Why would Google waste valuable time and resources creating a zoomable satellite image of the whole ocean when you never use it? They can't get businesses to pay to show up in it, and half you losers keep maps and map view instead of satellite anything. Have you no interest in seeing the beam from above? In all, the Google Maps map is made up of billions of images from satellites, airplanes, and street view cars, backpacks, and so on that combine to give you to-the-meter accurate images of where stuff is. In the ocean, you don't need that because if you're here, sorry buddy, you're already dead. So what does Google do instead? Well, they make the Expanse, the big blue mass we all know and love, which uses data from sources like the General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans or JETCO, to kind of sort of estimate the topography of the ocean floor, for texture. Not that we actually know the topography of the ocean floor, it's mostly guesses and vibes based on the bumps and valleys of the surface, but who cares? It looks good enough in the app, and again, almost nobody looks at it. Except us. In honor of the good and too often unsung work of the Google employees behind the blue Expanse, let's admire it for a moment over some smooth.
Why is it digging down? No, are you kidding me? So you know how in the real world there are drones that can deliver packages to your house? Well, guess what? They now exist on the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft, 2b2t. A group of players has created an advanced network of AI-controlled robots, where players can purchase items in bulk and have them automatically delivered to any location on the server. A delivery system this sophisticated has never been used on any other Minecraft server, and has completely revolutionized 2b2t's economy. By using these automatically controlled Minecraft accounts, they're trying to turn an underground item selling operation into a legitimate business. So where do these robots come from? And how does the delivery system even work in the first place? Are the robots ever in danger of being killed and losing their packages? Is a system like this even legal? After seeing that robot jump in lava, though, you better be hitting that subscribe button because that was some seeing that. Again, so I am very impressed. The bot must have received a different order because it's already moving again. So you know what? Let's follow it. Why is it digging down? No, are you? Oh, it's crazy. There's the gold net. All right, now I think it started putting them in there. So let's just give it a little bit of time. All right, now let's check. Oh, there it is up there. It's a minecart chest. That's exactly what the bot is looking for. So I'm assuming that's where the delivery is going to be made. So, is the server lagging? Or did it stop digging? Oh, I hope my delivery bot does not get disconnected. That would be bad. There it goes. It's moving up towards the chest. All right, I think it started putting them in there. So let's just give it a little bit of time. All right, now let's check it out. Oh, yep, sure enough. It started to put the items in. There's the golden apples, the fireworks. Wow, so it's actually delivering them. That's crazy. That's what I was looking for. These totems are going to come in handy for base hunting. But let's take a look at how far away we are from the original beach. Oh, wow, it's right there. They really did find the closest chest, and that didn't take long at all. I am very impressed. The bot must have received a different order because it's already moving again. So you know what? Let's follow it. Why is it digging down? No, are you kidding me? Our delivery bot just pulled a Terminator. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. But it makes so much sense, so this way, no one can follow the bot back to the master stash. It's genius. After seeing that robot jump in lava, though, you better be hitting that subscribe button because that was some top quality entertainment. World of Tanks is a free online game.
Hello, Internet. When's the next Q&A with Gray? Right now. What opinion have you held for a time and then changed radically? Well, as mentioned the first time I talked about changing your mind, this is always hard to discuss because the specifics are often quite personal, but the biggest non-personal...
On June 28th, 2023, the chief organizer of the Paris Olympics said that during the opening ceremony, Paris would be, and I quote, the safest place in the world. And I make a lot of videos about safe places, so I had to send HAI's outside correspondent Amy to her laptop to research what it takes to secure an entire city for an event like this. Then I sent HAI's Olympic correspondent, me, straight to the source to see it all in person. I'm sure Amy's in line, she's pretty chill. When Monsieur Olympics made his big claim, the plan was to have about 600,000 spectators at the opening ceremony. In January 2024, they cut it down to 326,000 to make securing it easier. Also present, 90 boats worth of athletes with 35 security boats on the sidelines. Also, 45,000 cops and military, including 650 elite tactical units and snipers, all operating out of a military camp, the largest in Paris since World War II, which could get an officer to any Olympic venue in the city within 30 minutes. On the day of the ceremony, Paris was the center of an 80 nautical mile or 150-kilometer radius no-fly zone, over 15 times as wide as the no-fly zone or Disney World. If you made a piece of that size, it could feed over 2.5 billion people, which Domino's is charging about $11 trillion for, but in fairness, they're probably a coupon. By the way, Amy wasn't answering my messages when I asked her to calculate that, so I had to do it myself. I just got this weird out-of-office reply. I'm sure it's nothing. Anyway, despite the no-fly zone, the skies were anything but empty. Surveillance planes and drones were on the lookout for airborne threats, while fighter jets, sniper copters, and equipment to jam and intercept drones were at the ready. On the ground, tourist sites, many of which are also hosting Olympic events, were blockaded with 12-foot or 4-meter or 10.25 pizza wooden fences. Starting a week before the ceremony, you need a special pass to be allowed to drive a car in this red zone. Passes reserved for police cars, emergency vehicles, taxis, official games-related cars, VIP cars, that kind of thing. They actually do have a list up, and worry not, purses are good. In here, the gray zone, almost no non-law enforcement or otherwise official vehicles are allowed, and every person who comes in needs to apply for a QR code they could show to get in. QR codes reserved for people who live or work in the gray zone, or with appointments or reservations in there, or other qualifiers. The day of the ceremonies, at 1 p.m., both zones got even more restricted and the red zone got bigger. And no, you couldn't sneak into the gray zone on the metro. They shut down all these train stations. They also shut down all these bridges, making the optimal walking path from here to here this. And while security eased somewhat after the athletes got off their boats, it remained pretty tight because so many of these Olympics' 35 event sites are in the shadow of Paris' most popular places. BMX on the Champs-Elysees, fencing in the Grand Palais, beach volleyball under the Eiffel Tower, horse dancing at Versailles. And while temporary stadiums in iconic places are cool, they're harder to secure than a single purpose-built Olympic park way out of the city center like they had in London or Rio. Post-opening ceremonies, day-to-day police and military staffing dropped to 35,000 cops and cop adjacents plus 22,000 private security staff. And by cop adjacents, I mean military patrols that walk around with big scary guns like the armed version of those packs of 17 chino-clad guys you see crawling in the general direction of a Chipotle at lunchtime. And no, they don't have the power to arrest you, but they are allowed to tackle and restrain anyone who they catch trying to blow up a horse dancer or something. Or a horse cop, which they also have. How do you think the horse cops feel about the horse dancers? Jealous? Maybe. And if you're thinking, wow, I didn't realize Paris had enough cops to staff 35,000 people a day, you're right. A lot of these cops were brought in from other parts of France, and 1,570 of them are coming from other countries entirely. The UK, Germany, Spain, and US all send cops, and the French government is letting the LAPD ones carry guns. And Qatar, along with sending people, sent a fleet of armored trucks. And that's just who's looking after the games in general. Team USA, for example, will have security and emergency support from the Diplomatic Security Service and representatives from tons of American defense and intelligence agencies.